Are you worthy? Lin Zhe's tone was cold and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Feng Qianhua was stunned. She had wanted to use this opportunity to influence Lin Zhe. She didn't expect that Lin Zhe would not be swayed by force or persuasion. She had already lowered her stance so much, but Lin Zhe still treated her harshly. A bastard was a bastard. He didn't know how to appreciate favors. He didn't know how to judge the situation at all. Feng Qianhua thought about it and tried her best to make herself look more pitiful. She started to give Lin Zhe some medicine. Zhe, you don't like me. I don't blame you. However, what I said is true. You're a good child. You should be able to understand these principles. If your mother is really a good mother, will she always ignore you? She absolutely could not allow them to recognize each other as mother and son. This mother and son pair of hers had turned against each other, turning against each other. If it's useful to sow discord between us, I won't be called Lin Zhe anymore. She might as well change her name to Lin Silly. After saying this, Lin Zhe turned around and left. Feng Qianhua looked at Lin Zhe's back view and was so angry that her face turned pale. B*****. B*****. Lin Zhe was a B*****. Not long after Lin Zhe left, Aunt Zhang walked out from the side. How is it? Feng Qianhua tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart and shook her head. This little bastard won't listen to force or persuasion. It seems that we still have to think of other ways. She didn't believe it. She still couldn't teach a 19-year-old kid a lesson. Aunt Zhang narrowed her eyes and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let this little bastard live 19 years ago. 19 years ago, Lin Zhe was still a baby in infancy. He had not been fed by his mother. Even if something had really happened, no one would have suspected anything. But now, Lin Zhe was already 19 years old. It's no use talking about this now. Feng Qianhua retracted her gaze. After saying that, Feng Qianhua continued, I heard that your old cold legs were acting up again a few days ago. Are you feeling better now? Aunt Zhang nodded. I'm much better now. Feng Qianhua sighed and reached out to hold Aunt Zhang's hands. It's been hard on you all these years. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, No, it's not hard at all. It had been so many years. Seeing that Feng Qianhua was about to see the light of day, she did not feel that it was hard at all. Feng Qianhua took out a bank card from her pocket. It's not much. Please take it. I have enough money, Aunt Zhang refused. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, You can keep this money for your retirement. Don't take it out. Young people have hands and feet. They can earn it themselves. You have to plan for yourself. When you're old, you should leave a way out for yourself. Aunt Zhang nodded. There were thousands of thoughts in her eyes before she accepted the bank card. At the same time, at the CN Group, Li Qiandong rushed to the top-floor office excitedly. Fifth brother, have you seen the news? Sun Shaoqing was holding a Buddhist bead in his hand. He was dressed in a plain, buttoned-up robe and was leaning against the back of his chair with his eyes closed to rest. He looked like a Buddha, but also like a celestial being. His aura was transcendent. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? His thin voice was covered in a layer of ice. It was slightly cold. Li Qiandong held his phone and said excitedly, Fifth brother, Yunjing has produced a godly doctor who can cure cancer. It's even trending internationally now. Cure cancer? Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there such a thing? Cancer was equivalent to death. Once one got cancer, it was like facing the death penalty. Although there were top experts in various countries around the world who had been researching cancer antibodies, after more than 10 years of research, there was still no sign of it. Even technology, medical skills, and the most developed country P, were unable to cure cancer. There was such a talent in Yunjing? It's true. Now, the #1 People's Hospital in Yunjing is packed to the brim. Li Qiandong was very excited. I have to say, this miracle Dr. Yi is really too capable. Various countries all over the world sent experts over to discuss academic knowledge with Miracle Dr. Ye. Unfortunately, Miracle Dr. Ye did not have the time to pay attention to them. Not only did Miracle Dr. Ye not show his face, but he also declined interviews from all the major media reporters. Now the internet has exploded. Miracle Dr. Ye. Sun Shaoqing's hand that was holding the Buddha bead paused. That's right. It's Miracle Dr. Ye.
Liquiandong nudda.
Sun Shaoqing narrowed his eyes. He thought of someone. Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo's medical skills were very good. She was the one who cured old lady Tsun's illness. Thinking of this person's abilities, Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads. Could it be? It really was her? Fifth brother. What are you thinking about? Ye Zhuo. Sun Shaoqing did not hide it. Li Qiandong also thought of something at this time and said in surprise, I remember that the old lady's illness was cured by the great god, right? Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. That's right. Li Qiandong said in surprise. Then this Miracle Dr. Ye can't be a god, right? I'm not sure, but it's very possible. Sun Shaoqing's expression was the same as usual. Ye Zhuo was more low-key. The rumored Miracle Dr. Ye was also very low-key. These two people just happened to match up. Li Qiandong frowned, then he said, The Almighty is so busy with scientific research, busy playing games, busy with live broadcasts, and also busy with the college entrance exam. She shouldn't be so free, right? I heard that Miss Mu's medical skills are also quite good. Do you think it's Miss Mu? Although Ye Zhuo was really very powerful, Ye Zhuo was too busy. He was busy with this and that all day long. How could he have time to study cancer antibodies? This seemed a little unrealistic. Mu Yorong had already retired from the live broadcast world. Li Qiandong still believed that it was Mu Yorong. Sun Shaoqing raised his head to look at Li Qiandong. You still want to eat pig large intestine sashimi? Li Qiandong immediately recalled his bet with Sun Shaoqing not too long ago. Sun Shaoqing was especially ruthless. If he said 10 caddies of pig large intestine, then 10 caddies of pig large intestine. After eating 10 caddies of pig large intestine raw, Li Qiandong went to the hospital overnight to have his stomach pumped. As a result, when he heard the words pig large intestine, his footsteps became weak and his face turned pale. Li Qiandong continued, Fifth brother, why do you have such a deep prejudice against Miss Mu? Although the god is very outstanding, Miss Mu is not bad either. Miss Mu is kind-hearted and versatile. She is really a very good girl. Fifth brother, are you still angry about the annulment of the marriage? Actually, I feel that there is really a misunderstanding about this matter. Why don't I help you make an appointment with Miss Mu? The two of you can meet face to face and explain this matter clearly. If there was a misunderstanding, then it had to be resolved. Sun Shaoqing could not stay single forever. Moreover, a powerhouse like Sun Shaoqing would definitely not like another powerhouse, so it was definitely impossible for him and Ye Zhuo to be together. After all, as the saying goes, use softness to overcome hardness. Therefore, Mu Yorong was simply a good match. She was worthy of Sun Shaoqing in every aspect. Most importantly, Mu Yorong really needed Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Li Qiandong and said, Get out. His voice was very faint, but it contained endless pressure that made people shudder. It scared Li Qiandong so much that he shut his mouth. However, Li Qiandong was still a little unwilling. Fifth brother, you really misunderstood Mu. Sun Shaoqing raised his head slightly and opened his thin lips. Aren't you leaving yet? Although Sun Shaoqing didn't have any special expression on his face, Li Qiandong knew that this lord was really angry. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Li Qiandong ran out in a hurry. He was afraid that he would be blamed by this person in the next second. Although Sun Shaoqing usually did not lose his temper, he always looked calm and collected. He held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand at all times and muttered Amitabha. In fact, only Li Qiandong knew about it. This person was hiding a knife in his smile. Buddha's mouth was like a snake's heart. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, how could he have gotten to where he was today? The Tsen family. Zhou Xiang was chatting with old Mrs. Tsen. Mom, Yunjing is close to the sea. I heard that there's a small island with a pretty good view. Since we're bored at home, why don't we go on a vacation? A small island? Old Mrs. Tsen rolled her eyes. Is there a lot of people on that island? Zhou Xiang shook his head. It's a private island. There are no other tourists, but the view is really good. Old Mrs. Tsen was amused when she heard that. Then call Ye and Xiaoqing along. Ye Zhuo was so beautiful and so outstanding. Old Mrs. Tsen was worried every day that her granddaughter-in-law would be kidnapped by someone with bad intentions. Ye is easy to talk about. Would Xiaoqing be willing to go? Zhou Xiang frowned slightly. Since Xiaoqing had a strange personality, when he was free, he would rather go to a nearby temple to listen to the Buddhist music than go out for a vacation. 1. Go to a small island for a vacation? That seemed a little unlikely. Old Mrs. Tsen narrowed her eyes and chuckled twice. Anyone who heard it would know that there was a conspiracy hidden in her laughter. As she laughed, she reached out her hand to pat Zhou Xiang's shoulder. Zhou Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. He shrank back and avoided old Mrs. Tsen's hand. When she patted the air, old Mrs. Tsen turned her head speechlessly. You're not a bastard, why are you shrinking? Zhou Xiang whimpered. I'm afraid of you smiling like that. She had been with old Mrs. Tsen's mother-in-law for almost 40 years. Zhou Xiang knew her too well. Every time the old lady smiled like that, she must be planning something big. Old Mrs. Tsen smiled and said, What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Zhou Xiang. Ah no. Old Lady Tsen immediately corrected her. You're wrong. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Zhou Xiang. She almost believed it. After saying that, Old Lady Tsen continued, Will that brat be back for dinner tonight? He should be. Zhou Xiang nodded. Old Mrs. Tsen winked at Zhou Xiang. Xiang, just wait and see. Zhou Xiang knew. Her mother-in-law was going to trick her family's silly son again. At night, Tsen Xiaoqing came back on time for dinner. Halfway through dinner, old Mrs. Tsen suddenly put down her chopsticks. Xiang, have you contacted Zhe recently? No, why? Zhou Xiang was confused. Before she could react, her mother-in-law had already started to trick her silly son. Old Mrs. Tsen continued, Didn't you tell me this morning that you wanted to go to a private island to play? I was thinking of getting Ye to go with us. You said that the three of us girls would definitely not be safe on the island. At this time we need a boy to protect us. I think Zhe is not bad. We can use this opportunity to set him up with Ye. Don't you think this is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone? When he heard the words three girls, the vegetable leaves in Tsen Xiaoqing's mouth almost spurted out. His grandmother often said shocking things. However, when he heard Zhou Zheyan's name, Tsen Xiaoqing's face instantly darkened. Why was he everywhere? Grandma, Zian has to go to work tomorrow. He doesn't have time to go to the island with you guys for a vacation. Tsen Xiaoqing slightly raised his eyes. Old Mrs. Tsen chuckled and said, I didn't say it was tomorrow. How do you know it's tomorrow? Even if you have to go to work, you can still ask for leave. Work is never finished. Talking about a wife is a major event in life. Do you think everyone is like you? All day long ba. What do you mean no wife, no marriage? Ren Zian wants to start a family. The leaf is so outstanding. If Zhe doesn't make a move again, how to do by other big pig trotters snatched away. What the Tsen old lady said is very reasonable. Even Zhou Xiang listens to a lung. Tsen Xiaoqing put down his chopsticks. Zhe is still in the internship period, unjustified leave. It will affect the graduation results. Aren't you Cousin Zian? Can't you be flexible about Cousin Zian's lifelong affairs? Old Mrs. Tsen was speechless. Tsen Xiaoqing continued, Even though I'm his cousin, I still have to do my job. Otherwise, what will the people below think? Old Mrs. Tsen was unhappy. I don't care. We have to let Zian go. If Xian doesn't go, who will be in charge of our safety? Sun Shaoqing thought about it seriously. Why don't I go? He thought about it. He was still the most suitable person to go. It wasn't about love. He just felt that after working for so long, it was time for him to go out and adjust his mood. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up. She really didn't expect Sun Shaoqing to agree. Sure enough, love made one sink into oblivion. Sun Shaoqing clearly had his heart set on Ye. However, he was completely unaware of it. No wonder old Lady Sun always thought of all sorts of ways to trick him. Old Lady Sun looked at Sun Shaoqing with disdain. Aren't you an unmarried man? Why are you following me? Are you delaying Yezi's youth? Sun Shaoqing. His own grandmother? A while ago, old Lady Sun was still trying her best to set him up with Ye Zhuo. She did not expect that her attitude would change so quickly. No wonder they said that women were like needles at the bottom of the ocean. Sun Shaoqing continued to count the Buddhist beads. Whether or not I am a celibate or not is not in conflict with protecting your safety. Old Mrs. Sun glanced at him. I have an appointment with Yezi. We will leave on Wednesday afternoon. Do you have time? I'm not busy during this period of time. Sun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. Not busy. When the Xian group's higher-ups heard this, they silently cried and fainted in the toilet. Then that's it. Sigh. Old Mrs. Sun sighed. It's such a pity. I originally wanted to matchmake Yezi and Zheyan. The heavens don't make it good. Zhou Xiang secretly praised old Mrs. Sun's acting skills. Sun Shaoqing replied indifferently, maybe it's because they're not fated. Grandma, don't randomly pick a couple. Don't you know that there's a saying, love grows with time? Old Madame Sun said speechlessly. It's a sand sculpture. You won't understand even if I tell you. It's nothing.
Sun Shaoqing.
He suspected that he was not his biological grandson. Zhou Xian was. Zhou Xiang covered her mouth and snickered. At a restaurant. Today was the first time Yi Sun had asked Bai Wei out for dinner. Yi Sun had specially arrived 10 minutes earlier. Not long after, Bai Wei arrived as well. She had always been a punctual person. Mr. Yi. Miss Bai. Yi Sun stood up and pulled out a chair for Bai Wei. Bai Wei smiled. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Sun said. It's too strange for us to come and go like this. You can just call me by my name. You're a few years older than me, so I'll call you Brother Yi.
Ye Sun nodded.
Sure, no problem. After saying that, Yi Sun handed the menu to Bai Wei. Ladies first. You order. Bai Wei smiled and said, I'll just have a vegetable salad. You can order the rest, Brother Yi. You'll just have a vegetable salad?
Ye Sun asked.
Bai Wei nodded. A dance teacher has to maintain his figure. There's nothing I can do. Bai Wei was a folk dance teacher, so her image and temperament were very good. Yi Sun said, Then it's really hard to do your job. Bai Wei smiled and said, It's not easy to do all kinds of jobs. Yi Sun nodded and agreed with Bai Wei. Although Bai Wei only ordered a vegetable salad, Yi Sun still ordered a table full of dishes. They had agreed that he would treat her, and he couldn't let her eat grass. But Bai Wei was a person with a strong sense of self-control. From the beginning to the end, she only ate the vegetable salad in front of her. She only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls of the other dishes. Yi Sun was very surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a self-disciplined girl. After eating, Yi Sun went to the bar to pay the bill. Which table are you at? Yi Sun said. Table 71. The cashier operated the computer and said, Table 71 has already paid the bill. Already paid the bill?
Ye Sun frowned slightly.
Who bought it? The cashier tiptoed and looked at the middle of the restaurant. It's the lady in the plaid dress. Who else but Bai Wei was wearing the plaid dress? Thinking about it, Bai Wei must have paid while she was in the bathroom. Yi Sun did not expect Bai Wei to take the initiative to pay. He had a good impression of Bai Wei, and at this moment it was even better. He came to the seat. Bai Wei, we agreed that I would pay. How could I let you pay? I have already transferred the money to your WeChat. Bai Wei smiled and said, anyway, it's just a treat. It doesn't matter who pays. At most you can just invite them back next time. I won't accept the money. Then it's a deal. I'll definitely invite them back next time. Bai Wei nodded. No problem. I'll remember it for you. Yi Zhen looked at his watch and said, let's go watch a movie while we still have time. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Sure. With that, the two of them walked to the cinema on the third floor. Ye Zhuo accepted the old lady's invitation. In the world she lived in her previous life, all the islands and oceans had been contaminated by various nuclear bomb experiments. The seawater had become stagnant water, and the marine life had ceased to exist. She had only seen the original appearance of the ocean on television. She had been in this world for so long, and although Yunjing was considered a coastal city, she had not gone to the seaside to play once. Tomorrow was the departure time. Ye Zhuo planned to go shopping and buy some things that she needed. First of all, bathing suits and sunglasses were essential. There were also beach shoes, big straw hats. As Ye Zhuo walked, he wrote down the things he wanted to buy on his phone. Ye Zhuo. A pleasant male voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ye Zhuo looked back slightly and saw Li Boyong walking towards her. Li Boyong did not expect to see Ye Zhuo here today. He had a high score of 688 in the college entrance examination, and had already received the admission letter from Tsinghua University. Li Boyong regretted his words. Why didn't he bring the admission letter with him when he left the house? If he brought it with him, he could take this opportunity to confess to Ye Zhuo with the letter. But even if he didn't bring it with him, this matter couldn't be delayed. He had to confess to Ye Zhuo as soon as possible. Ye Zhuo. Li Boyong jogged to Ye Zhuo's side. What's wrong? Ye Zhuo's brows were still furrowed. Li Boyong continued. I scored 688 points in the college entrance examination, and have been accepted by Tsinghua University. Ye Zhuo's expression was calm. Oh, congratulations. Li Boyong was stunned. Why was Ye Zhuo's reaction so calm? 688 points. He was ranked 89th in the entire city. There were tens of thousands of college entrance examinees in Yunjing. How many people would be able to get such a high score like him? Ye Zhuo must be faking it. Yes, he must be faking it. Ye Zhuo did not want to act like he had never seen the world before, although he knew that Ye Zhuo was faking it. However, Li Boyong still felt that Ye Zhuo was acting too much. Even if she was very surprised, he would not look down on her. After all, they were no longer from the same world. Li Boyong continued. Ye Zhuo, didn't you say that you also participated in the college entrance examination? How many points did you get? Ye Zhuo looked at his phone and said casually, 749 points. 749 points? Li Boyong was speechless. Ye Zhuo really knew how to brag. Why didn't she say that she was the college entrance examination's top scorer? I heard that our Yunjing's top scorer also scored 749 points, right? Li Boyong had heard about the matter of the top scorer, and did not know his name.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
That's right, I am. She really dared to say it. Ye Zhuo, stop joking. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm not joking with you. Li Boyong took a deep breath and continued. Ye Zhuo, there's something I want to talk to you about. Speak. Li Boyong continued. I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Can you be my girlfriend? Can I bring you to Beijing? Even if you know that you didn't take the college entrance exam, I won't look down on you. I've already been accepted by Tsinghua University. Couples should complement each other. You're a junior high school student, and I'm a university student. In the future, I can teach you the knowledge that I've learned. Just draw your own strengths and weaknesses. Li Boyong said everything he thought in one breath. He knew that Ye Zhuo would definitely agree to his request, because no one would refuse the pursuit of a highly educated person. Tsinghua University. This was a school that many people dreamed of. After saying this, Ye Zhuo's face did not show the expression that Li Boyong wanted. What was going on? Could it be that Ye Zhuo was too excited? Li Boyong was a little puzzled. The corners of Ye Zhuo's mouth curled up. I'm sorry. A junior high school student like me isn't good enough for you. He knew that Ye Zhuo would not reject him. Li Boyong continued. Although your academic qualifications are a little low, I don't mind. At this moment, a piece of news appeared on the big screen of the shopping mall behind Ye Zhuo. Let me introduce the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam in Yunjing City, Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo is a native of Yunjing City. He is 19 years old this year, and he obtained the best score in Yunjing City in the past 10 years, 749 points. Hello everyone, I am Ye Zhuo. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Boyong thought he heard wrong. He looked up and saw that the person interviewed on the big screen was very familiar. This was really Ye Zhuo? It was really Ye Zhuo. Li Boyong stood rooted to the ground, cold sweat beading on his back. He had never dreamed that Ye Zhuo could be the top scorer. He had never thought that Ye Zhuo was really a senior. It turned out that what Ye Zhuo said before was true. He felt like a clown. 1 second ago, he was proud of his 688 points. The next second he was slapped in the face. 688 was nothing in front of 749? He was not even a younger brother. The sense of superiority in front of Ye Zhuo immediately disappeared without a trace. Embarrassment, and all kinds of complicated emotions mixed together, making Li Boyong's face instantly turn red, and he was so ashamed that he could not raise his head. Ye Zhuo was still in a hurry to buy things, so he did not say anything. As he walked to the mall, he opened WeChat and deleted Li Boyong. Boyong! At this moment, Qian Lingyu ran over from the other side. Mom! Li Boyong turned to look at Qian Lingyu. Qian Lingyu frowned and said, Was that Ye Zhuo who stood beside you just now?
Li Boyong nuda.
Qian Lingyu said angrily, Boyong! How many times has Mom told you to stop talking to people like Ye Zhuo? She's not from the same world as you. You're going to go to university soon. She can only be a part-time worker for the rest of her life. You probably can't ruin your future because of her. In Qian Lingyu's eyes, Li Boyong was a dragon among men. No one could compare to her son. Although Ye Zhuo was beautiful, she did not have a degree. She came from a wealthy family. Her family was so poor that she was not worthy of Li Boyong. Li Boyong's expression was a little ugly. Mom, you misunderstood. Ye Zhuo is not a part-time worker. She is the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam. Do you think your mom is a fool? How can she be the top scorer of this kind of person? I'm not lying to you. Ye Zhuo is already on the news. Just search on your phone and you'll know. After saying that, Li Boyong turned around and left. Qian Lingyu quickly picked up her phone. If she didn't search, she wouldn't know. Once she searched, she was shocked. Not only was Ye Zhuo the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, he was also the daughter of the Yi family's private kitchen owner. Qian Lingyu even thought that she was dreaming. She pinched him hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. This was real. Qian Lingyu was very regretful. If she had known that Ye Zhuo would become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, if her family was so rich, she would have treated Ye Zhuo better back then. It was useless to say anything now. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Today was the day that old Mrs. Tsin and Ye Zhuo had agreed to go to the island for a holiday. Ye Zhuo was carrying his bag. Just as he walked out of the residential area, he saw old Mrs. Tsin standing in front of a black car and waving at her. Yezi!
Grandma Tsin.
Ye Zhuo jogged over. Old Mrs. Tsin continued, Let's get in the car quickly. After getting in the car, Ye Zhuo realized that Tsin Shaoqing was driving. After a while, they arrived at the dock. A luxurious yacht was parked in front of the dock. Ye Zhuo and Tsin Shaoqing walked in front. Old Mrs. Tsin walked behind them. Looking at the figures of the two people in front, old Mrs. Tsin lowered her voice and said, Xiang, I'm very worried about a problem. What problem? Zhou Xiang was curious. Old Mrs. Tsin continued. I'm worried that Yezi will not be able to stand it when she gets together with Xiaoqing in the future. Zhou Xiang asked in puzzlement. Can't stand what? Old Mrs. Tsin raised her head and looked in front of her. Ye Zhuo was standing on the yacht, and Sun Xiaoqing was standing on the deck. The two of them were up and down. No one knew what they were talking about, but from old Mrs. Tsin's point of view, she could see a faint smile between Ye Zhuo's eyebrows. The beauty smiled and her eyes twinkled. The moonlight was shy, and she held the golden outhouse. The sunlight penetrated through her from behind. The blue sky and white clouds were above her head, and the blue sea was under her feet. The scene was so romantic that it was like a TV series. Old Mrs. Tsin said in a low voice, Look at how thin Ye Zi's waist is. Even the wind can blow her off. Our young minister can easily lift a barbell that weighs more than 200 jin, running for an hour without breathing. I'm afraid that Yezi's small body won't be able to bear it in the future. Sun Xiaoqing's body is simply too good. He is also very fond of sports. 3 of the treadmills in the house have been broken, and his muscles are especially well developed. Old Mrs. Tsin is really worried. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang was stunned. She really did not expect old Mrs. Tsin to suddenly race. She raised her head and looked at the 2 people who were talking in front of her. Then she said, Mom, don't look at how skinny you are. In fact, you are really burning. Burning knows how to fight, how to heal, and how to catch snakes. At that time, it's still not certain who will win. Sun Xiaoqing and Ye Zhuo were evenly matched. Neither of them would lose to the other. Look at what you are saying. How can my granddaughter-in-law not be amazing? Old Mrs. Tsin said with a proud face. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, Then what are you worried about? Old Mrs. Tsin turned to look at Zhou Xiang. Do you know what age Xiaoqing is at now? Zhou Xiang was puzzled. What do you mean? 30 years old is of course the age of a wolf and a tiger. He has been a monk all this time. Do you think Siren can withstand the torment when the time comes? Old Mrs. Tsin continued. To be honest, if Xiaoqing isn't my eldest grandson, I really can't bear to introduce Yezi to him. I'm simply the best grandmother in the entire universe. When she said the last sentence, old Mrs. Tsin raised her chin proudly. Zhou Xiang covered his mouth and chuckled. Old Mrs. Tsin continued. Did you bring a camera? I did. Zhou Xiang nodded. Give it to me. Zhou Xiang took out a camera from his bag and handed it to old Mrs. Tsin. Old Mrs. Tsin took the camera. Yezi, Xiaoqing, I'll take a photo for you. Ye Zhuo looked up slightly. Sun Xiaoqing turned his head. One of them was standing on the yacht while the other was standing on the deck. Behind them was the luxurious yacht and the blue sky and white clouds. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be suppressed by this luxurious background and would have no sense of existence. However, these 2 people were dragons and phoenixes among men. At this moment, whether it was the sea or the yacht, in front of these 2 people, they were reduced to a backdrop without any highlights. Gotcha! The beautiful scene was fixed on the camera screen just like that. Zhou Xiang silently swallowed back the words that Sun Xiaoqing never took photos. It seemed that liking someone was really magical. Ever since he met Ye Zhuo, Sun Xiaoqing had changed a lot invisibly. It was just that he was still unaware of it. At this moment, old Mrs. Tsin handed the camera to Zhou Xiang. Xiang, come and take a photo for the 3 of us. After saying that, old Mrs. Tsin quickly stood between the 2 of them. 3, 2, 1. Then, Zhou Xiang found the yacht's driver to take a picture of the 4 of them together. After taking the picture, the 4 of them boarded the yacht and started to set off. After about 2 hours of sailing, the yacht finally stopped at the northwest side of the island. Mom Zhonghua, Xiaoqing. We're here. Zhou Xiang walked in and called for Ye Zhonghua. Ye Zhonghua and the old lady Tsin were sitting in the lobby of the yacht, drinking cold drinks and chatting. Sun Xiaoqing was sitting at the side, holding a Buddhist bead in his hand and occasionally peeling a mangosteen for the 2 of them. Ye Zhonghua liked eating mangosteen very much. It was sour and sweet. But mangosteen was too cold. It was not good for girls to eat too many cold things. After peeling a mangosteen, Sun Shaoqing picked up an emperor orange. While chatting with Ye Zhuo, Granny Sun narrowed her eyes at Sun Shaoqing. This rascal was quite attentive. Seeing Zhou Xiang walk in from outside, Ye Zhuo raised his eyes in surprise. "You're here so quickly?" Zhou Xiang smiled and said, "This is fast. It's already been 2 hours. 2 hours, more than 150 kilometers. I've been chatting with Granny Sun. I didn't expect that 2 hours had passed unknowingly." Old Mrs. Sun took a sip of her drink. "Yezi, this means that we have a common topic. When we're together, we have to have a common topic. Don't be like some wooden people. You can't even get a fart out of them. It's very annoying. No wonder you can't get a wife." Young Master Sun wooden, head Qing human. He felt offended. Let's go, let's go." Sun stood up and held Ye Zhuo in Zhou Xiang's arms. "Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, she turned to Sun Shaoqing. "Take our luggage." Sun Shaoqing took the three's luggage and followed behind. 1. Sun old lady smiled and turned to look at Ye Zhuo. "Men should be porters for us girls." The young lady. As soon as she stepped out of the yacht, she saw the tall and sturdy coconut trees on the beach. The sun was scorching hot. The ripe coconuts on the coconut tree were particularly tempting. "Look, there are coconuts." Zhou Xiang was a mainlander and rarely had the chance to see the sea. Now that she saw the wild coconut tree, she was particularly excited. "Let me see if I can climb up," Ye Zhuo said as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a part of his wrist that was as white as snow. Old Mrs. Sun raised her head to look at the coconut tree and held Ye Zhuo's hand. "No. This tree is too tall. We can't risk our lives for a few coconuts. What if we break our legs?" "Shaoqing, you go." Sun Shaoqing. "Hey, aren't you afraid that he will break his legs? His own grandmother?" Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Actually, we don't have to climb the tree." After saying that, she picked up a few stones from the ground and looked up at the coconut tree. She aimed at the position and used a little strength to throw it over. Ba-ba-ba. The stones accurately hit the coconuts on the tree, and all of them fell down. Old Madame Sun and Zhou Xiang were stunned. "The leaves are awesome. Zhazhua, you're really amazing." Ye Zhuo said humbly. "Just SOSO, third place in the world." Sun Shaoqing turned his eyes slightly, and was caught off guard. He crashed into that smiling face that was like a flower. Bang! His heart seemed to have been hit by a heavy object. It beat uncontrollably. It was as if his heart was palpitating. It was a very strange feeling. Sun Shaoqing looked away uncomfortably. His symptoms seemed to be getting more and more serious. It seemed that he had to find Ye Zhuo to treat him as soon as possible and prescribe a few sets of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Xiang and the old lady Sun picked up all the coconuts on the ground and put them in a bag for Sun Shaoqing to hold together. After picking up the coconuts, the few of them continued to walk towards the island. This was a very beautiful island. In the middle of the island sat a luxurious villa with a sea view. Standing on the top floor of the villa, one could overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire island. The garden on the first floor was built with a barbecue area, a swimming pool, a movie hall in the basement, a family KTV, and all kinds of food, drinks, and entertainment. Because someone had come to clean up in advance, the villa was very clean. On the table in the hall were iced watermelons and sour plum soup to relieve the heat. Zhou Xiang had watched the video in advance, so she was familiar with the layout of the villa. "Mom, Zhonghua, Shaoqing, I'll bring you guys to your rooms." In order to have a convenient view of the seaside, the rooms were arranged on the top floor. The 4 rooms were connected. In order, it was Zhou Xiang, old Mrs. Sun, Yi Zhonghua, and then Sun Shaoqing. After watching the rooms and taking a short break, Zhou Xiang suggested going to the seaside to swim. Ye Zhuo nodded. "Okay." Old Mrs. Sun said, "My old limbs can't swim anymore. I'm not as young as you guys. I'll go take a look at the scenery." Zhou Xiang turned to look at Sun Shaoqing. Xiaoqing, are you going? Before Tsun Xiaoqing could say anything, old Mrs. Tsun said, of course he's going. If he doesn't go, who will be our porter? Could it be that the three girls were going to do this kind of physical work? Dan Xiaoqing said, I just saw a jeep parked in the courtyard. We'll drive down in a while. If you have a car, you can bring more things. Beach umbrellas, beach chairs, tents, and so on. Old Mrs. Tsun continued. Yezi Xiangxiang, you guys go and change into your swimsuits. Xiaoqing and I will prepare the things. Okay. Zhou Xiang nodded. Zhuozhuo, let's go. Zhou Xiang and Ye Zhuo went upstairs to change their clothes. Not long after, Ye Zhuo changed his clothes and stood outside the corridor, waiting for Zhou Xiang. Not long after, Zhou Xiang came out. Although she was already middle-aged, Zhou Xiang maintained her skin very well. Her skin was not loose at all. She was like a 30-year-old young woman. Her beautiful figure was still very impressive. Zhou Xiang had just opened the door when she saw Ye Zhuo waiting for her outside. Ye Zhuo was wearing a white swimsuit with the suspenders. The one-word design of the tube top covered her upper body, revealing a slim waist. 1. It was a very slim waist. There was not a single bit of fat on it. One could clearly see the waistline of her abdomen. She was wearing a white boxer swimming trunks underneath, which made her legs look very slender. This figure was simply 2. It was obviously a very conservative swimsuit, but it made people's blood boil. Even Zhou Xiang, this woman, almost couldn't control herself when she saw it. Oh my God, Searing, you must be very disciplined usually. You actually maintain such a good figure. Ye Searing smiled and said, I can't say that I'm disciplined, but I go for a run every morning. Actually, it had something to do with one's physique. Ye Zhuo liked to eat sweets very much. If an ordinary person ate sweets, they would definitely get fat. She had no signs of getting fat. Zhou Xiang continued, You're just like our Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing also gets up early every morning to exercise. Don't look at him as if he's weak, but his body is actually very good. He needs a vest with a vest and abdominal muscles. He can lift a barbell that weighs 200 jin in one go. If anyone were to marry him, they would definitely be very happy. At this moment, Zhou Xiang's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Xiang picked up the phone and his expression changed instantly. What? How can this be? I'm currently on vacation at the beach. The old lady is also here. Can you wait for a few days? All right, I got it. Zhou Xiang hung up the phone and said with a frown, Zha, your grandmother and I might not be able to go on vacation with you guys. The housekeeper just called and said that there's something urgent that we have to go back and take care of. Then I'll go back with you guys, Ye Zhuo said. Zhou Xiang waved his hand. No need. It's not easy to come here. You and Xiaoqing stay here and have fun. When your grandmother and I are done with our work, we'll come back and look for you guys. As Zhou Xiang said that, he went back into the house to change his clothes. After changing his clothes, Zhou Xiang went downstairs to look for old Mrs. Xin. Old Mrs. Xin had already packed her things and was sitting in the jeep. When she heard this, old Mrs. Xin's face fell. It's not easy to come out to play. Why are there so many things? Zhou Xiang quickly comforted old Mrs. Xin. Let's hurry back, we should be back soon. It's so annoying. Old Mrs. Xin discontentedly got out of the jeep. Zhou Xiang told Tsun Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, you and Searing stay here and have fun. Tsun Xiaoqing looked thoughtfully at Zhou Xiang and old Mrs. Xin. Zhou Xiang felt a little guilty from being looked at. Old Mrs. Xin stood in front of Zhou Xiang. Little brat, you're not allowed to bully Yezi. If you dare to bully Yezi, don't blame me for not recognizing you. Don't worry, I won't bully her. Tsun Xiaoqing continued to count the Buddha beads with the same expression. Old Mrs. Xin turned to look at Ye Zhuo and said with a smile, Yezi, this brat of our family is devoted to Buddhism and is about to become a monk. You don't have to be reserved when you are with him. Just treat him as your good sister. Ye Zhuo smiled and nodded. Okay.
Tsun Xiaoqing.
One dared to say it, and the other dared to answer it. Xiang, let's go quickly. Old Mrs. Tsin looked at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang nodded. Xin Shaoqing said calmly, I'll drive you to the beach. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, I'll leave the yacht to you. Your grandmother and I will go back by helicopter. As soon as he said that, there was a rumbling sound in the air. From far to near. Zhou Xiang said, the helicopter is here. Xin Shaoqing and Ye Zhuo sent the two of them to the door. Old Mrs. Tsin and Zhou Xiang got on the helicopter and waved at the two of them. Ye Shaoqing, you two have a good time. Ye Zhuo also waved at them. They got on the helicopter. Old Mrs. Tsin leaned against the back of the chair and said with narrowed eyes, I hope that Shaoqing will be enlightened this time. It's not in vain for us to put on such a show. That's right. This was just a show. Actually, there was no urgent matter at all. All of this was planned by old Mrs. Tsin in advance. It was to create more space for the two of them. Zhou Xiang looked at the scenery outside the window. Actually, I feel that young master has already fallen in love with Searing. It's just that he hasn't realized it yet. Mom, don't you think that we are doing something unnecessary? Old Mrs. Tsin said in disdain. With that blockhead of his, by the time he comes back to his senses, Ye Zhuo has already been abducted by other hogs. If I don't help him out, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Xin Shaoqing's IQ was 170 points. His EQ was at most 7 points. Waiting for him to wake up by himself? It would be better to wait for Mars to collide with Earth. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, You're right. Xin Shaoqing's personality had been especially perverse since he was young. Other boys had a crush during puberty. During puberty, he had actually seen through the secular world and started a vegetarian journey. All these years, if it weren't for the old lady Tsin stepping in to stop him, he would have long been accompanied by ancient Buddhas. Now that he had suddenly met a girl he was attracted to, it was normal for him to not be able to see the true nature of her. At this time they really needed someone to give them some advice. After old Mrs. Tsin and Zhou Xiang left, Ye Zhuo and Xin Shaoqing set off for the beach. Old Mrs. Tsin packed a lot of things that could be used on the beach. And they were all for 4 people. It seemed that the two of them really had something to do at the last minute and left. Ye Zhuo did not think too much about it. Although old Mrs. Tsin had always said that she wanted to set her up with Xin Shaoqing, she had not mentioned it for a long time. Moreover, Xin Shaoqing was someone who could see through the mortal world. Even if she could not control Xin Shaoqing's manhood, Xin Shaoqing did not have the heart to do so. It was very obvious. It was impossible between them. Just like what old Madame Tsin said, there was no need to treat Xin Shaoqing as a man. Xin Shaoqing sat in the driver's seat and turned to look at Ye Zhuo. Get in the car. Coming. Ye Zhuo opened the car door and got into the car. Ye Zhuo was still wearing that white swimsuit. The action of leaning into the car was just right in front of Xin Shaoqing's eyes. This familiar scene made Xin Shaoqing hurriedly look away. His ears were slightly red. The fabric of this swimsuit was too little. Not only was his waist and legs exposed, if he leaned over, he could also see. Fortunately, there were no other men on the island besides him. To cover up the awkwardness, Xin Shaoqing immediately started the engine and drove away. Soon they reached the beach. Ye Zhuo opened the trunk, took out the tent and beach umbrella, and prepared to set up camp. Xin Shaoqing took the beach umbrella from her hand. You go and swim. I'll take care of these things. Can you do it by yourself? Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows. No problem, Xin Shaoqing said. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. No need to stand on ceremony. Ye Zhuo really didn't stand on ceremony with Xin Shaoqing. He walked around the beach, even though he was standing on a reef and jumping into the sea. Bang! His perfect figure was completely hidden in the blue sea water. His body was agile like a mermaid from the deep sea. Ye Zhuo liked to dive freely. She liked the feeling of dancing with fish in the deep sea even more. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she could only play in artificial sea water. It was not easy to meet the real sea, so of course she had to have fun. The only flaw was that she could only hold her breath for 8 minutes at a time. If only it could be longer. Ye Zhuo swam to a group of colorful sea fish. These fish looked very good, and the taste must be very good. But they were too small. There were too many small fish bones, so they could only be used for viewing. Suddenly, Ye Zhuo saw a fat and beautiful grouper. He swam over quietly and directly locked the grouper's throat. After catching a fish, he just happened to float to the surface to breathe, and he also sent the fish back. On the beach, Sun Shaoqing had already set up the tent, and the tent and beach chair had been set up. At this moment, Sun Shaoqing was lying on the beach chair, twirling Buddha beads. At this moment, footsteps suddenly appeared in the air. Sun Shaoqing slowly opened his eyes and saw Ye Zhuo walking over with a fish in his hand. Fifth brother, do you think this grouper is fat? This kind of grouper is the best for roasting and eating. It can also be sashimi. You caught it. Sun Shaoqing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. It was the hardest to catch fish in the deep sea, especially this kind of grouper that was particularly strong. If one was not a professional diving fish hunter, it would be very difficult to catch fish in the deep sea with one's bare hands. Could it be that it was dead? Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. By the way, did you bring a bucket? I'll raise the fish. The weather is too hot, so don't stink later. There seems to be one in the car. Sun Shaoqing turned around and went to get a bucket. Sun Shaoqing brought a bucket over. Ye Zhuo took the bucket and filled it with seawater. He put the grouper in. The fish that was already dead began to plop when it came into contact with the water. It was not dead. Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated Ye Zhuo. Since she could catch snakes with her bare hands, she could catch fish in the deep sea with her bare hands. After settling the grouper, Ye Zhuo looked up at Sun Shaoqing. Aren't you hot wearing so much? The temperature at the seaside was almost 40 degrees Celsius. The sun was scorching hot, but Sun Shaoqing was still wearing his long robe. He was as elegant as a teacher who had traveled back from the Republic of China. Sun Shaoqing held a Buddhist bead in his hand. I was born this way. I don't feel cold or hot. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. There's such a thing? Yes. Ye Zhuo continued. Let me check your pulse. Sun Shaoqing stretched out his hand and rolled up his sleeves slightly, revealing his strong wrist. It just so happens that I haven't been feeling well recently. Help me take a look. Ye Zhuo stretched out his hand and placed it on his wrist. It was obviously July or August, but his hand was a little cold. Yet his pulse was no different from an ordinary person's. This was a little strange. Having lived for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Ye Zhuo had seen someone with such a physique. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly let go of his wrist. Is there anything wrong? Sun Shaoqing asked. Your health is very good. There's nothing wrong, Ye Zhuo said. Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly. Are you sure? Ye Zhuo nodded very seriously. I'm sure. Sun Shaoqing continued. But why do I have a feeling that something is wrong with me recently? I think I'm sick. Take a closer look at me and prescribe me 2 sets of Chinese medicine. Ye Zhuo frowned slightly. Could he have seen wrongly? He reached out his hand to touch Sun Shaoqing's pulse again and carefully felt it. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong. Everything is normal. Ye Zhuo let go of his wrist. Everything is normal? Sun Shaoqing was a little doubtful of Ye Zhuo's medical skills. Ye Zhuo continued. Judging from the pulse, there's no problem at all. You said that there's something wrong with you. What's wrong? Sun Shaoqing counted the Buddha beads and recalled his symptoms. Sometimes it feels like I can't control myself. My heart will suddenly beat faster and I can't breathe. He could barely breathe. Ye Zhuo frowned slightly. It sounded quite serious. Could it be that there was something wrong with her medical skills? Otherwise, how could she not see through Sun Shaoqing's illness? 1. Ye Zhuo had been single in his previous life, so he naturally did not know that this was the feeling of liking someone. When did these symptoms start? About 2 to 3 months ago, Sun Shaoqing answered. Ye Zhuo continued. Is there a pattern to the onset of the illness? Sun Shaoqing thought about it very seriously. It doesn't seem to be very regular. Sometimes it's in the morning, sometimes it's in the afternoon, and sometimes it's at night. Ye Zhuo searched through the medical knowledge in his mind. Then how often does it happen? Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads. It doesn't seem to be regular either. Sometimes it happens once a week, and sometimes it happens once every 2 or 3 days. Ye Zhuo reached out his hand. Let me take a look at your pulse again. Sun Shaoqing passed his hand over. Ye Zhuo carefully listened to Sun Shaoqing's pulse again. His pulse was strong and powerful, and it beat 90 times a minute. Not only was there no problem, but he was also very healthy. Strange. It was really too strange. Ye Zhuo fell into self-doubt. Can't you see anything? Sun Shaoqing asked. Ye Zhuo shook his head slightly. Other than being unable to control himself and having a rapid heartbeat, and being unable to breathe, are there any other symptoms? Sun Shaoqing's expression remained the same.
No.
This illness of yours is a little strange, Ye Zhuo said anxiously. I've been a doctor for so long, but I've never seen such a strange symptom. Not only had he not seen it before, but he had also never seen it before. Even the ancient medical books that Ye Zhuo had read did not record it. After saying that, Ye Zhuo continued, however, based on my experience, it shouldn't be a serious illness. Don't be too anxious. I'll go back and flip through the medical books. You should also go to the hospital to have a checkup. Sometimes, Western medical instruments can detect problems that cannot be detected by traditional Chinese medicine. All right.
Sun Shaoqing nodded.
Ye Zhuo looked at the sky. It's still early. I'll go for another 2 laps. Pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. Ye Zhuo turned around and walked towards the reef. Sun Shaoqing watched her back view. Those 2 long legs swayed in front of his eyes. Suddenly, the strange feeling of his heart racing and being unable to breathe came back.
Bang, bang, bang.
It was as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly. Even Ye Zhuo could not diagnose what illness it was. Could it be a terminal illness? 1. Ye Zhuo swam a few laps in the sea. Before sunset, he returned to the shore and prepared to go to the villa to take a shower and change his clothes before enjoying the sunset by the sea. Just as he walked to the shore, he saw Sun Shaoqing lying on the beach chair with his eyes slightly closed. It seemed that he was asleep. The hand on his abdomen was holding a string of bright red Buddhist beads. Tassels of the same color surrounded his fingers, making his already fair skin look as white as jade and giving off a cold light. His entire body was shrouded in the shadow of the beach umbrella. There was a coldness in his abstinence. He was clearly 1,000 miles away from others, but he was also full of temptation. Ye Zhuo looked down at Sun Shaoqing from above. He suddenly realized, this guy was really not ordinary good-looking. At least, in her previous life, she had never seen such a good-looking person. He had straight eyebrows, a very high nose bridge, and thin lips that were almost pursed into a line. How could such a good-looking person see through the secular world? Ye Zhuo was a good-looking dog to begin with. At this moment he could not help but bend down slightly. Looking closer, there was actually not a single blemish on this person's face. His eyelashes were long enough to be comparable to a girl's. Besides the sound of the wind and waves, Ye Zhuo could hear his breathing the most clearly. It was shallow, but it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this moment, Sun Shaoqing suddenly opened his eyes. Caught off guard, the 2 pairs of eyes met. Sparks flew in all directions. The atmosphere fell into a delicate state. Both of them were stunned. Ye Zhuo was the first to react. He tried his best to act as if nothing had happened. Fifth brother, I need to go back and take a shower. Give me the car keys. You know how to drive? Sun Shaoqing looked indifferent. Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. Sun Shaoqing handed the keys to her. Drive slowly. Yes. Ye Zhuo took the keys. I'll be back soon. The sea breeze whistled. Sun Shaoqing looked at her back and could not tell if it was the wind or his heart. It was also at this moment. Sun Shaoqing suddenly remembered that only when he thought of Ye Zhuo did he lose control of his emotions. His heart raced and he could not breathe. He took out his phone, opened his social media site and posted a post. Why do I suddenly feel like my heart is racing and I can't breathe when I see a person? Am I sick? No one replied to the post for a long time. So Sun Shaoqing set the reward of 3 gold coins. As soon as he set the reward, someone replied. Congratulations, your big brother day. You are sick and you are very sick. The name of your illness is lovesickness. It seems that your big brother day is very sick. The person who makes your heart race and you can't breathe must be a girl, right? OP, are you in love with her? And it's the kind of love that you can't extricate yourself from. OP's spring is here. Sun Shaoqing looked at these replies and frowned slightly. He was in love with Ye Zhuo? Love? Does loving someone make your heart beat faster and you can't breathe? Sun Shaoqing opened the search engine again and typed in a sentence. Does loving someone make your heart beat faster? Many people had asked this question. One of the answers had the highest number of likes. Yes. You will blush and your mind will go blank. Not only will your heart beat faster, in the dead of night, you will also think of her and dream of her. When you see other members of the opposite sex, you will unconsciously compare yourself to her. And besides her, you will not find any members of the opposite sex pleasing to the eye. I wish the two of you can get together as soon as possible and step into the hall of love. Looking at these answers, Sun Shaoqing twirled the prayer beads. Could it be that he really fell in love with Ye Zhuo? The answers on the internet might not be true, right? While he was thinking, the sound of a car engine rang in his ears. Sun Shaoqing raised his eyes slightly and saw Ye Zhuo getting out of the car. He was wearing a simple white shirt. It was paired with black trousers. 1. His aura was very strong, and there was a sense of valor in his cold demeanor. His half-wet hair was draped behind his head, and the sea breeze blew gently, forming a messy beauty. His white face was not covered with makeup, but it was so beautiful that it was insolent. I brought you a bottle of Coke. Ye Zhuo threw the Coke in his hand to Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing reached out and took it. Thank you. Ye Zhuo walked directly to the other side of the beach umbrella and lay down on the chair. He opened the cap of the Coke bottle and drank half of the ice Coke in one go. Sun Shaoqing also unscrewed the cap and drank a mouthful of Coke. The ice Coke was very stimulating to the taste buds. The taste was not particularly bad. Sun Shaoqing actually drank an entire bottle of Coke without realizing it. At this time, he had already forgotten that he never drank anything other than tea and plain water. He did not even drink coffee. If this was seen by others, they would probably be dumbfounded. The sun had gradually set in the west. The clouds in the sky had turned golden, covering the entire sky and reflecting on the sea surface, making the entire sea surface golden. The sea and sky were the same color. The fiery red sunset was right on that line. Occasionally, a few seagulls would fly by, adding some color to the beautiful scene in front of them. The entire scene looked very spectacular. Ye Zhuo lay on the chair and couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. This was something she couldn't see in that world. Sun Shaoqing lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at the sea. The scenery was indeed not bad. Ye Zhuo. Sun Shaoqing opened his mouth slowly and said in a low voice. Do you have someone you like? Sun Shaoqing asked. No, Ye Zhuo looked back in confusion. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Sun Shaoqing's gaze fell on the horizon in front of him. His deep eyes could not see the bottom. I'm a little curious. What does it feel like to like someone? Was the answer really the same as those on the internet? Ye Zhuo chocolate. You're just a monk. Why are you worrying about this? The air was silent for a second. I'm not a monk. Ye Zhuo continued. Anyway, you've already seen through the secular world. What's the difference between you and a monk? Speaking up to this point, Ye Zhuo continued. Have you really never been in a relationship before? Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads.
No.
Ye Zhuo turned his head slightly. Then I'm very curious. How did you see through the secular world? Aren't people like you who see through the secular world usually trapped by love? Sun Shaoqing continued. I just feel that people shouldn't live their lives just to get a wife and have children. What's the point of having children after getting a wife and having children? What's the point of this cycle? 1. Humans were not animals. They shouldn't be born for reproduction. They should live for themselves. What you said makes sense.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
This is indeed meaningless. I should learn from you. You also think that my thinking is right? Sun Shaoqing asked. I think it's very right. Ye Zhuo continued. Life is so long. No one knows which comes first, tomorrow or an accident. Time is short. You should live for yourself. Just like what you said, there's no need to get married just to complete the mission. What's the difference between this and a machine? Then will you find a boyfriend in the future? Sun Shaoqing continued to ask. Ye Zhuo shook his head. I don't know. Maybe not. Why? Ye Zhuo said. I'm not you. I've already seen through the mortal world. If I can meet the right person at the right time, I can still give it a try. Ye Zhuo was a person who was content with the situation. She did not look forward to love, but she also did not resist love. However, in her previous life, she was still a single dog when she was 27 years old. 1. In this life, it was probably very difficult to meet the right person. After all, she was a beauty. 1. The only person by her side who met her aesthetic standards was a monk. Hearing this, Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly. Ye Zhuo did not resist love. In other words, there was a high possibility that Zhou Zian and she were together. Thinking of the image of Ye Zhuo and Zhou Zian together in the future, Sun Shaoqing felt as if something had been knocked over in her heart. She felt very uncomfortable. Ye Zhuo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He jumped down from the beach chair and looked at Sun Shaoqing. Did you bring a lighter? Sun Shaoqing looked up at her. In the morning glow, her facial features seemed somewhat unreal. What do you need a lighter for? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, I brought a barbecue grill from the villa. Of course it's grilled fish. Sun Shaoqing took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to her. Ye Zhuo took the lighter, took out the barbecue grill from the car, and began to cook the grilled fish. At the same time as the barbecue, Ye Zhuo also used dry wood to light a bonfire. The night by the beach was a little cold. She sat in front of the bonfire with one hand supporting her head and the other holding the grilled fish. Her jade-like face reflected the light of the fire, making it even more vivid. Not long after, a strong aroma of grilled fish came from the air. Sun Shaoqing reclined on the beach chair with one hand resting on the back of his head as he looked at her. He suddenly thought of a poem. There are beauties in the north who are peerless and independent. One looks down on a city and another looks down on a country. It would be better to not know about the beauty of a city and a country. It would be hard to find a beauty again. At this moment, Ye Zhuo looked back slightly and handed over a grilled plate. I know you are a vegetarian, so I specially grilled some vegetables for you. I also use vegetable oil. Have a taste. How does it taste? Thank you. Sun Shaoqing sat up and took the roasting tray with both hands. There were grilled steamed bread slices, baby vegetables, cowpeas, leeks, and golden needle mushrooms on the roasting tray. Not only did it look good, but it also smelled very fragrant. Ye Zhuo took a big bite of the grilled fish. The grouper did not have any thorns, so he was very satisfied with the fish meat in one bite. He turned to look at Sun Shaoqing. How does it taste? I don't know if you can eat spicy food, so I put in a little bit of chili. Sun Shaoqing tasted a piece of potato chip and complimented him generously. It's very good. Ye Zhuo said proudly, of course. Don't you see who baked it? Ordinary people can't eat it. Sun Shaoqing began to eat the mantou. I'm very lucky. Night gradually fell. In a short while, the sky turned completely dark. After dinner, the two walked a few rounds along the beach. Although Sen Shaoqing had already seen through the mortal world, his thinking was not limited to eating vegetarian and chanting Buddhist scriptures. Ye Zhuo realized that whether it was future technology or ordinary chit-chat, he could pick up on it. Moreover, he had his own unique views. At the end of the conversation, the two of them still felt like they had met late. On the other side, Yunjing City. Ever since Yi Sun had asked Bai Wei out for dinner the last time, the number of times the two of them met had obviously increased. Yi Sun smiled and said, "We agreed that I would treat you to a meal this time. You can't go and secretly pay the bill again." "Don't worry, I won't." Bai Wei stirred the coffee in front of her. Yi Sun ordered the dishes. Bai Wei still ordered a vegetable salad. After dinner, Yi Sun invited Bai Wei to watch a movie. Bai Wei said, "I'm sorry. I still have 2 dance lessons this afternoon. Maybe another day." A disappointed look flashed in Yi Sun's eyes. "Okay then." Did he do something wrong that made Bai Wei angry? Yi Sun continued, "Where is your school? I'll drive you there." Bai Wei nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Seeing Bai Wei nod, Yi Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Since she was willing to nod, it meant that she was not angry. "What trouble is there? It's my honor to be able to drive you to work." The car was moving very fast. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an office building. Bai Wei said, "This is the place." Yi Sun opened the car door. "Let me send you up." Bai Wei smiled and said, "No need. I can go up by myself. Go do your thing." Just then, Yi Sun received a call from his secretary. It was quite urgent, so he got into the car. "Then I'll go back first. We can watch a movie together when we have time." Bai Wei sent him off with her eyes. "Okay, drive slowly on the road." When the black car disappeared into the traffic ahead, a woman in a blue dress walked out of the office building. "How far have you guys progressed?" Bai Wei turned to look at her. The gentleness on her face disappeared. "Sister Yi, I feel that Yi Sun will confess to me at any time, too." Hearing this, Li Yi raised her head to look at Bai Wei. "Are you that confident?" Bai Wei puffed out her chest. "Because I have the capital to do so." Bai Wei was very confident in herself. Because of her outstanding looks and good figure, it could be seen that Yi Sun had been charmed by her. Judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before she confessed. Li Yi smiled and continued, "After you become rich, you can't forget me." "That's a must." Bai Wei held Li Yi's arm. "Sister Yi, everything I have now is given to me by you. Of course, I can't forget you." "That's right." From the moment Bai Wei first met Yi Sun, everything was a trap. It was a trap set by Li Yi herself. Li Yi was not willing to be abandoned by Yi Sun. She and Yi Sun had been together for 3 whole years. Why did Yi Sun abandon her? She was the lady boss of Shandong Express Company. Since Yi Sun made her suffer, then she couldn't let Yi Sun suffer. After 3 years with Yi Sun, Li Yi knew Yi Sun's life habits. She knew what Yi Sun liked and didn't like, so it was easy for her to make Yi Sun fall in love with someone. At this time, Li Yi thought of her little sister Bai Wei. Bai Wei was beautiful and had a gentle temperament. It was easy to see that she was a good girl with good upbringing. No man could resist such a woman. So Li Yi found Bai Wei and planned everything herself. Bai Wei's name was not Bai Wei. Bai Wei's real name was Li Lanxiang, and Bai Wei was the name she changed later. She and Li Yi were from the same hometown. Bai Wei wasn't a dance teacher either. Her real job was the princess of the KTV nearby. Because of her good looks, she was very popular in the KTV, and there were countless admirers who came for her. But the princess was just a princess after all. After those people had a one-night fling with her, they abandoned her one after another. Although those people were generous, and a single night was half a month's salary for ordinary people, this industry was like eating the rice of youth. Once she turned yellow, there would be nothing left. Over the years, Bai Wei had gotten used to being extravagant. As the saying goes, it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Once she lost her source of income, how would she live? Bai Wei was already 30 years old this year. She was no longer as fresh and lovely as a 18 or 19-year-old girl, and her monthly income was more than half of what it used to be. Bai Wei sensed the crisis. She knew that she had to find a long-term backer, marry a rich man. However, as a princess, it was too difficult for her to marry a rich man among her past patrons, because those rich men looked down on this industry, and no man could tolerate his woman having such an unbearable past. They just wanted to play with her. But apart from those patrons, Bai Wei didn't know any other rich people. Apart from KTV, she had no other way to meet rich people. After all, her circle was only so big. There were ordinary men who pursued her, but she didn't care about those ordinary people at all. Could ordinary people buy her LV, Gucci, Chanel? Could ordinary people let her live the life of a rich lady who didn't have to worry about food and clothing? When Li Yi came to her door, Bai Wei knew that her chance had come. She would definitely be able to hook up with a rich man like Ye Zhuo. She would leap from a humble family to become a rich lady that everyone envied. Therefore, Bai Wei agreed to Li Yi without any hesitation and cooperated with Li Yi to put on a good show. Li Yi looked at Bai Wei and continued, "Lanxiang, it's extremely cold at the top. Now is the critical moment. You must not let your guard down and let Ye Zhuo discover anything. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted." Bai Wei nodded, her eyes flashing with pride. "Sister Yi, don't worry, I know." Who was Bai Wei? She had been out since she was 16 and had experienced countless men. Her acting skills had long reached the peak. She was usually best at acting. She knew what to do to attract the attention of men, and what to do to make them worry about her. Moreover, she also knew Ye Zhuo's life habits. As long as Ye Zhuo's habits became her habits, Ye Zhuo would definitely feel that there was a special affinity between them. It had to be her. The facts proved that. Bai Wei was right. In just 2 short months, Ye Zhuo already felt that there was a special affinity between them. It could be seen from Ye Zhuo's eyes. He had her in his heart. Li Yi continued. The people that Ye Zhuo cares about the most are his sister Ye Zhuo and his niece. Fawning over him is only secondary. Thinking of ways to fawn over Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo's daughter is the main thing. Speaking up to this point, Li Yi paused. As long as you get Ye Zhuo's approval and have her speak up for you in front of Ye Zhuo, then you don't have to worry about anything. Ye Zhuo is a very easy to get along with woman. She's quite simple. It's not difficult to get her approval and like. Li Yi had heard Ye Zhuo talk about Ye Zhuo more than once before. At that time, Ye Zhuo was still a poor kid who had nothing. From his words, it could be heard that Ye Zhuo respected Ye Zhuo a lot. Every time they went out to eat, he would pack a bag for Ye Zhuo. Even if Ye Zhuo was rich now, he would definitely not forget Ye Zhuo. Therefore, Bai Wei had to please Ye Zhuo. Bai Wei nodded. Okay, I got it. Usually, kind people would not have too many hearts. Bai Wei could even coax those smelly men. How could she not coax a housewife? And there's Ye Zhuo's niece. Li Yi continued. That niece of his seems to be quite smart. You have to be more careful in front of her. Hearing this, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Bai Wei's mouth. What does an 18 or 19-year-old little girl know? Bai Wei really did not take Ye Zhuo to heart. She was already 30 years old. Would she still fall into the hands of a little girl?
Li Yi frowned.
In short, don't let your guard down. Those who don't seem to pose any threat are the most threatening. Just like her back then. It was precisely because she looked down on Ye Zhuo. Who would have thought that a poor kid with nothing would suddenly become the boss of a courier company? Li Yi really regretted it. If she had not chosen to dump Ye Zhuo back then, she would be Ye Zhuo's legitimate girlfriend now. How could Bai Wei still have the right to interfere? Bai Wei smiled and said, Sistery, don't worry. She's just a little girl who hasn't even dried her milk. There's no need to take her to heart. I've been through hundreds of battles. What kind of stinky man have I not seen? Thinking of Bai Wei's experience and knowledge over the years, Li Yi did not say anything more and nodded. Then she said, Lanxiang, it's good that you know what to do. In short, before you get the marriage certificate with Ye Zhuo, you can't let anyone notice anything unusual. Bai Wei frowned. What's the point of getting the marriage certificate? Just get pregnant with his child. Don't tell me that he doesn't recognize his own flesh and blood. Ye Zhuo was already so old. He would definitely want to have a child of his own. Rather than waiting for the marriage certificate to be so troublesome, it would be better to take a leap into the sky. Get pregnant with Ye Zhuo's child. Who knew that once these words were said, Li Yi immediately rejected it.
No.
You absolutely cannot do that. Why? Bai Wei looked at Li Yi, her eyes full of confusion. Li Yi continued. Perhaps because of her sister's influence, Ye Zhuo is a very conservative person. He is very opposed to living together before marriage. If you want to maintain the image of a good girl in front of him, you must not have too much intimate contact with him. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Bai Wei looked at Li Yi in disbelief. No way, sister-y. During the years you were with him, did you not? Li Yi shook her head. Hearing this, Bai Wei sighed. I didn't expect Ye Zhuo to be such a good man. In today's society, who could be as restrained as Ye Zhuo? This sentence of good man deeply hurt Li Yi's heart. This man used to belong to her. Unfortunately, he didn't belong to her now. In the future, he would belong to Bai Wei. Thinking of this, Li Yi looked at Bai Wei. Lanxiang, congratulations. From now on, you'll be the lady boss of Shandong Express. Ye Zhuo will never betray you once you marry him. Bai Wei could hear the hidden meaning in Li Yi's words. Sister-y, you're the bowl of my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Ye Zhuo. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, you're still my sister. I won't let you drink soup if I get to eat meat. Bai Wei's words came from the bottom of her heart. There was no falsehood at all. After all, she and Li Yi were on the same boat. If she only cared about enjoying herself, Li Yi would definitely fall out with her. At that time, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, she would bring Li Yi along to enjoy wealth and glory. Hearing this, Li Yi felt a little better. You and I came from the same village. We grew up together. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have found you in the first place. Since Li Yi had found Bai Wei, she was prepared. The information in her hands was enough to destroy Bai Wei in front of Ye Zhuo. Therefore, she wasn't worried about Bai Wei betraying her. Bai Wei smiled and held Li Yi's arm. Sister Yi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come, I'll treat you to a meal. Also, Sister Yi, I'm no longer Li Lanxiang. You have to call me Wei Wei in the future. Li Lanxiang and the like. She was really a country bumpkin. All right.
Li Yi nudda.
The two of them chatted as they walked. Oh right, Sister Yi. Is Ye Zhuo living with his sister now? Yes. Bai Wei said again. You just said that Ye Zhuo was conservative because he was influenced by his sister. What's the situation with his sister? Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will always be victorious. She had to understand the situation clearly. Li Yi said. His sister is a single mother. Hearing that, Bai Wei frowned in disgust. She even brought a burden with her? Yes. Bai Wei said in a speechless manner. I can't stand living with an outsider after marriage. Ye Zhuo is already so rich. Can't he just give some money to get rid of his sister? Why did he bring his sister and that burden with him? In the future, she would marry Ye Sr. Ye Zhuo's money was her money. Why would she use money to support an outsider? Was it because LV and Gucci didn't smell good? Also, she couldn't stand the life of looking at an outsider's eyes. So, Ye Zhuo had to get lost. Li Yi turned to look at Bai Wei. She said very seriously, Lanxiang, oh no. Wei Wei, I have already told you just now. Ye Zhuo respects his sister very much, and he especially likes his niece. If you want to marry him, you have to please Ye Zhuo. Otherwise, no matter how much Ye Zhuo likes you, he won't marry you. If she accepted Ye Zhuo, she had to accept Ye Zhuo. Li Yi had been with Ye Zhuo for 3 years. He often said that elder sister was like a mother. Although Ye Zhuo was an elder sister, In Ye Zhuo's heart, she was much more important than elder sister. Bai Wei narrowed her eyes. Don't worry, sistery. No matter how stupid I am, I know I can't offend Ye Zhuo at this time. Do you want to please her? I'm not good at other things, but this is what I'm best at. She still had to act on the surface. It wouldn't be too late for her when everything was in place. No matter how good their relationship was, they were afraid of sowing discord. As long as the wind blew by her pillow was good enough, she wasn't afraid that Ye Zhuo wouldn't leave. Li Yi knew that Bai Wei wasn't the kind of person who didn't know her limits. After a few words of advice, she didn't say anything else. The next morning, Yunjing Island, 6 o'clock in the morning. Under the influence of his biological clock, Ye Zhuo opened his eyes on time and got up. The first thing he did when he got up was to go to the window, pull open the curtains and push open the window. In an instant the sea breeze blew in. It was very refreshing. Even his sleepiness was somewhat awake. Looking down at the scenery in front of him, Ye Zhuo suddenly remembered a poem. I have a house facing the sea with flowers blooming in spring. No wonder everyone yearns for this kind of beautiful scenery. The scenery in front of him was indeed pleasant. After standing by the window for a while, Ye Zhuo went to wash up, because he was preparing to go for a run. Therefore, Ye Zhuo changed into a set of sportswear. His jet black and beautiful black hair was tied into a bun, revealing the snow-white and beautiful swan neck. Ye Zhuo put on his white earphones as he walked downstairs. His expression was calm. As soon as he walked downstairs, he saw Sun Shaoqing reading the newspaper on the sofa in the living room. His legs were crossed. His back was straight. No matter when or where he was self-disciplined. He stood like a pine tree and sat like a bell. Although he believed in Buddhism and held a string of red Buddhist beads in his hands, his body was filled with the aura of an overlord in a high position. Ye Zhuo's eyesight was not bad. Even though she was so far away, she could still see that it was a newspaper printed with French. This was the world newspaper. She did not expect capitalists to read such a newspaper. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly and took the initiative to greet Sun Shaoqing. Good morning. Good morning. Sun Shaoqing looked up slightly. Why are you awake so early? Ye Zhuo pressed on his earpiece. I'm going for a run. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly and continued. By the way, what do you want to eat in the morning? You know how to cook? Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows. Sun Shaoqing said. There are sandwiches and milk in the fridge. Just heat them in the microwave. If you don't want to eat sandwiches, there are also buns and 8 treasures porridge. Ye Zhuo hesitated for a moment. Then I'll have the sandwiches and milk. Okay. Then I'll go for a run first. Go ahead. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the air on the island was very good. The sea breeze was gentle and accompanied by the chirping of birds. It made people feel relaxed and happy. The island was not very big. It would take about an hour to run one lap. Ye Zhuo began to jog around the island. The island was not only beautiful but also rich in products. Ye Zhuo even saw a few wild rabbits and wild goats on the road. Little fat sheep? The mutton was very delicious to begin with. The wild goat had not eaten any feed and was walking around the mountain. The taste would definitely be more delicious. Ye Zhuo seemed to see roasted lamb chops, braised mutton, spicy mutton, and roasted mutton leg waving at him. The lamb chops that were roasted until they were golden and crispy were dripping with oil in one mouthful. He was drinking a mouthful of spicy and sour lamb vermicelli soup. The taste was simply too beautiful. Ye Zhuo swallowed his throat, and his footsteps could not help but slow down. He quietly hid behind a tree and began to calculate how to catch the little fat lamb. Catching it alive would definitely not work. After thinking about it, Ye Zhuo still decided to give the little fat lamb a quick death. Thus, Ye Zhuo found a very round stone on the ground and aimed at little fat sheep's head. Whoosh! Bang! The stone hit little fat sheep's head and fell to the ground. He closed his eyes and stomped his 4 feet, leaving just like that. Ye Zhuo walked over and directly carried little fat sheep on his shoulders, walking quickly into the villa. The whole process was smooth without even a frown. Sun Shaoqing was about to go out for a walk. He saw Ye Zhuo's figure. Moreover, he was carrying a huge object on his shoulder. What was that? A sheep? Sun Shaoqing was stunned. He even thought that he was hallucinating. Didn't he go out for a run? Why was he carrying a sheep back? That fat sheep weighed at least 100 pounds. How did she carry it? Ye Zhuo looked at Sun Shaoqing excitedly. Fifth brother. Guess what I'm carrying? A sheep. Yes. Ye Zhuo continued. This little fat sheep is really fat. It's also wild. So it'll definitely be delicious when it's made into grilled lamb chops and fat lamb rolls. Unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy it. Sun Shaoqing twirled the prayer beads. Did you catch this sheep? Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. I happened to run into it. Sun Shaoqing really didn't expect Ye Zhuo to be able to catch a sheep. Sun Shaoqing was in a high position. Every year, countless daughters of wealthy families would come close to him. He had seen all kinds of women. But this was the first time he had seen someone like Ye Zhuo. No matter what time it was, she always had an indifferent look on her face, as if she didn't care about anything at all. However, she was able to display her skills in various fields, and she could do whatever she wanted. She lived freely. She did whatever she thought of and didn't care about the gazes of others. Ye Zhuo carried the fat sheep to the backyard and found a knife and a few utensils that could be used to store lamb meat. Sun Shaoqing followed her to the backyard. Ye Zhuo looked up at Sun Shaoqing. You should leave for a while. Why? Sun Shaoqing was a little puzzled. Ye Zhuo picked up a sharp knife. Under the sunlight, the edge of the knife shone with a sharp and cold light. Because the next scene will be a little bloody. You want to dissect it? Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. Sun Shaoqing said. Do you know how to do it? Let a professional do it. That's it? It's no big deal. With that, Ye Zhuo raised the knife and cut a bloody mark on the mutton belly. Then he swiftly peeled off the mutton's skin. It was clearly a very bloody thing, but Sun Shaoqing saw a peaceful harmony in his body. Ye Zhuo raised his eyes slightly. Aren't you going to avoid it? You're not even afraid of a little girl. Why should I avoid it? Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddha beads. But aren't you a vegetarian? Ye Zhuo said. Sun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. I'm just taking a look. It's no big deal. Then go to the kitchen and bring a big plate over. I want to remove the best part of the tenderloin. Okay. Sun Shaoqing turned around and walked to the kitchen. Ye Zhuo was probably the first person who dared to order Sun Shaoqing around like that. However, Sun Shaoqing did not feel that anything was wrong. After taking the plate, Sun Shaoqing asked, Is there anything else you want to take? Go get me another pair of scissors. Okay. So Ye Zhuo ordered Sun Shaoqing for the whole morning. At 10:30, Ye Zhuo dissected the whole sheep. He didn't want the internal organs in his stomach. Including the sheep's head, there was a total of 80 caddies of mutton. At noon, Ye Zhuo planned to boil mutton vermicelli soup and then roast mutton chops. Since Sun Shaoqing was not a vegetarian, Ye Zhuo planned to give him a mushroom sour and spicy powder. It would be fine with a plate of cold cucumber. With this thought, Ye Zhuo immediately took action. In a short while, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of grilled mutton. Ye Zhuo tried a piece of grilled mutton chop. The roast mutton chop was cooked just right. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. When he took a bite, the juice was overflowing. It made him want to swallow his tongue as well. As expected of a wild goat. This taste. It was simply too great. Ye Zhuo narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Sun Shaoqing stood outside the glass door and raised his eyebrows slightly. The taste of the lamb chop. Was it that good? After the lamb chop was roasted, Ye Zhuo began to boil Sun Shaoqing mushroom sour and spicy powder, and his own lamb vermicelli soup. The mushroom soup and mutton soup were prepared in advance. At this time, he only needed to add some vermicelli to cook. Monks did not eat onions, ginger, and garlic. Therefore, Ye Zhuo cut some coriander into it. Fifth brother, it's time to eat. Come over and serve. Coming. Sun Shaoqing hurried over. Ye Zhuo passed the mushroom hot and sour powder to Sun Shaoqing. This is yours. Oh right, this cold cucumber is also yours. Sun Shaoqing reached out to take it. The two of them went to the dining room to eat. Sun Shaoqing did not expect that the seemingly light vermicelli soup would taste so good. In a short while, he finished a whole bowl of vermicelli soup. After eating, Sun Shaoqing took the initiative to wash the dishes. There was no dishwasher in the kitchen. He had to wash them by hand. The noble Xian Fifth Master stood in front of the dishwasher for the first time in his life. Xian Fifth Master, who was famous in the business world and was a man of his word, was at a loss when faced with a pile of dishes. What steps should he take before washing the dishes? Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly. Ye Zhuo leaned against the door, holding an apple in his hand. He looked at Sun Shaoqing and said, I think you should squeeze some detergent first. The detergent was right beside him, so Sun Shaoqing squeezed a little. A faint light flashed in Ye Zhuo's eyes. Then, I have to wear an apron. Sun Shaoqing looked at the apron with KT Cat printed on it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Are you really going to wear it? Ye Zhuo hid a smile in his eyes, but the expression on his face was very serious. Of course I'm going to wear it. Otherwise, what if the oil stains my clothes? The pink KT Cat paired with the cold and abstinent CEO. TSK. That scene would definitely be beautiful. Seeing Ye Zhuo so serious, even though Sun Shaoqing was very resistant, he still picked up the apron and tied it on his body stiffly. Ye Zhuo was afraid that he would regret it in the next second, so he quickly walked over to help. Let me help you tie the apron. In less than 3 seconds, he helped Sun Shaoqing put on the apron. Sun Shaoqing had a very big frame and a tall figure. When he wore such a cute apron, his entire style immediately changed. It was very comical. Ye Zhuo held back his laughter and said seriously, This apron is really too suitable for you. Don't move. Let me take a photo of you. Sun Shaoqing. Why did he feel that Ye Zhuo was holding back his laughter very hard? Ye Zhuo took a few photos in a row. Sun Shaoqing looked up at her. Can I wash the dishes now? Go ahead. Sun Shaoqing turned around to wash the dishes. Ye Zhuo turned around and walked towards the living room. As soon as she walked into the living room, she could not help but burst out laughing. Sun Shaoqing turned around. What are you laughing at? Ye Zhuo looked at the television and said, I'm laughing at how silly the person on TV is. As soon as he said that, his laughter became even more unbridled. Sun Shaoqing. He suspected that Ye Zhuo was implying something about him, but he had no evidence. After washing the dishes, Sun Shaoqing brought a plate of fruit over. Peeled lychees and mangosteen, sliced pineapple, and sweet watermelon. Unknowingly, 5 days passed just like that. In these 5 days, the way Ye Zhuo and Sun Shaoqing interacted with each other became more and more natural and less reserved. Just as old Madame Sun had said, Ye Zhuo had now completely regarded Sun Shaoqing as a good sister. The island was only so big. In the past 5 days, Ye Zhuo and Sun Shaoqing had visited almost every corner of the island. Of course, the small animals on the island had also been hoodwinked by her. On the first day, she took Sun Shaoqing to catch coconut crabs. On the second day, she instigated Sun Shaoqing to dig out the bird's nest. On the third day, he brought Sun Shaoqing to look for wild honey. Now, even ants were scared to take a detour when they saw her. Fifth brother, I just called Grandma. She said that she and Aunt Xiang haven't had time to come yet. Why don't we go back first? Everything on the island was full of food, and they were tired of eating seafood. Ye Zhuo suddenly felt a little bored. Okay. Sun Shaoqing put away the newspaper. Then let's set off in a while. You go upstairs and pack your things first. Ye Zhuo said. Isn't the yacht driver not here yet? I can drive a yacht. You can drive. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly.
Sun Shaoqing nodded.
Then I'll go pack my things first. Ye Zhuo's things were very simple. They were packed in a short while. The two of them went to the yacht. Sun Shaoqing walked to the cockpit. Ye Zhuo also followed curiously. In her previous world, the ocean was polluted, and the seawater was corrosive. The yacht was an obsolete tool. Therefore, she didn't know how to drive a yacht. However, she did pass the driving test for a small plane. Sun Shaoqing sat in front of the driver's seat. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on the key, she skillfully started the yacht. After a short while, the yacht started to move forward slowly. It was clearly a very simple action, but it was somehow handsome, especially the way he held the steering wheel. Ye Zhuo looked at it seriously. Sun Shaoqing looked back slightly. Do you want to learn? Can I try? Sun Shaoqing stood up. Sit down. I'll teach you. Ye Zhuo sat down. Sun Shaoqing stood behind her and leaned slightly. His slender arm came around her shoulder and landed on her hand, controlling the steering wheel. The two of them were very close to each other. Ye Zhuo could even feel that his breath was right beside her ear. Between each breath, there was each other's breath. The rhythm of their heartbeats suddenly became chaotic. Focus. Sun Shaoqing controlled the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the other hand on the engine lever. This is the engine lever. Push it down. Ye Zhuo used one hand to push the engine. Sun Shaoqing continued. This is the speedometer. When the speedometer reaches 5,000 revolutions per hour, it can be started. It was very easy to drive a yacht. Sun Shaoqing taught Ye Zhuo hand-to-hand for about 10 minutes, and Ye Zhuo learned it. Sailing on the sea was more enjoyable than driving. Sun Shaoqing was afraid that she would make any mistakes, so he always stood by her side. The seat in the cockpit was very big. Ye Zhuo moved closer. Isn't it tiring to stand? Let's sit together. Sun Shaoqing leaned over and sat down. The two of them were very quiet. Sun Shaoqing leaned against the back of the chair. As long as he raised his eyes slightly, he could see the slender neck of that person. Looking down, he could see the exquisite collarbone and the ups and downs of it. After a while, Sun Shaoqing felt warm and thirsty. He stood up and said, "Be steady. I'm going out to get some fresh air." Okay. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. They came to the deck. Sun Shaoqing looked at the endless sea. He held the Buddha beads in his hands and recited the heart-cleansing mantra more than 10 times before he gradually calmed down. He had lost his composure. He had really lost his composure just now. In the past 30 years, he had never lost his composure like this. Fortunately, Ye Zhuo was focused on driving the yacht, and did not notice anything unusual. 2 hours later, the yacht was successfully parked at the dock. Sun Shaoqing's car was parked in a nearby parking lot, so he drove Ye Zhuo back. After a while, they arrived at the Ye family's residential area. Sun Shaoqing's gaze fell on the rearview mirror. The rearview mirror reflected 2 young men and women drinking milk tea. It's them again? 1. Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly. After getting out of the car, Ye Zhuo invited Sun Shaoqing to his home for a cup of tea. Sun Shaoqing was just being polite. In fact, no matter what request Ye Zhuo made, Sun Shaoqing had no resistance at all. He followed Ye Zhuo to the door. Ye Zhuo rang the doorbell. It was Xiao Baibai who opened the door. Welcome back, the most beautiful person in the universe, Xiao Baibai. We haven't seen each other for so many days. Have you missed the most intelligent person in the universe? Xiao Baibai. Ye Zhuo looked at Sun Shaoqing somewhat awkwardly. This is the robot at home. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. He looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he felt that this robot's tone sounded a little like Ye Zhuo's. An illusion? Little White immediately greeted Sun Shaoqing. Hello, distinguished guest. I'm the smartest Little White in the universe. It's nice to meet you. Hello. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. After entering the house, Little White was busy pouring water for Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing sat on the sofa and looked up at Ye Zhuo. Your robot is quite smart. Is it a robot butler? At present, only butler-type robots in the country had such intelligence. No. Little White carried water and walked to Sun Xiaoqing's side. It's just a cleaning robot.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Yes, it's just a cleaning robot.
Sensual.
Nowadays, even cleaning robots could serve tea and chat with each other. After sitting in the Ye residence for a while, Sun Xiaoqing proposed to leave. Just as he walked out of the apartment building, he saw the young couple just now standing in the pavilion by the side, watching the two old men play chess. However, from where they were standing, they could see the windows of the Ye residence at a glance. 1. Sun Xiaoqing frowned slightly, picked up his phone and sent a message. After that, he sat in the car, started the engine and left. On the other side, at the MU residence, Mu Yorong had been doing missions on the technology website for the past few days while keeping a close eye on Ye Zhuo's situation. Ye Zhuo's situation was getting more and more abnormal. The Ye Zhuo in her previous life was clearly a dumbass. But now, not only did he steal her position in the live streaming world, he also stole her college entrance examination champion position. If this continued, Ye Zhuo would definitely surpass her radiance and steal more things that belonged to her. Has Song Shiyu made any moves? Mu Yorong asked the system. Ye Zhuo was getting more and more out of control. If they wanted to get rid of her, they could only rely on Song Shiyu, that demon. Only Song Shiyu could make Ye Zhuo die an even more miserable death. Thinking of her death in her previous life, Mu Yorong laughed out loud and felt extremely happy. But there was one thing that Mu Yorong felt was not quite right. In her previous life, not long after she had met Song Shiyu had already made a move on her. Why did Song Shiyu not make a move in this life? Could it be that he was playing cat and mouse with Ye Zhuo? After all, Song Shiyu's entire person was abnormal and sinister. Blood and struggle could make him excited. The system said. This system has just checked. Not only did Song Shiyu not make any movements, he even arranged for people to protect Ye Zhuo. Protect? Mu Yorong frowned and said in disbelief. Are you sure it's not surveillance? If Song Shiyu had arranged for people to protect Ye Zhuo, she would not have died so tragically in her previous life. So, this was definitely not protection but surveillance. The system continued. I did not find any danger value on these people, so it's protection, not surveillance. That's impossible. Mu Yorong stood up from her chair. You must have made a mistake. Song Shiyu is a devil, he wouldn't be so kind to protect Ye Zhuo. It must be surveillance. In her previous life, she had died so tragically. Why did it become protection for Ye Zhuo? 1. The system must have made a mistake. Maybe Song Shiyu wanted to play a big game. He wanted Ye Zhuo to die even more tragically. The system won't make a mistake. Mu Yorong said. You seem to have made a mistake more than once, right? The last time at the live broadcast of Miao Yin's gala, you said that my chess skills were unrivaled, but in the end I still lost to Ye Zhuo. The system suddenly fell silent. Even it did not think of that incident last time. After a while it continued. Host, I feel that Ye Zhuo is not as simple as you think. You should focus on the technology world. Don't create trouble for yourself. No.
Ye zamosti.
Song Shiyu will definitely kill her. Speaking up to this point, a sinister glint appeared in Mu Yorong's eyes. At this moment, voices came from downstairs. It was followed by a sigh. These were the voices of Soldier Mu and Shun Rong. Mu Yorong frowned slightly. She suddenly thought of something. In her previous life, the Mu Corporation had probably encountered an unprecedented financial crisis at this time. Later, it was Song Shiyu who helped the MU Corporation to tide over the crisis. At that time, Mu Yorong thought that Song Shiyu really had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would Song Shiyu suddenly lend a hand? At that time, Song Shiyu was an omnipotent god in Mu Yorong's eyes. She loved him so much that she lost her rationality. In this life, Song Shiyu's gaze was attracted by Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was about to become her in her previous life. She was no longer Song Shiyu's prey. Song Shiyu would definitely not save the Mu Corporation for no reason. Without Song Shiyu, she had to think of a way to save herself. She could not let the MU Corporation fall just like that. Whether it was in her past life or this life, Mu Yorong did not have much talent in business. At this moment, the best method she could think of was to ask the system for help. System, what should I do? Host, I just searched for a new industry, ZY Corporation. ZY Group? Is it the ZY Group that produces adjustable temperature clothes? Yes. The system sounded a little excited. I didn't expect the humans here to be so smart. Even such high-tech technology has been invented. I'll give you a plan now. Take this plan and go find the mysterious boss behind ZY. I'm sure he'll be very interested in working with you. Once you cooperate with ZY Group and gain ZY's boss's appreciation, you'll be able to resolve the MU Group's financial crisis. All right. After resolving this matter, Mu Yorong hurriedly went downstairs. After not seeing Soldier Mu for several days, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Mu Yorong felt a little guilty. These past few days she had only been paying attention to that little slut Ye Zhuo, and had instead neglected the people closest to her. Dad! Yorong! Seeing his most precious daughter, Soldier Mu forced a smile. Mu Yorong continued. Dad, did something happen to the company? Soldier Mu was stunned. How did you know? Mu Yorong took out a bank card and continued. This is the money I earned as a streamer. You can use it to deal with the emergency. You don't have to worry about the rest. Just leave it to me. Soldier Mu's eyes lit up. You have a way? Mu Yorong nodded and said. Do you know ZY Group? I know. Soldier Mu continued. ZY Group is especially powerful. It's a dark horse in the industry. It's said that the boss behind the scenes is worth more than 12 figures. In the current business world, everyone knew about ZY. ZY was a legend in the business world and the technology world. Mu Yorong continued. I have a way to get ZY's behind-the-scenes boss to cooperate with us. Big Soldier Mu frowned. ZY's behind-the-scenes boss is very mysterious. He hasn't even shown his face when the group went public. Are you sure you can get them to cooperate with us? Mu Yorong smiled and said, I naturally have a way to meet him and gain his appreciation. You can just wait patiently for ZY to cooperate with us. Don't tell me that you still don't believe in your daughter's ability. Not only would she be able to meet ZY's mysterious boss behind the scenes, she could also make him fall in love with her at first sight and fall in love with her. 2. She could make him willingly give up everything for her. Mu Yorong was confident for a reason. Currently, there were not many top female entrepreneurs in the business world. She was beautiful and had an advanced plan in her hands. Those had no reason to not like her. Mu Yorong was very confident. But Big Soldier Mu felt that this matter was somewhat unreliable. That was ZY Technology Company. There were many enterprises in Yunjing that wanted to cooperate with ZY. But unfortunately, ZY did not even look at those small enterprises. Currently, ZY was cooperating with the Song Group, the Emperor of Yunjing. Mu Yorong wanted a share of the Song Group. This seemed rather unlikely. Big Soldier Mu continued. Yorong father knows your ability, but that is ZY after all. I heard that a few days ago the Zhang Group brought a proposal to work together, but in the end I didn't even see Zhao Yang. The Zhang Group was much larger than the MU Group. Their status in Cloud Capital was only second to the Song Group, but even the person in charge of the Zhang Group couldn't see Zhao Yang. Moreover, Zhao Yang was only a professional CEO, but he was elusive. Moreover, the person that Mu Yorong wanted to see was ZY's behind-the-scenes boss. Seeing that Soldier Mu was so worried, Mu Yorong continued, Dad, I never do things that I'm not prepared for. To tell you the truth, I have a proposal that can interest ZY's behind-the-scenes boss. As long as he sees this proposal, he will definitely cooperate with us. Speaking up to this point, Mu Yorong paused. Words have no basis. Please wait for me here for a moment. I will go and take down the proposal. You will understand after seeing it. After saying this, Mu Yorong walked upstairs. Shinrong looked at Mu Yorong's back and consoled. Old Mu, don't be anxious. Our Yorong is so powerful. If she says it will work, It will definitely work. In Shenrong's heart, her daughter was the most outstanding young miss of the entire cloud capital, a phoenix that roamed the 9 heavens. The other vulgar fans simply could not compare to Mu Yorong. What was a tiny Zy in her daughter's eyes? Zy would sooner or later become a thing in Mu Yorong's hands. Not long after, Mu Yorong came down with a document in her hand. Mu Yorong handed the document to Soldier Mu. "Dad, take a look at this." Soldier Mu took the document and turned to look at the servant. "Go and bring my glasses over." The servant immediately brought the glasses over. Soldier Mu wore his glasses and carefully looked at the plan. The expression on his face changed from calm to disbelief, and finally to shock. Unbelievable. It was really too unbelievable. Big Soldier Mu had never thought that Mu Yorong would have such a business talent. As expected of Big Soldier Mu's breed. No wonder Mu Yorong was so confident. It turned out that she had such an advanced plan in her hands. ZY Group was originally focused on future high-tech. This plan was simply tailor-made for ZY Group. With this plan, Soldier Mu would not only stop cooperating with the MU Group. When the time came, they would not be the ones begging ZY. ZY would be the one begging them. Soldier Mu was very excited.
Y Yorong.
"You're the mastermind behind this plan."
Mu Yorong nodded.
"Yes, this plan was the result of me staying up all night for a week." Staying up all night for a week? If it was an ordinary person, how could they have such perseverance? Hearing this, Shenrong's heart ached terribly. "Yorong, it's been hard on you. Why didn't you tell Mom in advance? Mom will send you supper every night." Mu Yorong shook her head. "It's not hard at all, Mom. As long as I can help Dad and our MU group, I won't have to work hard at all." Shenrong and Soldier Mu were extremely touched. Their biological daughter was still the most outstanding. How could that little bastard Ye Zhuo be able to do it? Soldier Mu stood up from the sofa. "Good. This is really too good. With this plan, we won't have to worry about Zui not cooperating with us anymore." The corners of Mu Yorong's mouth curled up into a smile. "Dad, my goal isn't just to cooperate with ZY. She wanted to make ZY Corporation's behind-the-scenes boss fall in love with her. Fall in love with her. Only then would ZY Corporation spare no effort to support her. At that time, the Mu Corporation would stand out in the business world of Yunjing. In a television series, wouldn't the female lead be surrounded by several male leads, and 2 male leads who were willing to give their all for her? She would be even more dazzling than the female lead in the television series. With this thought in mind, the smile on Mu Yorong's face deepened. Soldier Mu had already seen Mu Yorong's abilities, so he naturally would not doubt her. He walked over and patted her shoulder. "Yorong, Daddy believes in you. Daddy believes that you will definitely bring glory to our MU group." "Right, when are we going to ZY Group?" Mu Yorong said. "I'll arrange this matter. Dad, you should use this money to resolve the current crisis first. You must not mess up the people's hearts." Mu Yorong's bank card had more than 20 million. Although 20 million was not a lot, it could solve the urgent problem. In any case, the next matter would be solved by ZY.
Soldier Mu nodded.
"Okay, I'll go to the company now." On the other side, the Xian group. Sun Shaoqing was sitting at his desk reading documents. At this moment there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Sun Shaoqing said without raising his head. The secretary came in from outside. "Master 5. Speak," Sun Shaoqing said concisely. The secretary stood respectfully in front of the desk and continued, "Fifth Master, I've already found the 2 people you asked me to find." Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly when he heard this. He closed the documents and looked up at the secretary. "Who are those 2 people?" The secretary continued. "They're Song Shiyu's men." Song Shiyu. Sun Shaoqing narrowed his eyes. The scene of Song Shiyu sending Ye Zhuo off at the cocktail party replayed in his mind. The 2 of them standing together. It was really eye-piercing. What's Song Shiyu's motive? The secretary continued. "They were sent by Song Shiyu to be in charge of Miss Ye's safety." Sun Xiaoqing clenched the prayer beads in his hands. All right, I got it. You can leave now. The secretary bent down and walked out of the door. In the office, Sun Xiaoqing's tightly knitted brows never relaxed. Song Shiyu had a particularly gloomy personality. He was temperamental. He had killed his own father with his own hands when he was 2 days away from adulthood. What was the relationship between Ye Zhuo and him? Why did Song Shiyu arrange for people to protect Ye Zhuo? What exactly was Song Shiyu trying to do? After a moment, Sun Xiaoqing made a call. The call was quickly picked up. Hello, Master 5. Sun Xiaoqing turned the Buddha bead and said, send someone to keep an eye on Song Shiyu. Keep an eye on Song Shiyu? The person on the other end of the line was stunned. He even thought that he was hearing things. Why was he staring at Song Shiyu all of a sudden? The person on the other end of the phone asked uncertainly, Master 5, is it Song Shiyu from the Song group? Yes. Was it really him? The person was stunned for a moment before saying, all right, I'll make the arrangements right away. After hanging up, Sun Xiaoqing continued to read the documents. A minute later, he closed the documents again and picked up the lighter and cigarette beside him. Click. A faint blue flame shot out from the lighter and lit the cigarette between his fingers. With the cigarette between his thin lips, the familiar smell of tobacco instantly filled his entire mouth. Sun Xiaoqing walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror and looked down at the scenery below his feet. His sexy Adam's apple moved up and down and slowly exhaled a beautiful ring of smoke. The man's figure was slender and he wore a long buttoned-up robe. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window as if he was a king overlooking the world. He exuded a noble aura while he was abstinent. It was beyond one's reach. Soon, he finished his cigarette. Sun Xiaoqing took another cigarette. Unknowingly, in less than 10 minutes, he had finished half a pack of cigarettes. 2. Sun Xiaoqing did not have much of a craving for cigarettes. Today it was obvious that he had lost control. He could still puff out smoke rings from the cigarette, but the depression in his heart could not be released. Especially when he thought of Song Shiyu. He felt even worse. At this moment his phone rang. It was a message from WeChat. Other than the people close to him and Ye Zhuo, no one else knew about Sun Xiaoqing's WeChat. Could it be Ye Zhuo? Sun Xiaoqing walked over and picked up his phone. As expected, it was a WeChat message from Ye Zhuo. The depression in Sun Xiaoqing's heart disappeared in an instant. He swiped the lock screen and clicked on WeChat. Ye Zhuo. Did you go to the hospital? What did the doctor say? Was she concerned about him? If she had not sent him a message, he would have forgotten about this matter. Sun Xiaoqing's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied. Not yet. In fact, Ye Zhuo was really concerned about Sun Xiaoqing. It was because Sun Xiaoqing's illness was too strange. She was curious about what strange illness Sun Xiaoqing had. What other illness could she not diagnose? Ye Zhuo. Remember to let me know when you're there. Sun Xiaoqing. I'll be there in a while. Ye Zhuo. It's best to do a full-body CT scan so that it can be examined more thoroughly. Okay. After replying to Ye Zhuo's message, Sun Xiaoqing extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and walked out of the door. He suddenly felt the air was sweet. When the secretary saw him come out, he quickly stood up. Master 5. Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Inform Shaoli that I'm going to the hospital. Go to the hospital? The secretary was shocked. He had been by Sun Xiaoqing's side for more than 10 years, but he had never seen Sun Xiaoqing go to the hospital. Because he was especially sensitive to the smell in the hospital, even if he had a cold or a fever, he would never go to the hospital. Today, he actually took the initiative to go to the hospital. What was going on? Could it be that he was seriously ill? The secretary informed the driver Shaoli in surprise. When Sun Xiaoqing walked to the company building, the driver Shaoli was already ready. Just like the secretary, Shaoli was also very surprised. When the hospital director learned that Sun Xiaoqing was coming, he specially stood at the hospital entrance early to wait for him. He opened the VIP channel for him. "Cian Fifth Master, please come in." Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. As the deputy director walked, he asked, "May I ask what is wrong with you?" When he saw Sun Shaoqing tell him his symptoms in a serious manner, the deputy director was very nervous. When he saw a person, his heart would beat faster, his breathing would be rapid, and he would be unable to control himself. Wasn't this because of love? This master, could it be that he was here to make me happy? However, seeing how serious Sun Shaoqing was, it didn't seem like he was joking. At this moment, Sun Shaoqing continued, "Give me a full-body CT scan." Full-body CT scan? Since the big boss had spoken, the deputy director couldn't say anything more. "All right. Please follow me this way." After a round of inspection, the deputy director took the report form and walked in front of Sun Shaoqing. He smiled and said, "Master 5, congratulations. Your indicators are all normal. There are no problems." "Normal?" Sun Shaoqing frowned slightly and took the report form. "Are you sure?" The deputy director nodded. "Yes, I'm very sure." Sun Shaoqing continued, "Are there any hidden problems that haven't been found?" The deputy director said, "Fifth Master, don't worry. The machines that our hospital uses are all imported. There won't be any mistakes." "Then why do I keep feeling uncomfortable?" Sun Shaoqing asked. The deputy director considered his words in his heart and continued, "If I may ask, is the person who made your heart beat faster and your breathing faster a girl?" "Yes."
Sun Shaoqing nodded.
The vice president was stunned. Was Fifth Master Sun's EQ so low as to stand at the top of the pyramid? He didn't even know what she liked? He didn't know which family's girl was so lucky to be able to make Fifth Master Sun so worried. The vice president continued, "Aren't you sick? Then what is it?"
Sun Shaoqing frowned.
The deputy headmaster looked up at Sun Shaoqing and tried his best to be tactful. "This is probably because you have fallen in love with her." "Fallen in love?" Sun Shaoqing was stunned. That was what the internet said. And now the headmaster was saying the same thing again. Could it be that he had really fallen in love with Ye Zhuo? If you like someone, your breathing will become rapid and your heartbeat will quicken. After a long while, Sun Shaoqing finally spoke. The deputy hospital director adjusted his glasses. "Occasionally, I might even dream about her." Sun Shaoqing was stunned again. Yes, the deputy hospital director was right. Ye Zhuo had indeed been fond of running into his dreams recently, all the way until he returned from the hospital. Sun Shaoqing kept repeating the same sentence in his mind. "You've fallen in love with her." Sun Shaoqing sat on the boss's chair, puffing and puffing. In an instant, he had smoked a pack of cigarettes. At this moment, a WeChat notification sounded in the air again. Was it Ye Zhuo? Sun Shaoqing quickly picked up his phone and unlocked it. Unfortunately, it was not from Ye Zhuo. It was from his second sister, Sensual. "Shaoqing, when are you, Grandma and Mom, going back to Beijing?" Sun Shaoqing was about to reply. At this moment, he received a message from Ye Zhuo. "Have you been to the hospital?" Sun Shaoqing immediately replied to Ye Zhuo. "I've been to the hospital. The doctor said that I'm fine."
Fine.
Ye Zhuo was stunned at the other end of the screen. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with her medical skills. However, if Sun Shaoqing was fine, why would she have the symptoms of shortness of breath and rapid heartbeat? Take a picture of the CT report and send it over. Sun Shaoqing immediately took out the CT report, placed it on the table, and took a picture of it. Ye Zhuo opened the photo. Everything on the CT report was indeed normal. Her gaze landed on the ashtray in the upper left corner of the CT report, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. The monk still smoked? It seemed that he was quite addicted to smoking. "It's good that you're fine." Doghead, "Oh right, smoking is bad for your lungs. Although your lungs haven't been diagnosed with any problems yet, if this goes on, your lungs will definitely be blackened." Not letting him smoke? The corners of Sun Shaoqing's lips curled up slightly. Ye Zhuo was concerned about him, right? Okay. I'll quit smoking in the future. My mom asked me to eat. I'm going to eat first. Okay. Very soon Zhen Xiaoqing received another picture from Ye Zhuo. It should be her lunch. 7 dishes and 1 soup. The lunch was very rich. Zhen Xiaoqing immediately called his secretary. Send my lunch over. Send lunch? Didn't they say they wouldn't eat lunch? The assistant was a little surprised, but he still sent the lunch over within 10 minutes. Zhen Xiaoqing opened the lid and took a picture of Ye Zhuo and sent it over. Ye Zhuo opened the picture Zhen Xiaoqing sent over and raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected of a vegetarian. Other than bean products, all of them were vegetable leaves. Do you like to eat leaves that much? Eat leaves? Zhen Xiaoqing looked at these words and could not help but smile. Warmth appeared in his eyes. Because the leaves are delicious, fresh, and juicy. When Ye Zhuo saw these words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. If it was someone else, she would definitely suspect that the other party was flirting with her. But this person was Zhen Xiaoqing. Who was Zhen Xiaoqing? He was a monk. Did he know what flirting was? I don't understand the world of monks. Zhen Xiaoqing replied. I'm not a monk. Just because I don't eat meat now doesn't mean I won't eat meat in the future. Ye Zhuo teased. Wine and meat pass through the intestines of Buddha's heart? Just as Zhen Xiaoqing was about to reply, a video call came in. It was Zhen Yueya. Zhen Xiaoqing then remembered that he had forgotten to reply to Zhen Yueya. However, he did not answer it. Instead, he directly hung up and continued replying to Ye Zhuo's message. Yes, that's the reason. Ye Zhuo conveniently sent out a "What a retard Kumamoto bear" emoji package. Looking at this Kumamoto bear, Zhen Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. This bear seemed to be a little vulgar. It actually used profanity. What did Ye Zhuo mean by giving him this emoji package? Did he dislike him for being too stupid? My IQ is 170. When Ye Zhuo saw this sentence on the other end of the screen, he almost spat out rice. Sure enough, a monk was a monk. He didn't even understand the emoji package. After replying to Ye Zhuo's message, Zhen Xiaoqing then unhurriedly opened Zhen Yueya's dialog box and sent her a video. Zhen Yueya quickly received the video. On the other end of the video was Zhen Yueya's exasperated face. Zhen Laowu, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you replied to me for so long? Don't you know that I'm waiting for your reply? Zhen Yueya had an impatient and hot temper. Compared to the unsmiling Zhen Xiaoqing, she was from a completely different world. They didn't look like siblings at all. Zhen Xiaoqing said seriously, I was processing documents just now and did not see your message. Anga ridiculed. Processing documents. Processing documents. You only know how to process documents. I think you might as well just live with documents in the future. You deserve to not be able to get a wife until now. I think you are destined to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. In Zhen Yueya's eyes, Zhen Xiaoqing had always been a workaholic. He would either go to the temple to listen to the sounds of Buddha. Therefore, when Zhen Xiaoqing said that he was processing documents, Zhen Yueya did not doubt it at all. Zhen Xiaoqing continued, Second sister, what's the matter? Zhen Yueya then remembered the serious matter. When are you guys planning to return to the capital? Around September, Zhen Xiaoqing answered. Zhen Yueya narrowed her eyes. September? So it's true. What's true and false? Zhen Yueya had a wicked smile on her face. I heard Grandma say that she has found a beautiful wife for you, right? Don't listen to the wind and rain. Zhen Xiaoqing's tone was indifferent. Zhen Yueya continued. I also heard that my future sister-in-law is extremely beautiful. She is a rare beauty. She is 1,000 times, 10,000 times, better looking than Mu Yurong, who looks through the crack of the door. Oh right, let me show you this and this. These are all gifts I prepared for my future sister-in-law. The video was aimed at Zhen's jewelry desk. The entire jewelry desk was filled to the brim and could barely fit any more items. Oh right, does my future sister-in-law have oily skin or dry skin? I'm preparing to customize a set of skincare products for her overseas. I don't know what color lipstick she likes, so I bought all the lipstick numbers from Dior and Armani's family. Do you think this set of red agate jewelry looks good? I specially auctioned this set of jewelry at the auction house. I heard that the former princess of Country Y even wore it before. This red is the best color for a beauty. This set of jewelry will definitely look super good on my future sister-in-law. At this point, Sinyuya's eyes were almost sparkling. It was as if she had already seen her future sister-in-law. She originally wanted to ask old Mrs. Tsin to send a photo of Ye Zhuo for her to see, but old Mrs. Tsin refused no matter what. She said she was afraid that she would scare her precious granddaughter-in-law. Was she the kind of person who did not know what was important and what was not? Therefore, up until now, Sinyuya had only heard Ye Zhuo's voice and did not see him. She was dying of curiosity. She had been imagining what her future sister-in-law would look like. It was as if a cat's paw was constantly scratching her heart. Sin Shaoqing looked speechlessly at Sinyuya on the other end of the screen. He was just about to say something when Sinyuya retorted back. Are you trying to say that you're not getting married? Come on. Hurry up and say it. I'm recording the video. If you dare to say it, I'll take today's video and slap your face until it's swollen. For a dog like you, it's already good enough for someone to take a fancy to you. Grandma told me that my future sister-in-law is fair-skinned and beautiful. She looks just like the one who walked out of a painting. Look at you, you're old, you don't know how to flirt, you're a vegetarian and you don't want to get married. You can still see other than that face. What else do you have? Don't say that you have money. What can money do? Can money buy my smile?
Sen Shaoqing.
Seeing that Sin Shaoqing didn't say anything, Sinyuya was satisfied and continued the topic. I originally wanted to buy a set of diamond jewelry for my future sister-in-law, but Big Sister has already prepared the diamond jewelry. Sin Shaoqing was a 31-year-old bachelor. It was not easy for him to say that he had found a wife. The Xian sisters were very happy and each prepared a generous gift. Now, they were just waiting for old Madame Tsin and the others to return. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Speaking up to this point, Sinyuya looked at Sin Shaoqing and continued. Can you send me a picture of your future sister-in-law? Can you satisfy my curiosity? Sin Shaoqing raised his hand to look at his watch. I have an important meeting to attend, so I won't talk to you anymore. With that, he cut the video call. Sin Shaoqing knew this second sister too well. Sinyuya was very capable and talkative. Unlike other strong women, she was especially gossipy. Even when she was with a few old ladies, she could chat for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing that the video was hung up, Sinyuya was furious and sent the video to Sin Shaoqing again. You are not the other party's good friend yet. Are you going through the friend verification?
Sen Yayk.
This smelly younger brother really pissed her off. At the Ye residence, Ye Zhuo was drawing something with his head down in front of his desk. At this moment, Whitey's voice came from outside the door. De Zhuo, there's someone knocking on the door. I don't know who it is. Should I open the door? Let me open it. Ye Zhuo looked up slightly, put down the pen in his hand and walked out. Ye Zhuo walked over to open the door. Just as he opened the door, he saw Director Zhou and Gu Deking who was standing beside him. Ye Zhuo said in surprise, Director Zhou, Dr. Gu. Director Zhou said, Miss Yi, is it convenient for you now? Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. There's time. Come in quickly. Xiao Baibai was very observant as she went to pour water for the guests. Ye Zhuo brought Director Zhou and Gu Dinning to the living room. The house is rather simple and crude. Director Zhou, Dr. Gu, please take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Director Zhou looked around the living room. It was indeed very simple and elegant. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, a miracle doctor who cured cancer and the top scorer in Yunjing City's college entrance examination would have lived in such a simple house. What did he mean by indifferent to fame and fortune? This should be it. With the current conditions of the Yi family, it would not be a problem for them to live in a big villa and hire a few servants. Ye Zhuo continued. Director Zhou, Dr. Gu. Did you come here today to look for me for something? Director Zhou stood up. Miss Ye, the YKA drug that you developed has benefited all of mankind. Dr. Gu and I have specially come to thank you on behalf of the medical community and cancer patients from all over the country. Speaking up to this point, Director Zhou and Gu Denning bowed to Ye Zhuo together. Director Zhou, Dr. Gu, you don't have to do this. Ye Zhuo also stood up immediately. Director Zhou continued. Originally, a few experts from the medical community wanted to come with us. After they learned that you were unwilling to meet other people, they entrusted us to bring the glory and bonus that belongs to you. Gu Delying immediately took out a beautiful gift box. Inside the gift box was a trophy and an envelope with a check. Curing cancer was a matter that shocked the entire world. It was also a matter that benefited the entire human race. Therefore, the international medical community gave Ye Zhuo the highest level of commendation. Originally, they wanted to hold a commendation ceremony for Ye Zhuo. However, Ye Zhuo was too low-key and did not want to show his face at all. Therefore, they could only entrust them to send the trophy and the prize money over. Ye Zhuo took the things that Gu Denning handed over with both hands and said, "Thank you." Gu Denning smiled and said, "Miss Ye, we should be the ones thanking you." Director Zhou took out another check and said, "Miss Ye, this is a small token from our hospital. It's you who made us great. Please accept it." It was Ye Zhuo who pushed the First People's Hospital to a new height. Now the entire country and even the entire world knew about the First People's Hospital of Yunjing City. The First People's Hospital had changed from a Grade 3B hospital to the highest Grade 3A hospital. Regardless of whether it was a doctor or a nurse, their status had risen along with the tide. And all of this was due to Ye Zhuo. If it wasn't for Ye Zhuo, their hospital wouldn't have what it was today. At the moment, they had already agreed to build a bronze statue of Miracle Dr. Yi in Ye Zhuo's image and place it in front of the hospital's main entrance. Ye Zhuo rejected Director Zhou's check. "Director Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this sum of money from your hospital." Director Zhou said, "Miss Ye, you deserve it." Ye Zhuo pointed at the trophy and the prize money on the table and said, "That's what I deserve. A man's heart is not enough, and a snake will swallow an elephant. I really can't take this money anymore." Director Zhou directly placed the check on the coffee table and said, "Miss Ye, our hospital can only do so much for you. You must accept this money. Otherwise, Dr. Gu and I will not leave today." Seeing that he could not refuse, Ye Zhuo said, "Then how about this, Director Zhou? Please help me donate this money to the patients in need in the hospital." Although China was now a developed country, there were still a lot of people who went bankrupt for treatment. Director Zhou could see many people who gave up treatment for money every day. "Then I'll thank Miss Ye on behalf of the patients' families." "You're welcome." Walking out of the Yi family home, Director Zhou sighed. "Dr. Gu, Miss Ye is really an extraordinary woman." Gu Denning nodded. "That's right." Gu Denning had never seen a girl like Ye Zhuo. She was only 18 or 19 years old, but she was so amazing. It was said that the water was overflowing and the moon was full. However, there was not a hint of impetuousness on Ye Zhuo. Even though she had become the first person in the world to cure cancer, she was still as low-key as before. The fame, money, and glory that ordinary people pursued were not worth mentioning in front of her. She did not even bother to look at them. Gu Denning had never been so impressed by anyone before. Ye Zhuo was the first. Just as the two of them reached the parking spot in the neighborhood, they saw a man standing there. Seeing the two of them walking over, he hurriedly said, "Hello. Are you the owners of this Cloud P21589 car?" The car belonged to Gu Denning. Gu Denning nodded and said, "It's my car." The man said a little embarrassedly, "My surname is Yi, and this is my business card. I accidentally scratched your car when I parked just now. If there are any expenses later, you can contact me." Gu Denning looked at the business card. Ye Sen, the general manager of Shandong Express Delivery. She seemed to have heard Ye Zhuo mention that her uncle was a courier. Could it be that this was Ye Zhuo's uncle? "Are you Miss Ye's uncle?" Gu Dinning asked tentatively. Are you talking about my eldest niece, Ye Zhuo? Gu Dinning nodded hurriedly.
Hello, unleye.
My name is Gu Dinning, and Miss Ye is my life coach. Director Zhou also hurriedly shook hands with Ye Sr. Hello, Uncle Ye. My name is Zhou Gang, and I'm the director of the First People's Hospital. Miss Ye is an important person in our hospital. Next time you come to our hospital, we'll definitely open the VIP channel for you. Yi Sun was a little confused. Even after Director Zhou and Gu Dinning drove away, he was still standing in the wind in a mess. His eldest niece was really amazing. She could even subdue the director and doctors. He remembered that the First People's Hospital of Yunjing City had just been on the trending searches not long ago and had become a god in one battle. Currently, it had been upgraded to the only tertiary-grade hospital in Yunjing City. Yi Sun quickly walked home and saw a bowl-sized trophy on the coffee table. It was golden. Zhao, what is this? Ye Zhuo sat on the sofa and played with his phone. It seems to be a trophy. Trophy. Yi Sun quickly walked over and picked up the trophy. Did those two people just send this?
Ye Zhuo noted.
Uncle, did you run into them? Yi Sun looked at the trophy. There was a line of words carved on the trophy. The medical world directly awards trophies. Miracle Dr. Ye Zhuo. Saying this, Yi Sun finally realized what was going on. F***CK. My niece, don't tell me that the first person to cure cancer is you, Miracle Dr. Yi? It's me. Ye Zhuo was still calm. Yi Sun was really surprised. He did not expect that the person who had been on the international trending list for more than half a month and had become a god in one battle was actually his niece. Eldest niece. You're really amazing. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, that's a must. Why don't you take a look at who my uncle is? Yi Sun was coaxed into laughing out loud. He hugged the trophy and said, do you think this is pure gold? Ye Zhuo shook his head slightly. I'm not too sure either. Let me have a bite. Just as he said that, he leaned on the trophy and took a bite.
Des astérisques men.
There are teeth marks. It's actually gold. This medical world is really generous. This trophy weighed at least 10 kilograms. According to the current gold price, a trophy was worth about 2 million. However, no matter how poor the trophy was, it could not be pawned. Yi Sun continued. By the way, other than the trophy, are there any other rewards? Ye Zhuo said. There should be a check in that envelope. Yi Sun immediately put down the trophy and picked up the envelope. After opening the envelope, there was indeed a check inside. The amount of the check was filled with a string of Arabic numbers. A total of 50 million. Yi Sun turned to look at Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, you're a little rich lady now. Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of laziness in his clear voice. I was a little rich lady to begin with. Yi Sun smiled and said, that's true. Ye Zhuo's net worth had long passed the 12th digit. It was just that Ye Zhuo kept a low profile and wasn't willing to show off. On the other side, Mu Yorong brought the proposal to ZY Technology Company. Zhao Yong personally received her. Miss Mu, I've seen your proposal, but I still have to discuss it with our Yi. Mu Yorong's proposal was bold and innovative enough, and it was very in line with their business philosophy. However, they still had to wait for Ye Zhuo to see it before they could decide whether or not they wanted to cooperate with the Mu family. After all, this was a major event. They could not casually cooperate with each other. Mu Yorong drank a mouthful of coffee and tucked her hair behind her ear. CEO Zhao, I want to see your CEO Yi. I'll tell him the details of the proposal. Zhao Yang said apologetically. I'm sorry, Miss Mu. Our CEO Yi is not convenient to receive guests. If you have any needs, just tell me directly. I'll help you pass on the message. I'm not a guest. I'm here to deliver money to your President Yi. Mu Yorong continued. President Zhao, you're a person of true ability. You've already seen my proposal. I believe that you should be very clear in your heart what kind of benefits this proposal will bring to your company, right? Don't lose a partner just because of a small matter. The last sentence carried a hint of threat. Mu Yorong was determined to win this matter. Zhao Yang, who was not afraid at all, directly refused. In the end, Zhao Yang was only a professional CEO. He also worked for others. He simply could not bear such a risk. Zhao Yang had seen the plan. It was done very well. If the negotiations fell apart because of a small matter, the consequences were indeed not something he could bear. After deliberating for a while, Zhao Yang continued, Miss Mu, I still need to consult our director Ye on this matter. How about this, you go back first. If our director Ye agrees to meet you, I will inform you again. Is that okay with you? Yes.
Mu Yorong nodded.
However, there are some things that I have to say first. I will only wait for you for one night. All right. Mu Yorong turned to look at her assistant beside her. Let's go. The assistant hurriedly followed Mu Yorong's footsteps. After Mu Yorong left, Zhao Yang hurriedly contacted Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo had always been particularly attentive to the matters of the company. When she heard that a Miss Mu wanted to meet her with an excellent proposal, she immediately agreed. Let's set the time at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Okay. Zhao Yang nodded. After hanging up the call with Ye Zhuo, he hurriedly went to contact Mu Yorong. On the other end of the phone, Mu Yorong's face was filled with a determined smile. This result was within her expectations. Right now, she just needed to properly do her hair and do a facial treatment. Tomorrow, she would be in the best state of mind to meet the mysterious and unpredictable ZY behind-the-scenes Xiaoyi. Soon, the next day arrived. Mu Yorong, who was wearing exquisite makeup and a smart suit, came to ZY Group as a businesswoman. The front desk respectfully received Mu Yorong and brought her to the conference room. When they passed by the program department's cubicle, Mu Yorong suddenly saw a familiar figure. That was Ye Zhuo? What was Ye Zhuo doing here? Could it be that he was here to bring goods for a live broadcast? She did not expect that such a high-level company like ZY would actually hire such a low-level streamer like Ye Zhuo. It was really disgusting to death. Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes filled with disgust. It was fine if Ye Zhuo did not meet her today. Since he had met her, then did Ye Zhuo want to livestream ZY again? In your dreams. Even if Song Shiyu did not make a move now, she would still borrow ZY's behind-the-scenes director Ye's hands to make Ye Zhuo's reputation in the live broadcast world fall apart. In the end, Ye Zhuo was just a small live streamer. Once ZY made his move, she still had a chance to turn things around. Very quickly, Mu Yorong was brought to the meeting room. In the meeting room, Zhao Yang was already waiting inside. Miss Mu, this way please. Our director Ye is currently in the program department due to some small matters. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Mu Yorong lowered her head to look at her watch. I'll only wait until 10:30. I won't wait until it's past 10:30. She had the plan to move forward in her hands, so she had to make a proper posture. They had agreed that 10:30 would be 10:30. She couldn't just come knocking on her door like that. After all, it was ZY who was begging her to cooperate, not her who was begging ZY. Zhao Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, our COE is a person with a good sense of time. Since we agreed that it would be 10:30 p.m., she will definitely arrive on time. Ye Zhuo had already arrived. However, there was a problem in the program department. The headquarters' internal network had been hacked by an international hacker, and the data was in a mess. More than a dozen programmers had worked overtime for a few days, but they still couldn't solve this problem. After Ye Zhuo heard about this matter, he decided to try it out personally. At the program department, the secretary brought Ye Zhuo over. Brother Lu, this is the boss relative, Miss Ye. Miss Ye is especially talented in computer science. Tell her about the problem. In order to hear more different voices, Ye Zhuo had already instructed Zhao Yang not to expose her identity in front of everyone. Therefore, in the entire company, other than Zhao Yang and his secretary, no one knew Ye Zhuo's real identity. The people who were called Brother Li and Brother Lu were at a loss on the computer screen. When they heard this sentence, they were like people who had fallen into the water and grabbed the last straw. They quickly looked up. When they saw Ye Zhuo, the light in their eyes dimmed again. This little girl was pretty. But she was too young. She was 18 years old? She probably hadn't gone to university yet? How much did a high school student know about computers? At this moment, in the eyes of the two of them, Ye Zhuo was no different from a troublemaker. They were already busy enough to begin with, and now they had to entertain the troublemaker. However, she was, after all, a relative of the boss's family. They had to give her face. Otherwise, what if the boss blamed them? One of the bespectacled boys hurriedly stood up and said, "Hello, Miss Ye. I'm Li Hua, the back-end engineer. This is DBA Lu Chang." Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. "Hello." Lu Chang quickly told Ye Zhuo about the difficult problem they had encountered. Hearing that, Ye Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. "Let me try." Lu Chang and Li Hua cooperated and gave up their seats for Ye Zhuo. The secretary reminded, "Miss Ye, why don't you try again later? There are only 20 minutes left until 10:30. What could 20 minutes do?" Mu Yorong was still waiting upstairs. The secretary knew how important this collaboration was, so she could not let Mu Yorong wait anxiously. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "There's no need for 20 minutes. 10 minutes will do." She said it so simply that Lu Chang and Li Hua did not know what expression they should use. 10 minutes? They had been working on a problem that they had not been able to solve for the past few days. Yet she was able to solve it in just 10 minutes? This was too good at bragging. Were all the boss's relatives so arrogant? Ye Zhuo sat in front of the computer with an indifferent expression on his face. His hands pressed on the keyboard and typed rapidly. The speed of his hands was so fast that only a white afterimage could be seen. Fast. Too fast. The air was filled with the sound of the keyboard. Pitter-patter. The code data on the computer kept changing along with it. It was dazzling to the eyes. However, Ye Zhuo's face was still as calm as the clouds and the wind. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether it was true or not. Lu Chang and Li Hua, who were standing behind Ye Zhuo, were stunned. Strong. He was really too strong. They had thought that Ye Zhuo was bragging, but they did not expect him to have real skills. Those who knew the industry would look at the door, while those who did not know the industry would watch the show. Although the secretary could not understand the code, he could tell from the looks on Li Hua and Lu Chang's faces that Ye Zhuo was a professional. And he was a very powerful one. 10:18 p.m. Only 8 minutes had passed when Ye Zhuo stopped moving and looked up at Li Hua and Lu Chang. "It's almost done. Come and take a look." Li Hua and Lu Chang quickly walked over and sat in front of the computer. Half a minute later, the two of them looked up at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There were really no more problems. Ye Zhuo continued, "Are there any other problems? If there are no other problems, I'll go up first." "No, no more problems." Lu Chang stuttered. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. "I wrote a script on this main computer. If you encounter any problems next time, just open the script and you can handle it. If you have any other problems, you can call me. I left my contact information on the computer." 8 minutes. Not only did she solve all the problems, she even wrote a script. Just how strong is she? Even the best hackers can't compare to her, right? This time, not only Li Hua and Lu Chang were stunned, even the entire program department raised their heads to look at Ye Zhuo. Their eyes were filled with shock. No one had expected that the boss relatives would be so shameless. Most importantly, they were beautiful. Lu Chang nodded. "Okay, I got it." Whether it was Li Hua or Lu Chang, the two of them no longer dared to look down on Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo turned to look at the secretary. "Sister Wu, let's go up." The secretary nodded and followed Ye Zhuo's footsteps. After the two of them left, the entire program department was abuzz with discussion.
Des astérisques mènent.
"I didn't expect Miss Ye to be so amazing. It's fine if she's amazing, but she's so beautiful." If this were the entertainment industry, all the divas and movie queens would have to stand aside, right? What kind of relationship do you think she has with our boss? I think she often comes to the company. Could it be that she's here on behalf of our boss? I think it's very possible. The two of them sat in the CEO's private elevator and went straight to the top floor. Ding dong. The elevator's reminder sounded. Zhao Yang rubbed his eyes and said with a smile, "Our Su Yi is here." He knew that Ye Zhuo would not be late. Hearing this, Mu Yorong hurriedly sat up straight and adjusted her posture. She had to greet Su Yi in her best mental state. Xiao Yi was experienced and knowledgeable. A man like him would definitely have seen all kinds of women. But only she could give Xiao Yi a different feeling. She would definitely be able to make Xiao Yi see her in a different light. For today's meeting, Mu Yorong not only meticulously dressed up, she even put on a beheading male lipstick. Top, top, top. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Mu Yorong was inexplicably a little nervous. She had dressed up so beautifully, and had made ample preparations. What if President Yi was a fat pig with a big head and big ears? However, judging from the degree of respect Zhao Yang had for President Yi, he was probably not some fat pig with a big head and big ears. On the contrary, he was very likely a young genius. With this thought in mind, 2 streaks of red secretly crept onto Mu Yorong's face. Which girl didn't like handsome guys? If it wasn't for the fact that she already had 5th Masterson, this Xiao Yi was also a pretty good choice. After all, Zwei was also an enterprise with a boundless future. Unfortunately, after having 5th Masterson, this Xiao Yi of ZY was destined to only be a male supporting actor in a television drama. He would become an existence that served as a foil to her. Mu Yorong puffed out her chest and raised her head to look outside the meeting room's door. Through a layer of glass, Mu Yorong saw the familiar figure she had seen in the program department's cubicle 10 minutes ago. Ye Zhuo? Why was Ye Zhuo here? How could a lowly person like Ye Zhuo deserve to be in ZY's conference room? Could it be that she was also here to discuss a live broadcast endorsement deal? If Ye Zhuo could really win ZY's endorsement deal, it would definitely cause a sensation in the live broadcast industry. After all, ZY produced air conditioning clothes that could adjust the temperature. There was no other company in the world that could replicate this kind of high tech. Most importantly, ZY did not have any endorsers yet. Once the contract was successfully signed, Ye Zhuo would be ZY's first spokesperson. Unfortunately, this was impossible. With her around, Ye Zhuo did not even have the qualifications to step into this meeting room. Mu Yorong curled the corners of her lips and turned to look at Zhao Yang. Her eyes were filled with disgust. President Zhao, your ZY is a listed company after all. Why are you letting all kinds of random people in? Zhao Yang was stunned. He did not quite understand what Mu Yorong meant. What random people? Mu Yorong's gaze turned to the door. Look, isn't that it? I really don't like that little streamer outside. If you still want me to cooperate with you, then get her as far away as possible. What right did a person like Ye Zhuo have to sit at the same conference table as her? It was too degrading. Zhao Yang looked over in confusion. When he saw that it was Ye Zhuo, he hurriedly stood up and walked over. Without even thinking, he knew that Zhao Yang was definitely there to chase Ye Zhuo away. After all, compared to her, what was Ye Zhuo? Could Ye Zhuo bring huge benefits to ZY? Mu Yorong pinched her earring, the corners of her mouth curling into a smug smile. If Ye Zhuo knew that Zhao Yang was here to chase her away, he would definitely not accept it. He might even pester her and do something shameless. There were so many ugly things to do. Mu Yorong looked outside calmly. Thinking about Ye Zhuo's embarrassing state, the smug look in her eyes became even more obvious. After so many days, he finally saw Ye Zhuo make a fool of himself. But right at this moment, not only did Zhao Yang not chase Ye Zhuo away, he even whispered a few words into her ear before the two of them walked into the house together. Moreover, their attitude was very reserved. What was going on?
Mu Yorong frowned.
Could it be that without Xiao Ye's permission, Zhao Yang did not dare to chase Ye Zhuo away? At this moment, The two of them had already walked into the room. Mu Yorong's face was cold. CEO Zhao, didn't I already tell you? If you want me to continue working with you, then this unrated streamer miss, please immediately disappear from my sight. Zhao Yang smiled and said, Miss Mu, you've misunderstood. This is the founder of ZYCO Ye. Boom! Something exploded in Mu Yorong's mind. Mu Yorong's face instantly paled. CEO Ye? What did Zhao Yang just call Ye Zhuo?
CEO Ye.
Ye Zhuo was ZY's founder CEO Ye. What the hell was going on? How could Ye Zhuo be ZY's founder?
Impossible.
This was impossible. She was a reincarnated person with a system, yet she couldn't even start her own company. Ye Zhuo was just an idiot. What right did she have? Mu Yorong raised her head to look at Zhao Yang and pretended to be calm as she said, Director Zhao, stop joking. How can she be the founder of your company with such a person? She was joking. This must be Zhao Yang joking with her. This was not real. Zhao Yang frowned and said very seriously, Miss Mu, I'm not joking with you. Director Yi is the founder of ZY. Shua. Mu Yorong's face instantly turned pale. How could this be? Mu Yorong never would have dreamed that Ye Zhuo was ZY's founder. And she never would have thought that the person she wanted to please was actually Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo raised his eyes to look at Zhao Yang, his brows still looking the same. This is Miss Mu? Yes. Zhao Yang handed the proposal over. CO Yi, this is Miss Mu's proposal. Please take a look. Ye Zhuo took the proposal and casually flipped through 2 pages. A tiger's head, snake's tail. A heavenly stallion's imagination unrealistic. How can this be called an excellent proposal that has never been done before or since? Her voice was very faint, but it was extremely imposing. Zhao Yang immediately broke out in cold sweat. This proposal might be very excellent in the eyes of others. But in Ye Zhuo's eyes, it was just a few pieces of useless waste paper. After all, the system on Mu Yorong's body was created by Ye Zhuo himself. The plan the system gave Mu Yorong was all left over from Ye Zhuo's plan years ago. Mu Yorong stood rooted to the ground, her face alternated between green and white, her hands clenched into fists. She felt like a clown jumping around. She had made ample preparations to win the favor of ZY's founder. She had not expected ZY's founder to be Ye Zhuo. This time, not only did she not get anything, she was even ruthlessly humiliated by Ye Zhuo. In her past life and present life, other than the incident with Song Shiyu, when had Mu Yorong ever suffered such an insult? Ye Zhuo placed the proposal on the table. I don't have time to waste on these few pieces of waste paper. ZY will never cooperate with the MU group. Brother Zhao, send the guest out. Zhao Yang immediately did as he was told. Miss Mu, please. Mu Yorong raised her head and looked at Ye Zhuo with an extremely ugly expression. Ye Zhuo. Little b asterisk tch. Just you wait. One day, she would make Ye Zhuo pay the price. Mu Yorong turned around and left in anger. Miss Mu, wait. At this moment, Zhao Yang suddenly chased after her. What was Zhao Yang doing here? Could it be that Ye Zhuo was not CO Yi at all and the real CO Yi had already returned? Mu Yorong's eyes flashed with surprise. She knew that Ye Zhuo was not the founder of ZY. Mu Yorong had just stopped when Zhao Yang stuffed a document into Mu Yorong's hands. Miss Mu, I forgot to take your proposal. Mu Yorong bit her lip and held the proposal tightly in her hands. Her eyes were filled with humiliation, and she wished that she could strangle Ye Zhuo to death. In the meeting room, Zhao Yang looked at Ye Zhuo. Director Yi, I've seen Miss Mu's proposal. I feel that it might not be as bad as you say. Ye Zhuo did not explain. He turned on the computer in front of the meeting table and typed on the keyboard for a while. Then he connected to the big screen behind him. Brother Zhao, raise your head. Zhao Yang raised his head, his eyes filled with surprise. The big screen showed nothing else. It was the central point of Mu Yorong's document. Zhao Yang did not expect that Ye Zhuo would memorize the contents of the entire plan in just a few quick glances. Ye Zhuo continued. This plan seems to be tailor-made for our ZY, but it's actually not. Look here, here, and here. After careful analysis, it's not difficult to see that there are loopholes in all of them. It may bring our company temporary benefits, but that's only temporary. If you want to create a classic and leave a deep impression in history, you have to stand tall and look far ahead. Even though the system's plan was left over from her years of playing. But Zhao Yang had not experienced that era after all, and Zhao Yang was not her. Therefore, Ye Zhuo could understand Zhao Yang. Not to mention Zhao Yang, even if 10 people saw it, they would think that it was an excellent plan. After a long while, Zhao Yang finally understood. Ye, I understand. I was too anxious just now. He thanked Ye Zhuo for teaching him another lesson. Zhao Yang was a returned overseas student. In the past, he always thought that his professional knowledge was rich enough. It was only after meeting Ye Zhuo that he realized what it meant to say that there was always someone better than him. Compared to Ye Zhuo, he was just a fledgling kid. Ye Zhuo had taught him a lot of knowledge that he could not learn from textbooks. Currently, he was also growing day by day. Ye Zhuo was his music and also his life mentor. There is a process of adaptation to everything. Once you see more, you will naturally understand in the future. In fact, Zhao Yang was very talented in business, but he lacked some practical experience. Zhao Yang continued. Right, CEO Yi, the financial statements for the new quarter have already been released. Would you like to take a look at them? Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. Finance was a company's lifeblood. If someone tampered with its finances, they could take over the entire company. Therefore, Ye Zhuo paid special attention to financial matters.
Mu residence.
Soldier Mu was sitting in the living room, waiting for Mu Yorong's good news. At this moment, the sound of a bicycle engine could be heard from outside the door. Soldier Mu hurriedly stood up and went out to welcome her. As expected, Mu Yorong had returned. Yorong. Compared to Soldier Mu's beaming face, Mu Yorong's expression was extremely ugly. Dad. Seeing Mu Yorong like this, Soldier Mu's heart thumped. Yorong, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the cooperation hasn't been agreed upon? Mu Yorong's proposal was so excellent that ZY had no reason to look down on it. Just what was going on?
Mu Yorong nodded.
Yes. Soldier Mu's face instantly turned pale. Why? ZY's founder had some matters to attend to overseas and won't be able to return to the country for a short period of time. I sent the proposal to his email. The proposal he mentioned isn't suitable for their company. Mu Yorong did not want to mention Ye Zhuo. If Soldier Mu knew that ZY's founder was Ye Zhuo, then where would she put her face? Could it be that she, a true daughter with a noble bloodline, was inferior to a fake daughter who had taken over the magpie's nest?
No.
She could not just be trampled under Ye Zhuo's feet like this. Ye Zhuo should be the stepping stone for her. Soldier Mu's face instantly fell. Then what do we do now? ZY isn't willing to cooperate with us. Are we just going to watch our family's company go bankrupt? Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes. Dad, don't be anxious. I'll think of something.
Soldier Mu sighed.
At this moment, Soldier Mu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Yorong, don't you know Song Shiyu? Last time, he invited you to attend old Madame Song's banquet. How about? Song Shiyu rarely showed his face in the circle. He was 29 years old and had yet to settle down. Mu Yorong was the first member of the opposite sex that Song Shiyu had personally invited. This meant that Song Shiyu treated Mu Yorong differently. Looking for Song Shiyu? Mu Yorong frowned slightly. Wasn't looking for Song Shiyu the same as seeking death? However, Soldier Mu's words reminded her. Other than Song Shiyu, she could also look for Li Qiandong. She had been too anxious just now and had forgotten about Li Qiandong as a stepping stone. Li Qiandong had shown her that he was his bosom friend, so he would definitely not leave her in the lurch. Thinking of this, Mu Yorong raised a smile. Father, I can go find young Master Li. Young Master Li? Soldier Mu asked in puzzlement. Which young Master Li? Mu Yorong continued. It's young Master Li from the capital. Soldier Mu widened his eyes in disbelief. Yorong, you're talking about young Master Li. Who is by fifth Master Tsun's side? Yes, that's him.
Mu Yurong nodded.
Soldier Mu had long heard from Mu Yorong that she would marry fifth Master Tsun. After so much time had passed, Soldier Mu still thought that there was no hope for this matter. Who would have thought? Mu Yorong had actually made Li Qiandong favor her a lot. Li Qiandong was fifth Master Tsun's best friend to begin with. Mu Yorong had even conquered Li Qiandong, so conquering fifth Master Tsun would definitely not be a problem. It seemed that he would become fifth Master Tsun's father-in-law one day. Thinking of this, Soldier Mu's face was once again covered with a smile. Good. Very good. This was really too good. Once Mu Yorong married fifth Master Tsun, let alone the Cloud Capital, their Mu family would also have to split half of the capital. Mu Yorong went upstairs to make some preparations. She changed out of her business suit, put on some nude makeup and put on a light silk dress. She was prepared to meet Li Qiandong by chance. Li Qiandong looked like a playboy, but he actually paid quite a bit of attention to charity. He would occasionally go to the orphanage to take a look. According to the system's inquiries, Li Qiandong's itinerary this afternoon was to go to the Angel Orphanage not far from the city. Mu Yorong had to go over in advance to make preparations. In the afternoon, Li Qiandong and his secretary had just entered the orphanage when they saw a beautiful young woman playing chicken with the children. She was wearing a silk dress. As she moved, her dress fluttered in the wind, looking especially beautiful. For a moment, Li Qiandong was stunned by what he saw. Sensing Li Qiandong's gaze, Mu Yorong's eyes flashed with pride. She tried her best to make her movements and smile look more natural. If ZY's founder was also a man, then he would definitely be like Li Qiandong and become her subordinate. It had to be her, and she was willing to give up everything for her. Who knew? ZY's founder was actually that little slut Ye Zhuo. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered, Mu Yorong's gaze instantly became sinister and fleeting. Yorong! Li Qiandong tried his best to control his heartbeat and walked to Mu Yorong's side. Big brother Li? Mu Yorong pretended to be very surprised as she looked at Li Qiandong. Why are you here as well? Li Qiandong said. I'm here to see the children. Mu Yorong smiled and said, what a coincidence. I'm also here to see the children. The children at the side immediately said, Sister Rong often comes to see us. Actually, this was Mu Yorong's first time coming. The reason why the children said this was because Mu Yorong had given them benefits in advance. Mu Yorong had also promised them that if they cooperated well with her and finished today's performance, she would fulfill each of their wishes. Li Qiandong looked at Mu Yorong in great surprise. He knew that Mu Yorong was a kind-hearted and good girl. If she really was the green tea that Sun Shaoqing was talking about, would she have come to the orphanage to visit the children? 1. What a pity. Not only was Sun Shaoqing a little blind, he also did not listen to advice. Perhaps it was because powerful people had some flaws. And Sun Shaoqing's flaw was that he could not see people clearly. Li Qiandong continued. Yorong, your kindness will definitely be rewarded well. Mu Yorong looked into the distance, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. She frowned and said, I don't ask for anything in return. I only hope that these children can lead a better life. Moreover, not everything you put in can be rewarded. Seeing Mu Yorong's frown, Li Qiandong felt a little uncomfortable. Yorong, did you run into trouble? No, big brother Mu, what kind of trouble could I run into? Mu Yorong pretended to deny it firmly. The more Mu Yorong denied it, the more Li Qiandong felt that there was something on Mu Yorong's mind. He continued. Yorong, we're best friends. If there's anything, just tell me directly. As long as it's something I can help with, I'll definitely help you. Mu Yorong shook her head. It's really nothing, big brother Li. Thank you for your kindness. Really nothing? Li Qiandong asked, somewhat worried. Really nothing. Speaking up to this point, Mu Yorong changed the topic and continued. Big brother Li, do you know what my greatest wish is? What is it? Li Qiandong was very curious. Mu Yorong smiled and said, my greatest wish is that one day, There will be no orphans in our country. All children will be born into a happy family. Li Qiandong felt that Mu Yorong's entire being was glowing at this moment. One could ask, in this world where benefits were so important, how many people could be as kind as Mu Yorong?
So pure.
Mu Yorong sighed, then she said, "Brotherly, look at how cute these children are. I don't know how their parents were so cruel to throw them away. Perhaps they have their own unspeakable reasons? But no matter what happens, they shouldn't throw away their own children." When she said the last sentence, Mu Yorong let out a deep sigh, as if her heart ached for this group of children. Li Qiandong said, "People have thousands of faces, Yorong. Not everyone is as kind as you." Mu Yorong said somewhat embarrassedly, "Big brotherly, you speak too well of me. Actually, I didn't do anything. I was born into a wealthy family, and I was only doing my best." Li Qiandong said, "If everyone in the world thought the same as you, these orphans wouldn't be living such a poor life." Ye Zhuo was also very rich, but he had never seen Ye Zhuo donate a single cent to the orphanage. 1. Perhaps. This was the difference between people. Although Ye Zhuo was a god of technology and a live streamer that had become popular on the internet, she had always thought of enjoying herself. She had never thought that there were other people in this world who needed her help. 2.
Mu Yorong smiled.
However, Li Qiandong saw an inexplicable sadness in this smile. "Yorong, what's wrong with you?" Li Qiandong was very worried about her. Mu Yorong sighed and raised her head to look at Li Qiandong. "Big brother Li, can I give you a hug? Just a little." Since she had used Li Qiandong as a stepping stone, she naturally had to give Li Qiandong some benefits. From the way Li Qiandong was infatuated with her, she knew that Li Qiandong had been thinking about her for a long time. Li Qiandong was stunned. He had never expected that Mu Yorong would make such a request of him. Mu Yorong hurriedly explained in a gentle voice, "Big brother Li, don't misunderstand. I don't have any other thoughts. I'm just too tired and want to give you a hug." As she finished speaking, Mu Yorong immediately hugged Li Qiandong. The perfume on Mu Yorong's body seeped into his nostrils through every orifice. Li Qiandong's entire body stiffened. His heart beat faster and his face flushed red. What should he do? He felt as if he had fallen in love with Mu Yorong. But he couldn't. Mu Yorong was Chen Shaoqing's fiancée. He couldn't take away someone else's love. He couldn't. Mu Yorong hugged Li Qiandong just like that and rested her chin on Li Qiandong's shoulder. The corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a smug smile. Seeing Li Qiandong like this, she knew that Li Qiandong had fallen deeply in love with her. She knew that no one could resist her charm. Very soon Mu Yorong released Li Qiandong. Her eyes instantly turned red. "Big brother Li, I'm sorry. I lost my composure just now. I'll be leaving first." With that, Li Qiandong turned and ran. She knew that her goal had been achieved. Next, Li Qiandong would definitely find a way to find out why she was in such a bad mood. Li Qiandong was still immersed in the hug just now. After a long while, he finally reacted and turned to look at his secretary. "Zhuo, go and find out if something happened to the Mu family. Something big must have happened to the Mu family. Otherwise Mu Yorong wouldn't be so sad." The secretary nodded. "All right." It was not difficult to find out about the Mu family. Soon the secretary had an answer. He looked at Li Qiandong and said, "Young Master Li, something has happened to the Mu group. A project of the Mu group has encountered problems. The losses are severe and they are already facing a financial crisis. They are about to go bankrupt."
Li Qiandong frowned.
So that's how it is. No wonder Mu Yorong was so upset just now. Sigh. Mu Yorong was really too kind. Something so big had happened to the Mu group, yet she was actually unwilling to tell him. 1. If it wasn't for his meticulous care, wouldn't the Mu group be finished? Li Qiandong continued, "Get Director Qi to make some preparations. We will immediately start cooperating with the Mu group." The only way to stabilize the morale of the army was to work with the Mu Corporation to tide them over. All right. The secretary nodded. Before Mu Yurong reached home, Big Soldier Mu received a call from the Li Corporation, asking him to go over and discuss the matter of cooperation. Big Soldier Mu was overjoyed. His daughter was truly capable. Although the MU Corporation's crisis had been resolved, Mu Yurong was not too happy. Ye Zhuo was just a piece of trash. Why was he always suppressing her? And now, he had actually become ZY's founder. At this moment, Mu Yurong suddenly thought of Song Shiyu. System, is the person working with Y the song group now? Yes. The system replied. Mu Yurong narrowed her eyes, and the bottom of her eyes instantly lit up. Why did Song Shiyu cooperate with ZY? Just like why did Song Shiyu help the MU Corporation through the crisis in his previous life? This meant that Song Shiyu already knew that ZY's founder was Ye Zhuo. Song Shiyu did the same thing again. In her previous life, when she learned that Song Shiyu was the savior of the Mu Corporation, she had a good impression of Song Shiyu. When the Song family sent someone to say kiss, she agreed without hesitation. Soon, things were progressing along the path of her previous life. Soon Ye Zhuo would become Song Shiyu's guinea pig. Ye Zhuo would die a very pitiful death. Ye Zhuo would die without a complete corpse just like her in her previous life. Thinking of this, Mu Yurong felt extremely comfortable. She was waiting for the day when Ye Zhuo would be tortured by Song Shiyu. At the Xian residence, old Madame Tsin was chatting with Zhou Xiang. Xiang, do you think there was any progress between Shaoqing and Yezi on the island last time? Zhou Xiang nodded. I think there was. Hearing this, the corners of old Madame Tsin's mouth curled up into a smile. She continued. Do you think there were any scenes that were inappropriate for children when they were alone? Zhou Xiang was a little speechless. Mom, what are you thinking about? Our Shaoqing is a gentleman. He can't do those things. As a mother, Zhou Xiang knew Shaoqing too well. If he had any other thoughts, he wouldn't still be a virgin until now. You don't understand this, do you? Old Mrs. Tsin continued. Don't look at some people who appear to be pure-hearted and unlustful. They don't care about anything. Once they are enlightened, they will be full of evil thoughts. I know the men of the Tsin family too well. Back then, your father-in-law was also so gentle and refined. In fact, in the mainland he was very evil. Don't tell me that your man didn't have any fancy tricks back then. He was especially well-behaved. If he was really well-behaved, he wouldn't have had 5 children in one go. Zhou Xiang's face blushed suspiciously. Mom, what are you talking about? Old Mrs. Tsin said speechlessly. Look at you, why are you blushing? You're not a big girl. Just then, Tsin Shaoqing walked in from outside. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law immediately stopped the topic. Zhou Xiang opened the lid of the incense burner and was ready to change to a stick of sandalwood. Mom, Grandma. Tsin Shaoqing took the initiative to greet the two of them. Zhou Xiang held the sandalwood in his hand. Shaoqing, lend me your lighter. I don't have a lighter. Where's your lighter? Zhou Xiang asked. And Shaoqing said concisely, I threw it away. Zhou Xiang said in surprise, Why did you throw it away? Don't you smoke anymore? I quit. Tsin Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. You quit smoking? Zhou Xiang asked in disbelief. Yes. Tsin Shaoqing nodded slightly. This time, even old Mrs. Tsin was stunned. Tsin Shaoqing had been smoking for more than 10 years. He quit just like that. Why did you quit smoking? Zhou Xiang asked. Tsin Shaoqing said. Because smoking is not good for the body. Zhou Xiang and old Mrs. Tsin looked at each other. They could see the doubt in each other's eyes. They had told Tsin Shaoqing countless times that smoking was harmful to health. But Tsin Shaoqing had never listened to them seriously. He had been smoking for 10 years. Why did he suddenly stop smoking now? There must be something fishy going on. There must be something fishy going on. Shaoqing, why did you suddenly stop smoking? Did something happen? Zhou Xiang asked. Nothing.
Tsin Shaoqing walked upstairs.
Zhou Xiang turned to look at old Mrs. Tsin. Mom, do you think this is strange? Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Xiang, Do you think it's possible that Yezi doesn't like smoking, so Xiaoqing gave up smoking? Zhou Xiang frowned. I don't think so. Xiaoqing doesn't know that he has fallen in love with Searing. He can't even be bothered to listen to us. Would he listen to Searing's words? It should be impossible, right? Since Xiaoqing had yet to face his feelings, so how could he listen to Ye Zhuo's words? Moreover, from Zhou Xiang's point of view, since Xiaoqing was a very chauvinistic person, he would not listen to the words of a little girl. This was not in line with his style. Old Mrs. Tsin smiled and said, that may not be the case. What if this is really the work of Yezi? After all, Yezi is so outstanding. If that brat doesn't coax Yezi, what if Yezi doesn't want him? Old Mrs. Tsin was an optimist. No matter what, she liked to think in a positive direction. Zhou Xiang said, I hope it's what you think, but I think the possibility is too small. It's also possible that Xiaoqing himself realized that smoking is bad, so he didn't smoke. On the other side, Ye Zhuo thought for a long time and finally decided to confess to Bai Wei. He felt that Bai Wei was the girl he was looking for. Ye Zhuo bought a bunch of roses and planned to confess his love to Bai Wei at dinner tonight. That night, Ye Zhuo specially came to the restaurant 20 minutes earlier and prepared everything in advance. At 8 o'clock, Bai Wei arrived as promised. Bai Wei was still the same as before. In order to maintain her figure, she only ordered a vegetable salad. After dinner, Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Bai Wei took out a tissue and wiped her mouth elegantly. Ye Zhuo mustered his courage. Bai Wei, I know what I'm going to say next might be a little abrupt, but I swear, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. A smug look flashed across Bai Wei's eyes. Ye Zhuo was going to confess to her, wasn't he? That was great. Ye Zhuo continued. Bai Wei, I like you. I hope you can be my girlfriend. Speaking up to this point, Ye Zhuo took out the roses that he had hidden earlier. Bai Wei pretended to be very surprised. Ye Zhuo, you. Bai Wei, I really like you. Ye Zhuo handed the roses to her. I. Bai Wei hesitated. Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei with pleading eyes. After a long while, Bai Wei took the rose. Then let's try. Really? Ye Zhuo was overjoyed. Bai Wei, you accept me? Bai Wei nodded and continued. Have you told your sister about us? Will she not like me? No. Ye Zhuo said. My sister is a very good person. She will definitely like you. You will know when you see her. Bai Wei looked at Ye Sr. When are you going to take me to see your sister? Bai Wei really hoped to see Ye Zhuo soon. Please Ye Zhuo. Make Ye Zhuo acknowledge her. Ye Zhuo's conditions were too superior. God knows how many little girls were thinking of pouncing on him. If she didn't hurry up, what would happen if Ye Zhuo was snatched away by other vixens? Although she was beautiful and had a good temperament in terms of age, she was still inferior to young girls. Just last night, she realized that she was actually starting to have crow's feet. Ye Zhuo continued. My sister is really a very easy person to get along with. Don't worry, I will bring you back to see my sister as soon as possible. Not only was Bai Wei beautiful, but she also had a good personality. Ye Zhuo believed that Ye Zhuo would definitely like Bai Wei very much. Okay. Bai Wei nodded. Then I'll wait for you. Oh right, this is also for you. Ye Zhuo then took out a jewelry box. Bai Wei asked curiously. What's this? Ye Zhuo opened the lid. This is a necklace that I specially went to the mall to choose. Do you like it? This was a silver platinum necklace, an internationally famous brand. It could not be bought without 10,000 yuan. Bai Wei was someone who had worked in the underworld. She recognized the brand at a glance and quickly rejected it. Ye Zhuo, we just got together. I can't accept such an expensive item. To accept such an expensive item on the first day would inevitably make people suspicious of money. Only if she didn't accept it could she win Ye Zhuo's favor. Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei and said seriously, this is the first time I'm giving you something. Whether it's valuable or not, it's a token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, "If you really want to give me a gift, I want to choose it myself."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Okay. Where do you want to go? Just follow me. Bai Wei stood up.
Ye Zhuo followed her footsteps.
The two of them sat in the car while Bai Wei guided Ye Zhuo. Soon, the car arrived at a very lively night market. Ye Zhuo parked the car over there. "I'll wait for you here." Bai Wei pushed the door open and got out. Okay.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Bai Wei stood where she was and waited for Ye Zhuo. Soon Ye Zhuo came back. The two walked to the night market together. It was obviously not Bai Wei's first time going to a night market. She was very familiar with the environment here. Ye Zhuo was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to like going to night markets too." He had thought that a petty female like Bai Wei would definitely not come to a place like the night market. Seemed that he was wrong. Bai Wei was far more outstanding than he had imagined. Bai Wei smiled and said, "Actually, I prefer this kind of night market to shopping in high-end malls." Who didn't like shopping in high-end malls? Bai Wei had saved some money during her years as a princess in the KTV. Her favorite thing was to go to the mall and live the life of a rich person. She liked the feeling of being flattered by the shopping mall assistants. If it weren't for her acting for Ye Zhuo, she wouldn't have come to a place like the night market. Bai Wei walked to a small stall and picked up a necklace. "Ye Zhuo, do you think this looks good?" "Yes."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Bai Wei smiled and said, "Okay. Then I'll take this one." Hearing that, the stall owner immediately introduced enthusiastically, "This beauty has good taste. This is our most popular item this year. The style is novel, and it's sold out online." "How much is this?" Bai Wei asked. The stall owner said, 98 yuan. "This model is pure silver." Bai Wei looked at Yi Senior. "What are you waiting for? Pay up." "Pay up?" Yi Zhuo was stunned. He had thought that Bai Wei would bring him to the mall to personally pick it out. He had not expected that Bai Wei would only pick a stall that was worth a few tens of yuan. For a moment, Yi Zhuo's favorable impression of Bai Wei increased exponentially. It was really rare to see a girl like Bai Wei who was not material.
Ye Zhuo paid.
Bai Wei handed the necklace to Bai Wei. "Help me put it on." "Okay." Yi Zhuo nodded and took the necklace to help Bai Wei put it on. It was a very low-quality necklace. Bai Wei felt very uncomfortable around her neck the moment she put it on, but she had no choice but to pretend that she liked it very much. She smiled at Yi Senior. "Yi Zhuo, do you think this necklace looks good on me?" Bai Wei looked very pretty when she smiled. Yi Zhuo was stunned for a moment. "Yes." "Then let's go over there and have a look." Bai Wei dragged Yi Zhuo to the other side. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Bai Wei looked at her watch. "Yi Zhuo, it's getting late. I should go back. My mom will send a video to check on me later." "Check up on me?" Yi Zhuo looked at Bai Wei curiously. Bai Wei explained, "Although my parents aren't in Yunjing, my family's upbringing is especially strict. Every night after 10:30, they'll send a video to see if I'm at home." Yi Zhuo nodded to show that he understood. "Then let's go back quickly."
Ye Zhuo drove Bai Wei back.
Bai Wei lived in a high-end neighborhood. Soon, they arrived at their destination. "I'll go back first." Bai Wei got out of the car with the roses in her hands. "Drive slowly on the road." "I will." Yi Zhuo looked at Bai Wei's back and suddenly thought of something. He continued, "Bai Wei, wait a moment. Is there anything else?" Bai Wei turned around in confusion. Yi Zhuo took out the jewelry box. "Bai Wei, put this on." Bai Wei smiled and pulled out the necklace around her neck. "I already have this. But this was meant for you. If you don't want it, what should I do with it?"
Ye Zhuo sighed.
Bai Wei thought for a moment. "Give it to your sister. She's more suitable than me." Yi Zhuo smiled and got out of the car. "She'll be your sister in the future." After saying that, he stuffed the necklace into Bai Wei's hands. "What's given to you is yours. If you don't want it, throw it in the trash can." "All right, I'll go back first. Good night." Bai Wei knew that she couldn't refuse, so she didn't refuse. "Good night."
Ye sen drove away.
Seeing Yi Sen's car leave, Bai Wei put down the disguise on her face and turned around to walk to the other side. She didn't live in this upscale neighborhood at all, but in an ordinary neighborhood nearby. Bai Wei now lived with Li Yi. When she went back, Li Yi was sitting in the living room watching TV. Sister Yi. Li Yi turned her head and saw Bai Wei walking in with a rose in her hand. She was stunned, but she immediately reacted. Yi Sun confessed to you? Bai Wei was indeed a formidable person. The speed of her development was faster than she had imagined. Yes. Bai Wei nodded. A hint of jealousy flashed across Li Yi's eyes. It was fleeting. Yes. How could she not be jealous? Yi Sun was her boyfriend in the past after all. But so what if she was jealous? Bai Wei smiled and walked to Li Yi's side. Sister Yi, look. This is the necklace Yi San gave me. I'm giving it to you now. This could be considered as comforting. Bai Wei knew the logic of a dead lip and a cold tooth. Li Yi was unhappy. Then her good days would come to an end. Li Yi asked doubtfully, giving it to me? Bai Wei nodded. Yes, giving it to you. Sister Yi, everything that I have now is given to me by you. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? We agreed to share happiness together. This necklace is just the beginning. But this is something Yi Sun gave you. What if Yi Sun asks about it? Li Yi said. Bai Wei pulled out the necklace around her neck. I'll wear this one. Anyway, she was a simple person. Wearing such an expensive necklace would ruin her character. Li Yi narrowed her eyes. I don't think the quality of your necklace is very good. Bai Wei smiled and said, Sister Yi has good taste. I bought this necklace from a street stall. Although it's uncomfortable to wear, I think Yi Sun likes it. Li Yi was not an idiot. She immediately understood the trick and took the jewelry box from Bai Wei. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Every woman pursued big brands. Li Yi had liked this brand of necklaces for a long time. Bai Wei put the roses aside. No need to stand on ceremony. What's mine from now on is yours. Compared to Yi Sen's wealth, a 10,000 yuan necklace was nothing. Bai Wei really did not care. Li Yi took the necklace and was in a better mood. Did Yi Sun say when he would bring you to meet his parents? Bai Wei shook her head. He didn't say when exactly, but he has a very good impression of me. I think it will only happen during this period of time. Remember to perform well when the time comes, Li Yi reminded. Don't worry. Bai Wei smiled and said, I know what to do. Li Yi nodded, and a calculative look flashed in her eyes. That's good. On the other side, Yi Sun was in high spirits at happy events. On the way home, he even bought a fried chicken and iced Coke. Yi Zhuo happened to come back from the restaurant and bumped into Yi Sun at the entrance of the apartment building. Cease. Yi Sun hummed a little tune to greet her. Yi Zhuo saw the smile in Yi Sun's eyes. What good thing happened? Yi Sun pretended to be mysterious and said, Sister, guess. Did you sign a big ticket?
Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Sen.
No, Yi Sun shook his head. Yi Zhuo looked at him. Did you win the lottery? The two of them walked and talked. After a while, they reached the door of their house. Yi Sun reached out and knocked on the door. No, I stopped buying lottery tickets a long time ago. Sister, guess again. Yi Sun used to have dreams of getting rich overnight, so he often bought lottery tickets. Ever since he took over Shandong Express, he had been focused on the company and never bought lottery tickets again. None of these were true. Could it be?
Ye Zhuo narrowed her eyes.
Are you in a relationship? Sister. Yi Sun was amused. You are so smart. You are indeed my biological sister. Just then Little White opened the door from the inside. Yi Sun let Little White take the slippers. After changing the slippers, Yi Zhuo looked at Yi Sun and said in disbelief, Really? You really found a girlfriend? After the incident with Li Yi, Yi Zhuo thought that Yi Sun would need a long time to recover from that relationship. She didn't expect it to be so fast. Yes, I really did.
Ye Sen nodded.
Yi Zhuo immediately asked, Where is the girl from? How old is she? What does she do? As her elder sister, Ye Zhuo was most worried about Yi Sen's life. When she heard the news, she was quite happy. Yi Sen put the fried chicken on the table. She is a local of Yunjing. She is 28 years old this year and is a dance teacher. Nice to meet you, teacher. Teacher teaches and educates people. She's reasonable and is the gardener of our country. Ye Zhuo continued. By the way, how long have you two been in a relationship? Have you met her family? Yi Sen continued. We've known each other for almost 3 months and only confirmed our relationship today. She's a very simple girl. At this moment, Ye Zhuo walked out of the house with a popsicle in his mouth. Mom, uncle, what are you guys talking about? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Zhuo, your uncle found you an aunt. Aunt? Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? Yi Sen pulled out a large drumstick and handed it to Ye Zhuo. Of course it's true. How can such a thing be fake? Uncle, how long have you known each other? Yi Sen smiled and said, Why do you two like to ask the same question? I've known her for almost 3 months. Ye Zhuo frowned slightly. You've only known her for less than 3 months and you've already confirmed your relationship? Uncle, you've already suffered a loss once. This time you must keep your eyes wide open. The incident with Li Yi made Yi Sen sad for a long time. It had only been 3 months. How could he know the other party's background? What if he was deceived again? Yi Sen said, Eldest niece, don't worry. I definitely didn't misjudge the person this time. Uncle, the word bad person won't be carved on the face of a bad person. Ye Zhuo took a bite of the drumstick and casually put the popsicle on the table. Ye Zhuo continued. Zhuo is right. Some people hide their thoughts very deeply. Oh right, how did you two meet? Yi Sen talked about how he met Bai Wei. He patted his chest and said, Sister Zhuo, don't worry. Although Bai Wei and I have only known each other for a few months, Bai Wei is really not the kind of person you think she is. You will know when you see her. I believe that when you see her, you will immediately fall in love with her. Bai Wei is the kind of person who makes people feel very comfortable at a glance. Yi Sen believed that Bai Wei was not the kind of evil woman who was blinded by greed. If Bai Wei was really that kind of person, she would not have gone to the carpet tonight to pick out a necklace that was worth dozens of dollars. She could have gone to the mall to pick out an expensive necklace. But she did not. Although Yi Sen had made a solemn vow, Ye Zhuo still did not have a good impression of Bai Wei, whom he had never met before. It's said that looks are born from the heart, but that's not the case. Some people may look bitter and mean, but they are actually kind-hearted and very easy to get along with. On the contrary, some people may look very kind-hearted, but they are not necessarily kind-hearted. Ye Zhuo had lived for 2 lifetimes, so what kind of people had he not seen before? She always felt that Yi Sen and Bai Wei's meeting was too coincidental. After all, there was another word called hypocrisy. I think what Zhuo said is very right. Ye Zhuo nodded. Yi Sen, you've only known each other for 3 months, so you don't know each other very well. There are some things that you should pay more attention to. Observe her personality and see if it's as you imagine. Yi Sen liked Bai Wei very much and had never doubted Bai Wei. Sister Zhuo, I can assure you that Bai Wei is not that kind of material girl. She doesn't want money, she doesn't want money. I know it's useless to say anything now. When you meet her, you'll know that I'm not lying. Since Bai Wei could live in a high-end residential area, it meant that she did not lack money at all. Since she did not lack money, why would she need money? Ye Zhuo was quite curious about Bai Wei. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Uncle, when are you going to bring her back for us to see? Yi Sen smiled and said, Since you want to see your future aunt so much, I'll find a time to bring her back for you to see. Beijing. The summer vacation was already halfway over. Lindsay knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to make another trip to Yunjing. Lindsay carried the pastries that he had personally made to old Mrs. Lin's room. Grandma, Aze is here. Old Mrs. Lin sat up from the bed. The weather in Beijing had been bad recently. Her rheumatism had been acting up, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Lindsay walked to the bedside and sat down. He handed the pastry to old Mrs. Lin. Grandma, this is my first time learning how to make pastries. Please try it. I know you have bad teeth, so I specially made it soft. In order to make old Mrs. Lin happy, not only did she have to know how to say nice things, but she also had to know how to do nice things. Old Mrs. Lin smiled and picked up a piece of pastry. She smiled and said, "As long as it's made by Aze, I like to eat it." When the pastry entered her mouth, it was soft and melted immediately. The taste was very good. From this, it could be seen that Lindsay had also spent a lot of effort on the pastry. Old Mrs. Lin was full of praise. Lindsay considered his words in his heart. Instead of sneaking off to Cloud Capital, he might as well tell old Mrs. Lin openly, "Grandma Motzi, Fat Tiger, and Dog 2 are going to form a group to go to Cloud Capital to play. I want to go too." Yunjing? Old Lady Lin frowned and her expression instantly turned ugly. She immediately put down the pastry in her hand and asked, "What are you going to Yunjing for?" Lindsay was stunned and said somewhat at a loss, "Did I make you angry in some way? Or is there a problem with going to Yunjing?" Only then did old Lady Lin realize that her reaction was a little too extreme. After all, Lindsay still did not know anything. Thinking of this, old Madame Lin's expression eased up a little. She continued, "Yunjing is a poor place with no birds in the sky. It's not even half the size of our capital. What's there to be fun about? Unruly people came out of the mountains and rivers. Ye Zhuo was one of them." Lindsay continued, "Actually, the fairy peak in Yunjing is quite fun. Unfortunately, I only played half of it last time. Oh right, Grandma, I also heard that there is a very effective temple in Yunjing. Your health is not good, so I want to go to that temple and burn some incense so that the Bodhisattva can bless your health and live a long life. Motzi, Fat Tiger, and Buttface are all going to burn incense and pray for their grandma. Other grandmas have some, but my grandma must have some too." Hearing this, old Mrs. Lin was extremely touched. So the child wanted to be filial to her. When one was old, they wanted to see the younger generation be filial to them the most. "Grandma, I've never done anything for you in my entire life. Please let me go." Old Mrs. Lin looked at Lindsay. "How many days are you guys going to spend there?" "About 10 days, Lindsay replied. 10 days, is that long?" Old Mrs. Lin frowned. Lindsay continued, "There are many tourist attractions in Yunjing that are worth checking out. 10 days isn't much. Grandma, I know you're worried about me, but I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." Old Mrs. Lin hesitated for a moment. She was afraid that Lindsay would run into Ye Zhuo in Yunjing, and she was also afraid that if she didn't agree to Lindsay's request, Lindsay would let his imagination run wild. It had already been so many years. Perhaps Ye Zhuo was no longer in the Cloud Capital? Besides, the mother and son had never seen each other before. Even if they did run into each other, they might not be able to recognize each other. It was not a big deal to keep holding Lindsay back and not letting him go to the Cloud Capital. Old Mrs. Lin narrowed her eyes and a calculative look appeared in her eyes. "Then go ahead. I'll get the housekeeper to pack up some things for you later." After saying that, old Mrs. Lin continued, "That dog too, if it can be broken, it should be broken. He and you are not from the same world." A flash of displeasure flashed through Lindsay's eyes, but he did not show it. He only said, "Grandma, Dog 2 got second place in the college entrance exam in the capital." Second place? One place higher than Feng Xianxian. Old Mrs. Lin was instantly speechless. The next day, Lindsay, Li Wan, Fatty Hu, and Dog 2 boarded the plane to Yunjing. It was different from last time. This time, Lindsay went openly. 4.5 hours later, the plane landed on time at the airport. The four of them pulled their suitcases out of the airport. Fat Tiger's family had relatives in Yunjing, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with Yunjing. "Let's go to the hotel first, then we'll set off in the afternoon to play." "Okay."
Lindsay nodded.
Knowing that they had a small tail behind them, the other three tried their best not to talk about Lindsay's biological mother. It was the first time that Dog 2 and Li Wen had come to Yunjing, so they were amazed. So Yunjing is so prosperous. I thought that Yunjing was many times behind our Jing city. Yunjing was a very old and charming city. The tourism chain had driven the development of the entire city. Fat Tiger smiled and said, "Don't think that Yunjing is small, but there are a lot of rich people in Yunjing." The four of them chatted and laughed until they reached the hotel. It was not until they closed the door that Li Wen said, "What about Brother Zay? With people following us, how are you going to find Auntie?" Although the four of them were not that old, their acute senses were not inferior to anyone else's.
Linse frowned slightly.
"We'll go to the temple in the afternoon and wait and see."
Li Wen nudda.
In the afternoon, the four of them went to the temple to burn incense and pray for their respective grandmothers. Old Madame Lin was especially happy when she heard about this. The first thing Lin Zay did when he went to Yunjing was to go to the temple to burn incense and pray for her. How could she not be happy? This meant that he had put himself, his grandmother, first. "All right, you don't have to follow Azi tomorrow. It would be bad if Azi found out," said old Mrs. Lin. The butler nodded. Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian came on time to deliver the health soup to old Mrs. Lin. "Qianhua, you're here. Xianxian, come over quickly. Come and sit with Grandma." Old Mrs. Lin waved at Feng Xianxian kindly. As there had never been a girl at home, Old Lady Lin liked Feng Xianxian no matter how she looked at it. She felt that Feng Xianxian was her biological granddaughter. "Grandma Lin." Feng Xianxian walked over with a smile. Old Lady Lin smiled and said, "You child, how many times have I told you? In the future, you're not allowed to call me Grandma Lin. You're allowed to call me Grandma." Hearing this, Feng Xianxian's face showed a somewhat troubled expression. "Grandma, this is a little against the rules." "What's against the rules?" "If I say it's against the rules, it's against the rules." Old Lady Lin held Feng Xianxian's hand. Feng Xianxian immediately called out sweetly, "Grandma! Hey, Grandma's good granddaughter." Old Lady Lin was overjoyed. With Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian, the house was immediately filled with laughter. Old Lady Lin was very happy. This family could only be called a home with Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian. When Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian were not around, the house was cold. How was it like a home? After Lin Zay and the others returned from the temple, they were surprised to find that their tails had disappeared. Back to Beijing, Lin Zay turned on his computer and hacked into the hotel's internal system. He found that they had already checked out. Motzi, Fat Tiger, and Buttface. Lin Zay looked up at the three people who were playing landlord. "What happened to Brother Zay?" The three people looked up in confusion. Lin Zay continued, "The person my grandmother sent to follow me has disappeared. You guys go and play tomorrow. Remember to buy me a tourist souvenir." "Disappeared?" But Face asked curiously, "Where did they go?" "They should have returned to the capital." Fat Tiger added, "Brother Zay, why don't we accompany you to look for them?" Li Wen and Dog 2 nodded. Lin Zay said, "There's no need. You guys go and play. Remember to take more photos. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain when you go home. Besides, I don't even know who my mother is. You guys won't be able to help much." "All right." The three of them continued to play landlord. Lin Zay lay on the sofa and sent a WeChat message to Yi Sr. "Uncle Yi, I'm here in Yunjing." Yi Sen happened to be chatting with Bai Wei. When he saw Lin Zay's WeChat message, he immediately replied, "Already here?" Lin Zay, "Yes." Yi Sun continued to reply, "Then we'll have time to meet." "Okay." The next day soon arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Zay set off. Lin Zay did not know anything, so he naturally did not get any news that day. But he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to find his mother. On the other side, because Yi Shu had been urging Yi Sun to bring Bai Wei back to meet her as soon as possible, Yi Sun told Bai Wei about this matter. Hearing this, Bai Wei was extremely happy. She could finally meet Yi Shu. But she still pretended to be very nervous. Yi-san, what if your sister doesn't like me? Will you break up with me? Yi-san smiled and said, you're so nice. It's impossible for my sister not to like you. In Yi-san's eyes, Bai Wei was a rare good girl. Bai Wei's face was full of shyness. I'm not as nice as you say. Yi-san continued. Then this Sunday morning. Do you have time? If you have time, I'll pick you up. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. I have 2 classes on Sunday morning, but it's okay. I'll just switch with another teacher. Okay.
Ye-san nodded.
Because Bai Wei was going to be a guest on Saturday, Ye Zhuo was ready to take Ye Zhuo to the mall and prepare a welcome gift for her future sister-in-law. Because it was Saturday, there were a lot of people in the mall. Ye Zhuo held Ye Zhuo's arm and led her to a high-end skincare shop. Mom, go buy some skincare products. Although your skin is in good condition, you are at the age where you should take care of it. Ye Zhuo was 39 years old this year. Although there were no signs of aging on her face, if she didn't take care of it, she would age very easily. Ye Zhuo originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Ye Zhuo said, she didn't refuse and followed Ye Zhuo to the store. This was a very big brand skincare store. Sister Counter was very perceptive. When she saw Ye Zhuo and her daughter, she immediately greeted them warmly. Ladies, what would you like to see? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, this is my mother. Please recommend some moisturizing and wrinkle-resistant outfits to her. Sister Counter immediately introduced them to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo listened very seriously. All right, this one then. Seeing that Ye Zhuo was so straightforward, Sister Counter immediately recommended other suits to Ye Zhuo. There's a recent event. If you buy this suit together with the one that you've just taken a fancy to, you can enjoy a discount of 85%. Ye Zhuo knew the marketing methods of the merchants. She smiled and said, I'll take this one first. I'll buy it again when I'm done. The shopkeeper was a tactful person. Hearing this, she immediately didn't say anything more. She wrapped the things up and brought Ye Zhuo to pay the bill. Ye Zhuo originally wanted to bring Bai Wei a set too, but she didn't know what kind of skin Bai Wei had, so she didn't buy it for her. Slap! In the originally quiet environment, a crisp slap was suddenly heard, followed by a sharp and mean voice. Where's your store manager? Quickly call her over. I want to file a complaint against you. This voice instantly attracted the attention of all the customers in the store. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. However, not only did the main character of the incident not restrain himself, he became even more arrogant, looking like he was high and mighty. Half of the shopkeeper's face was red and swollen after being slapped by her, and she lowered her head and sobbed. The store manager quickly ran over from the other side. Miss Bai, this employee is new. She was careless and brought you unhappiness. I'm really sorry. Little Wang, hurry up and apologize to Miss Bai. This Miss Bai was called Bai Wei. Bai Wei was a senior member of their store. She would come over every month to do maintenance. She was generous. Naturally, the store manager would not offend a senior member like Bai Wei because of an employee. Therefore, no matter whose fault it was the employee's fault. The employee who was beaten looked up at the store manager and said aggrievedly, Store manager, this has nothing to do with me. She was the one who hit me first. The store manager frowned and berated coldly. Little Wang, do you want to quit? The wages of high-end skincare stores were very high, and the commission was also high. Occasionally there would be customers who gave tips. Back then, Little Wang had gone through a lot of trouble to become a shopkeeper. Naturally, she did not want to lose her job. At that moment, she could only endure the grievance and apologize. In the world of adults, what was the point of being wronged? Although Little Wang apologized, Bai Wei was still a little dissatisfied. The store manager then took out a beautiful gift box. Miss Bai, for the sake of her being a new employee, adults should forgive her for her wrongdoings. Oh right, this is a new model that just arrived in our shop. It has a very good hydrating effect. I'm giving it to you now. I know that just a set of hydrating products will definitely not catch your eye, Miss Bai. Please take it as a small gift from our shop. Please accept it. Bai Wei's vanity was well satisfied by the manager. She reached out and took the skincare products. Since Manager Zhou has said so, I'll forgive her this time. Thank you, Miss Bai. The manager bowed again. Bai Wei turned to look at little Wang, her eyes full of contempt. You're called little Wang, right? Remember to be smart when you do things in the future. Do you know what brand my shoes are? Can you afford to pay for them if they're damaged? I think the biggest thing you can do in your life is to be a lowly shopkeeper. Unlike her, who was about to fly to a branch and become a rich lady, Bai Wei raised her chin and walked out of the door. In the shopkeeper didn't look too good. How could the shopkeeper be so humble? Ye Zhuo, who had witnessed the whole process, also frowned slightly. It could be seen that Miss Bai was not an easy person to get along with. After buying the skincare products, the mother and daughter went to the jewelry store on the 3rd floor and picked out a bracelet for Bai Wei. As everyone knew, a woman's wardrobe was always short of a piece of clothing, so after leaving the jewelry store, the two went to the clothing store on the 4th floor. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the two of them returned with a full load. Ye Zhuo had not gotten his driver's license yet, so Ye Zhuo did not know how to drive, so the two of them had to take a taxi home. Ye Zhuo suggested, Mom, if you are free, you can learn to drive. Learn to drive. Ye Zhuo was stunned.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
You often go on business trips, so it's more convenient for you to learn to drive. These words were true. It was inconvenient to go anywhere without knowing how to drive. Ye Zhuo continued, At my age, is it easy to learn a driver's license? Learning a driver's license was a young matter. She was already 39 this year, and Ye Zhuo was worried that she wouldn't be able to learn it.
Ye Zhuo chocolate.
How old are you? If people who don't know heard you, they would think that you're already 70 or 80. Actually, learning to drive is especially easy. It's not difficult at all. Compared to a bicycle, which one is easier? Ye Zhuo asked. Before coming to this world, Ye Zhuo had only seen bicycles on the computer, so he said, Of course a car is easier. Really? Ye Zhuo asked in surprise.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Of course it's true. Ye Zhuo said. Then I'll find some time to get a driver's license. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly and continued. Mom, I just called for an online car booking. Wait here for the car. There's a milk tea shop in front. I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What flavor of milk tea do you want? Red bean milk tea will do, Ye Zhuo said. Okay. Ye Zhuo ran to the milk tea shop. Ye Zhuo had just left when a 17 or 18-year-old boy walked over from behind. Auntie, you dropped your wallet. Ye Zhuo raised her head slightly and was stunned when she saw the youth's face. This child looked so familiar. Right at that moment, Ye Zhuo suddenly remembered that this child was the top scorer of the Beijing college entrance examination that she had seen on television. He looked too much like that person from back then. His shadow could be seen between his brows. Ye Zhuo was slightly startled when she suddenly remembered that person. Was the youth in front of her really his child? Ye Zhuo wasn't the only one who was surprised, but also Lindsay. Lindsay didn't expect that the owner of this phone was actually the aunt he saw on TV the last time, because his mother was in Yunjing. Therefore, he remembered everything about Yunjing very clearly. At that time, he even suspected that this aunt might be his mother. Now that he thought about it, it was impossible. This auntie's daughter was the same age as him, and she was also this year's college entrance examinee. How could she give birth to 2 children of similar age at the same time? It was very obvious. The timing did not match. Auntie, is this your wallet? Seeing that Ye Zhuo did not speak for a long time, Lindsay spoke again. Only then did Ye Zhuo react. She nodded and said, It's my wallet. Lindsay continued. To confirm if this wallet is yours, can you tell me what's in this wallet? Ye Zhuo said. In addition to the card and the money, there's also a photo of me and my daughter. You can open it and take a look. Lindsay opened the wallet and indeed saw the photo in the wallet. Auntie, here's your wallet back. Thank you. Ye Zhuo took it with both hands.
Lindsay smiled.
You're welcome. When the youth smiled, there was a faint dimple on the side of his face, which overlapped with the person in his memory. Could it be that this was really that person's child? Ye Zhuo continued. Young man, there's a milk tea shop in front. To express my gratitude, I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea. Okay? Lindsay was not in the mood to drink milk tea now that his mother was nowhere to be found. Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be leaving first. With that, Lindsay turned around and left. Ye Zhuo looked at his back and her eyes suddenly became dry. Not long after Lindsay left, Ye Zhuo came over with 2 cups of milk tea. As soon as she walked over, she felt that something was wrong with Ye Zhuo's expression. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. Ye Zhuo quickly reacted. Ye Zhuo handed the milk tea to Ye Zhuo. Mom, are you really okay? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Look at you asking. What could be wrong with your mom? Although Ye Zhuo said so with a smile on her face, Ye Zhuo still felt that something was wrong. Mom, are you hiding something from me? The car is here. Ye Zhuo changed the topic at the right time. A Volkswagen also happened to stop in front of them, so Ye Zhuo didn't ask any more questions. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Ye Sun brought Bai Wei to the Ye family as a guest. Seeing the car drive to a very ordinary neighborhood, Bai Wei frowned slightly. Wasn't Ye Sun very rich? Why did he live in this shabby place? Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask too much. Anyway, she just needed to know that Ye Sun was very rich. In order to leave a good impression on Ye Zhuo today, Bai Wei specially dressed up. She wore a well-fitting fragrant suit and a pair of high heels that were neither tall nor short. She even bought a gift for Ye Zhuo. She was prepared to make sure nothing went wrong. Ye Sun brought Bai Wei to the door of his home. Before knocking on the door, he turned to Bai Wei and said, This is my home. Today my sister and my niece are both at home. Don't be nervous. They are very easy to get along with. Bai Wei was still a little nervous. She tidied her collar and tidied her hair. Do you think I can do this? This time, she wasn't pretending to be nervous. She was really a little nervous. What if Ye Zhuo was a difficult person to get along with?
Ye Sun nodded.
Yes, she's very beautiful. Bai Wei took Ye Sun's arm. Then let's go in quickly. Okay. Ye Sun reached out and knocked on the door. Bai Wei was a little nervous outside, but Ye Zhuo was also very nervous inside. After all, this was the first time Ye Sun brought a girl back. Ye Zhuo put the cut fruit platter on the table. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Little White walked over to open the door. Ye Zhuo quickly said, I'll do it. I'll do it. Little White, go get burning. Okay. Little White slid into the room. Ye Zhuo jogged over to open the door. Sis, Ye Sun said with a smile. Bai Wei also called out, Sis. Ye Zhuo responded and looked up at Bai Wei. The smile on her face was a little stiff. She was indeed very beautiful and had a gentle temperament, but why did Bai Wei look familiar? As if she had seen her somewhere before. At this moment Ye Zhuo suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the woman who slapped the shopkeeper in the mall yesterday? Was it her? Or was she mistaken? Ye Zhuo frowned slightly. Although her first impression of Bai Wei wasn't very good, Ye Zhuo didn't embarrass Bai Wei. After all, everyone who came was a guest. She smiled and said, Come in quickly. What if she was mistaken? She could not wrongly accuse the girl. Although Ye Zhuo already had some doubts about Bai Wei did not recognize Ye Zhuo. She also did not know that Ye Zhuo had seen her yesterday. Bai Wei held Ye Zhuo's arm very intimately. Sister, you really take good care of yourself. If you walk out with Ye Sun and say that you are his sister, no one will doubt you. Bai Wei's greatest advantage was that she could talk. She could talk to people, but she could talk to ghosts. Ye Zhuo smiled and looked at Bai Wei. You take good care of yourself too. You usually use Perfect skincare products, right? Perfect was the shop that Ye Zhuo went to yesterday. Bai Wei nodded and said in surprise, "Yes." Says, "Don't tell me you use the same brand as me." Ye Zhuo was stunned. So she didn't recognize her wrongly. Bai Wei was the Miss Bai who slapped the shopkeeper sister yesterday. The Bai Wei today and the overbearing Miss Bai yesterday were completely different. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that they were the same person. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding about this matter? Ye Zhuo frowned without leaving a trace and continued, "Come in and sit. Perfect skincare products are not bad. The moisturizing and anti-wrinkle effects are very good. No wonder you take such good care of yourself. I can't tell your real age at all." Perfect skincare products were not cheap. Ye Zhuo naturally could not afford to use such skincare products with a burden on her. Without even thinking, she must have used Yi Sen's money. The mother and daughter ate Yi Sen's and used Yi Sen's, but now she, the future mistress, was actually trying to please her. How infuriating. A sullen look flashed across Bai Wei's lowered eyes. But now, she had not registered with Ye Zhuo, so she could only endure these grievances. Coming to the living room, Ye Zhuo said to Yi San, "Quickly bring some fruit for Miss Bai to eat." Yi San nodded and handed a watermelon to Bai Wei. "Just treat this place as your home. Take whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony." Bai Wei took the watermelon and said with a smile, "Sister, you can just call me Bai Wei or Xiao Wei." Yi San smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. We're all family. It's too strange to call Miss Bai." Yi San was going to marry Bai Wei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Bai Wei home so quickly. Family. Perhaps because of yesterday's incident, Ye Zhuo couldn't like Bai Wei at all. She always felt that Bai Wei wasn't a good girl. Ye Zhuo picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. "You've only known each other for 3 months. It's a little early to say this." An awkward look flashed across Bai Wei's face. She was very angry in her heart. Ye Zhuo was just a pitiful wretch who lived under someone else's roof. What right did she have to give her a look? It was really disgusting. Yi San was also a little puzzled. Ye Zhuo was usually a person who was easy to talk to. Why was she acting a little strange today? Could it be that she didn't like Bai Wei? Or was there a hidden reason? Ye Zhuo and he were siblings for many years, and he knew that Ye Zhuo wasn't the kind of person who would change her face just like that. There must be a reason for this. At this moment, Yi San could only change the topic with a smile. "Essays, where's Scorch?" Ye Zhuo said. "She should be in the house. I'll go get her." Ye Zhuo had just stood up from the sofa. Speaking of the devil had arrived. Ye Scorch walked out of the house. "Mom, uncle." As he looked around, he noticed that there was an unfamiliar woman in the room. "This is Bai Wei." Ye Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. Almost like Ye Zhuo, he immediately recalled the scene that happened in the skincare store yesterday.
Ye San similet ent introducet Ye Zhuo.
"Zhuo, this is your Aunt Bai. Bai Wei, this is my eldest niece." Bai Wei immediately stood up from the sofa. A look of amazement flashed across her eyes. "This is Zhuo. She's so beautiful." "Hello Zhuo, my name is Bai Wei. I've heard so much about you from your uncle." Bai Wei had been in the nightclub for so many years, but she had never seen such a beautiful girl. Beautiful. She was really too beautiful. If this was in their nightclub, it would be the brightest star in the night sky, the kind that was sought after by tens of thousands of people.
Hello, Auntie Bai, Ye Zhuo gritet politely.
Bai Wei frowned. Ye Zhuo was just a 19-year-old child, but she felt an inexplicable pressure. It was very strange. That feeling was like seeing the supreme leader of a nightclub. She felt a little weak. She didn't even dare to look up at Ye Zhuo. Bai Wei lowered her head to look at herself. She didn't say anything wrong, and she didn't offend the mother and daughter. She was well dressed too. But why did her heart feel like it was weighed down by a big stone? Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei and asked, "What does your family do?" Ye Zhuo only had a rough idea of what happened yesterday. She was afraid that she would misunderstand Bai Wei. She couldn't just kill her with one blow. Bai Wei continued, "My father is a university professor, and my mother is an archaeologist." They are currently living abroad. In fact, Bai Wei's parents were just a pair of very ordinary farmers.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Then your family is a scholarly family. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I'm an only child. Bai Wei continued. That's why I'm very envious of Yi San for having such a good sister like you.
Ye Zhuo similed.
Seeing that Ye Zhuo did not reply, Bai Wei immediately changed the topic. Oh right, sister, I brought you a gift. It's a small token of my appreciation. I don't know if you like it. As she spoke, Bai Wei took out the gift that she had prepared earlier. It was a brand name lipstick. No woman could resist a lipstick.
Ye Zhuo declinet politeli.
I appreciate your kindness, but I don't know how to put on makeup very well. You can keep it for yourself. Bai Wei placed the gift box on the table. Sister, I've brought it with me. Please accept it. Yi San immediately spoke up for Bai Wei. Sister, this lipstick has been chosen by Bai Wei for a long time. Just keep it. But I really don't need it. Ye Zhuo stood up. You guys chat first. I'll go cook. Sister, let me help you. Bai Wei immediately stood up as well. Ye Zhuo refused. No need. The kitchen is too smoky. Don't get your clothes dirty. It's okay. I often cook at home. This time, Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei in surprise. Logically speaking, a girl who often cooked at home and loved life would not have a bad personality. Why would Bai Wei? Could it be that she misunderstood Bai Wei? Ye Zhuo and Bai Wei went to the kitchen to work. Only Yi San and Ye Zhuo were left in the living room.
Ye San looked at Ye Zhuo.
Eldest niece, do you not like Bai Wei very much? Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. Yi San was stunned. He did not expect Ye Zhuo to be so frank. Why don't you like her? Yi San continued to ask. Ye Zhuo picked up an apple. As he chewed on it, he told her about what he saw in the mall yesterday. Hearing this, Yi San said, Eldest niece, did you guys misunderstand Bai Wei? I have known Bai Wei for a long time. She is not the kind of person to throw a tantrum. If that cabinet lady was in the wrong first, Bai Wei could have been forgiven for giving her a slap out of anger. After saying that, Yi San continued, Eldest nephew, you only saw Bai Wei beating someone up, but you didn't see the cause of the incident. It's not good to take things out of context, right? It was normal for people to lose their temper when they were very angry. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Yi San believed that Bai Wei was not the kind of person who would lose her temper for no reason. Ye Zhuo took a bite of the apple, then he said, Although we didn't see the cause of the incident, a person's eyes will not lie. From Bai Wei's eyes, we can see that she is not a person who is easy to get along with. By the way, uncle, what did you say her occupation was? The eyes are the window to the soul. In her past and present life, Ye Zhuo had seen all kinds of people. It was not the first time she had seen someone like Bai Wei who was good at disguising herself. Dance teacher, Yi San replied. Ye Zhuo smiled slightly. People who practice dance all year round will have especially developed leg muscles, and they won't be able to lose weight. Look at Bai Wei's legs, the muscles are loose and have no elasticity. It's obvious that it's caused by a lack of exercise. Uncle, do you think a dancing teacher will have a lack of exercise? Dancing mainly depended on the movement of the legs. Over time, the legs would form strong muscles, which became thicker and thicker. The muscles were especially developed. Looking at Bai Wei's legs, she didn't look like a person who practiced dancing all year round. Yi San was stunned, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing Yi San like this, Ye Zhuo took a bite of an apple. Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can look at your arm. You deliver packages all year round, so the muscles in your arm must be more developed than normal people. Yi San lowered his head and looked at his arm. The muscles were indeed very developed. Yi San licked his lips. Your Aunt Bai pays a lot of attention to her figure. Every time she orders a meal, she only orders a vegetable salad. Her thin legs may have something to do with her self-discipline. Dancing is a sport that consumes a lot of physical energy. For example, if you only eat a few vegetable leaves every day to deliver packages, can you run? Ye Zhuo continued to bite the apple. Even if her thin legs are related to diet, what about her lack of muscles on her legs? You should know that being thin has nothing to do with muscles, right? Ye Zhuo's words were very reasonable and there was no way to refute it. Yi Sen's face was slightly pale. Could it be that Bai Wei really lied to him? After saying that, Ye Zhuo continued, "Uncle, look at Bai Wei's face again. Although her makeup today is very appropriate, no matter how thick the makeup is, it can't hide the tired look on her face. Her eyes are still slightly red. Do you know what caused this?" Yi Sun shook his head. Ye Zhuo threw the apple core away. "This is caused by often staying up all night and turning day and night upside down. This means that Bai Wei is most likely not a dance teacher at all, but often works the night shift." With that, the apple core fell into the trash can 10 meters away without any error. Maybe she often stays up all night? Don't young people nowadays like to stay up all night? Yi Sen asked in return. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Staying up late and staying up all night are two different concepts. Simply staying up late doesn't have the same situation as her. From her looks, she has been upside down for more than 10 years. Yi Sun was stunned again. If what Ye Zhuo said was true, then what exactly did Bai Wei do? Why did she lie to him? "Uncle, there are a lot of jobs on the night shift. Have you ever thought about why Bai Wei didn't tell you about her work, and instead said that she was a dance teacher?" Ye Zhuo asked. In fact, Ye Zhuo already had the answer in his heart. The culture of Chinese medicine was extensive and profound. From Bai Wei's facial features and walking posture, one could tell that she was a person with a rich nightlife. I don't know." Yi Sen's face was expressionless. He raised his head to look at Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, are you mistaken? Besides, can you tell that Bai Wei often works the night shift just by looking at her?" Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Do you know what traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes?" "I don't know." Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes looking, smelling, asking, and cutting. Looking depends on the complexion, smelling listening to the other party's breath, asking referring to asking about the symptoms, cutting, feeling the pulse. When an insider looks at Bai Wei's complexion, he can tell that she often works the night shift." Yi Sen was speechless. "Uncle, do you not believe what I said?" "I don't believe it," Yi Sun said. After all, Bai Wei was his girlfriend. He really couldn't accept Ye Zhuo suddenly telling him this. How could this be? Bai Wei was obviously a very good girl. Ye Zhuo smiled slightly. "If you don't believe it, I have a way to verify whether what I said is true." "What way?" Ye Zhuo walked to Yi Sen's side and whispered to him. Ye Sun nodded. Soon the meal was ready. Yi Sun went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. When he saw Bai Wei, he wanted to ask all the questions in his heart, but when he thought of Ye Zhuo's words, he held back and tried to pretend that nothing had happened. "Bai Wei, thank you for your hard work today." Bai Wei smiled and said, "It's not hard. I'm just here to make trouble. I cooked all the dishes on this table." Yi Sen just looked at Bai Wei. If everything she did was an act, then she was too scary. How did she do it? Bai Wei touched her face. "Yi Sen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" "No." Yi Sun tried his best to look away and said, "Let's eat. You and sister have been busy all morning." "Okay." Bai Wei nodded. During the meal, Yi Sen naturally gave the first drumstick to Ye Zhuo. When Yi Sun was getting the second drumstick, Bai Wei thought that Yi Sun was going to give the drumstick to her, but Yi Sun directly gave the drumstick to Ye Zhuo. Bai Wei furrowed her brows without leaving a trace. There was a drumstick that was not given to his girlfriend, but given to two outsiders? What was going on? And the mother and daughter were also shameless. Living in someone else's house, they actually had the face to eat the drumstick. And they even ate it with peace of mind. Bai Wei suddenly had a disgusting feeling of eating a fly. Wait. When she married into the Yi family, she told the mother and daughter to get as far away as possible. At this moment, Yi-sun picked up a chicken wing and put it into Bai Wei's bowl. Thank you. Bai Wei looked up at Yi-san. Eat quickly. After eating, Yi-sun sent Bai Wei back. In the car, Bai Wei said worriedly, Yi-sun, I feel that your sister and your niece don't like me. You're wrong. They don't dislike you, Yi-sun said. Really? Yes.
Ye-san nodded.
Seeing that Yi-sun's expression didn't change, Bai Wei heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Bai Wei's neighborhood. I'm here. Bai Wei opened the car door and got out. Yi-sun turned to look at her. I happen to have nothing to do in the afternoon. Let's go to your house and have a cup of tea. Bai Wei said, my roommate is at home. We made a promise to each other not to bring the opposite sex back. How about next time? Okay.
Ye-san nodded.
Bai Wei did not notice that a strange look flashed in Yi-sun's eyes. Then you have to be safe on the road. I'll contact you when we get home, Bai Wei said. Okay. Yi-sun closed the car door and drove away. Bai Wei waited until she could not see Yi-sun's car before she turned around and walked to the other side. Little did she know that after she left, the car that had already disappeared from her view turned back at this time. Yi-sun sat in the driver's seat, his fingers tightly gripping the steering wheel. Because he had used too much force, his knuckles had turned slightly white. Yes, Ye Zhuo was right. Bai Wei did not live in this neighborhood at all. Even her address was fake. What else was real? Yi-sun could not tell what he was feeling at the moment. He started the engine and turned the car around. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an office building. Bai Wei's dance class was in this teaching building. Yi-sun walked to the service center of the office building. May I know if you have a dance teacher named Bai Wei here? The customer service staff said. Wait a moment. I'll check for you. After about 3 minutes, the customer service staff continued. Sir, we don't have a dance teacher named Bai Wei here. Okay, I got it.
Ye-san nodded.
After coming out of the office building, Yi-sun had an indescribable expression on his face. He immediately drove back. At the Yi residence, Ye Zhuo was cleaning the living room. When she saw Yi-sun return, Ye Zhuo looked up at him. You're back. Yeah.
Ye-san nodded.
Ye Zhuo continued. Yi-sun, I don't think Bai Wei is a good girl. Ye Zhuo had originally prepared a bracelet for Bai Wei, but after spending the whole morning together, she gave up the idea of gifting the bracelet.
Ye-san sighed.
Sister, I might have really misjudged her. By the way, where's Zhuo? In the room. Yi-sun walked to Ye Zhuo's room and knocked on the door. The door isn't closed. Ye Zhuo's voice came from inside. Yi-sun pushed the door open and entered. Ye Zhuo was sitting on the bay window, with a pile of disassembled parts in front of him. My niece. Huh. Ye Zhuo raised his eyes slightly. How is it, uncle? Have you verified what I said?
Ye-san nodded.
I'm thinking now, who is Bai Wei? Is it possible that even her name is fake? Her address was fake. Her occupation was fake.
Bai Wei really disappointed Ye-san.
It's not impossible, Ye Zhuo said. Yi-sun continued. Big niece, help me check. I know you must have this ability. Yi-sun had always known that Ye Zhuo was particularly talented in computer science. I can investigate, but it's a little troublesome. Ye Zhuo stood up to take the computer and hacked into the encrypted website. In the eyes of outsiders, the tight firewall was solved with a mouse click in Ye Zhuo's hands. Yi-sun sat behind Ye Zhuo and looked at the constantly changing computer screen. His eyes were almost dazzled. After about 10 minutes, Ye Zhuo pressed the enter key. It's done. Did you find it? Yi-sun was very excited. Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded and switched the page. On the computer screen, Bai Wei's information was displayed. Bai Wei. Female. Age 30. Real name Li Lanxiang. Hometown L City. Job? KTV princess. She dropped out of school at 16 and came to Cloud City. Her first job was in an electronics factory. He felt that the wages at the electronics factory were low. After a long period of time, He was introduced to KTV and worked there for 14 years. Ye Zhuo looked at the information on the computer, and his whole body was trembling. Oh right, there's also this. Ye Zhuo clicked the mouse and changed the page, then he said, this Li Yi and Li Lanxiang are from the same hometown. They don't usually have a close relationship. 3 months ago, the two of them suddenly moved in together and became roommates. Uncle, I now suspect that the two of them are colluding. Ye Zhuo finally understood why Bai Wei, and he had so many common interests. Turned out, they were all acting. The behind-the-scenes director was Li Yi. After understanding everything, Ye Zhuo was not so angry anymore. He said in a calm tone, no need to doubt it. This is the collusion between them. What are you going to do now? Ye Zhuo asked. I will break up with Bai Wei immediately. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, I am relieved to see you like this. Ye Zhuo was worried that Ye Zhuo would be stuck in this relationship and had the impulse to forgive Bai Wei. Now it seemed that Ye Zhuo was more decisive than she had imagined. She also hoped that this experience would teach Ye Zhuo a lesson. I'll go out first. Ye Zhuo picked up the car keys. Okay. In the living room when Ye Zhuo walked past Ye Zhuo clearly felt that something was wrong. She raised her head to look at Ye Zhuo and was about to say something when Ye Zhuo's figure had already left the living room. Ye Zhuo quickly went to Ye Zhuo's room. Zhuo, what happened to your uncle? Ye Zhuo closed the computer. Nothing much. I just saw Bai Wei know Li Lanxiang's real face. Who's Li Lanxiang? Ye Zhuo was a little confused. Ye Zhuo said, Bai Wei is Li Lanxiang. What? Ye Zhuo was even more confused. Ye Zhuo explained the whole process. After learning Bai Wei's real identity, Ye Zhuo was extremely surprised. My God! Even television wouldn't dare to act like this, right? Everything was fake. What was the difference between her and a dummy? Ye Zhuo drove to Bai Wei's address and called Bai Wei. When Bai Wei received the call, she was in disbelief. Hello, Ye Zhuo. What's the matter? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Come out for a moment. I'm outside now, Bai Wei said. Then I'll wait for you. After saying that, Ye Zhuo hung up the phone. Bai Wei said somewhat inexplicably, what's wrong with this person?
Ye Zhuo kallet.
Li Yi asked from the side. Bai Wei nodded.
Li Yi fronat.
When you went to the Yi family today, did you offend Ye Zhuo's sister? No, Bai Wei said. I paid special attention to all aspects. At first her sister might not like me, but later I even cooked with her. I feel that she should be quite satisfied with me. Bai Wei could talk. When she was cooking, her words were all to please Ye Zhuo. She even said that she would cook for Ye Zhuo every day in the future. She was not pretentious at all. There shouldn't be any sister who didn't like her diligent sister-in-law. Therefore, Bai Wei was very confident. Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you didn't offend her. Then I'll go down and take a look first.
Li Yi fronat.
You're just going to go down like this? Bai Wei knew Li Yi's worries. It's fine. I just told Ye Zhuo that I'm outside. Bai Wei walked all the way to the entrance of the residential area. She saw Ye Zhuo leaning against the car door and waiting for her. To be fair, Ye Zhuo was really quite handsome. He gave off the feeling of a tough guy, especially when he was wearing a suit. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a lot of money. When Bai Wei thought that this man would belong to her completely in the future, she was so excited that she quickly ran over.
Ye Zhuo.
When she walked to Ye Zhuo's side, Bai Wei realized that something had changed about him. Normally, when he saw her, his face would be full of smiles, and his eyes would be filled with her. But today he did not. Not only did he not smile, but he was very serious. Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei. I wanted to call you, but then I thought about it. It's better to talk about this in person. What was better to talk about in person? Could it be a proposal? With Ye Zhuo's personality, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Bai Wei was very excited. Bai Wei could not hide the surprise on her face. She lowered her head and said, What do you have to say in person? Then I'm here now. You can say it. Let's break up, Ye Zhuo continued. What? Bai Wei looked at Ye Zhuo with disbelief in her eyes. She almost thought that she was hearing things. Ye Zhuo repeated it again. Don't tell me your sister and your niece don't like me? Bai Wei asked. Ye Zhuo looked at Bai Wei. Stop pretending, Li Lanxiang. I know everything. When the words Li Lanxiang came out of Ye Zhuo's mouth, Bai Wei's legs went weak and her mind went blank. How did he know? How did Ye Zhuo know?
Ysen. Listen torstai me.
Things aren't what you think. Bai Wei grabbed Ye Zhuo's hand and cried. I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm telling you everything. I'll tell you everything. Please don't break up with me, okay? I love you, I really love you. She still wanted to become a rich lady. She couldn't lose Ye Zhuo.
No.
Ye Zhuo calmly pushed Bai Wei's hand away. Leave some dignity for yourself. After saying that, Ye Zhuo turned around and got into the car. Bai Wei collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. How did she get discovered? What exactly did she give herself away? What exactly was going on? Just then the car door closed and suddenly opened at this time. Could it be that Ye Zhuo couldn't bear to part with her? Bai Wei raised her head in surprise. Just then, a makeup mirror and a lipstick were mercilessly thrown on the ground. These two items were specially placed by Bai Wei on Ye Zhuo's passenger seat. Her original intention was to make those girls who tried to get on Ye Zhuo's passenger seat retreat. But now, even these items were thrown out. Before Bai Wei could react, the engine of the car sounded, and the next second, the black Mercedes drove away. Ye Zhuo. Bai Wei immediately chased after him. But all she was left with was dust on the ground. Bai Wei was unwilling to give up. She called Ye Zhuo, but he was busy. Then she opened WeChat, but she couldn't send any messages. He blocked her. When Bai Wei returned to the rental house, Li Yi saw Bai Wei like this and her heart skipped a beat. What happened to you? Bai Wei roared. Ye Zhuo broke up with me. He knows. He knows everything. How could this be? Li Yi said in disbelief. Bai Wei pointed at Li Yi and said, Was it you? Was it you who told the secret? Am I crazy? I'm going to tell the secret. It's you. It's you B*TC. You can't stand seeing me and Ye Zhuo together. You're jealous of me. Bai Wei had already lost her mind and slapped Li Yi directly. Thinking about it carefully, other than Li Yi, there was no one else who could tell the secret. Thinking about it, Bai Wei vented all her anger on Li Yi, wishing she could tear off all of Li Yi's hair. Li Yi was not someone to be trifled with. The two women immediately began to fight. It was different from last time. Ye Zhuo did not go to get drunk. He went straight to the company and began to handle official business. He acted as if nothing had happened. However, a discerning person could tell at a glance that Ye Zhuo had changed a lot. In the past, he would smile wherever he went. Now he didn't smile anymore. For 7 days in a row, Ye Zhuo worked overtime almost every day, and even settled 2 big contracts. In addition, Ye Zhuo was still planning to expand the company. In the afternoon the sun was hot. Ye Zhuo and Lindsay had agreed to meet today. Before they met, Ye Zhuo went home to get something. Just as he parked the car and walked to the entrance of the building, he saw Ye Zhuo talking and laughing with a man as they walked out. The man was dressed in a long robe with a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. His temperament was transcendent, making people unable to catch up to him. The girl beside him was devastatingly beautiful. Her features were like a painting, and her entire body exuded an otherworldly temperament with a hint of coldness. When two people like this stood together, even if they didn't do anything, they could still form a beautiful scenery.
Ye Zhuo frowned slightly.
He had seen this man before. His name was Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing definitely had bad intentions towards Ye Scorch. Otherwise, why would he be so attentive towards Ye Scorch? And he would always appear by Ye Zhuo's side? Handsome and rich men were all bad people. They were irresponsible and had no sense of responsibility. He could not allow Ye Zhuo to be deceived by such a big pig trotter. Yi Sen ignored Sun Shaoqing and walked directly to Ye Zhuo's side. Zhuo, uncle. Sun Shaoqing followed and called out, Mr. Yi. Ever since he had met Yi Sun the last time, Sun Shaoqing knew that Ye Zhuo's uncle did not like him. Moreover, from Yi Sen's eyes, it could be seen that he was full of hostility towards him. Sun Shaoqing's journey was smooth sailing. No matter who saw him, they had to respectfully address him as Sen Fifth Master. He had never met someone who hated him so much. Sun Shaoqing narrowed his eyes. A faint light flashed in his deep eyes. Yi Sun casually nodded at Sun Shaoqing and then looked at Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, where are you going? Ye Zhuo said. Fifth brother and I are going out for some business. What business do the two of you have? Yi Sun frowned and pulled Ye Zhuo to the side. He whispered, Zhuo, you must protect yourself well. You must not fall for the hoof of the pig. Call me if there's anything. Ye Zhuo had been deceived by the well-dressed hoof of the pig back then. Although Ye Zhuo was very powerful in the end, she was only a 19-year-old child. Her feelings were even more blank. A person like Sun Shaoqing could tell at a glance that there was no lack of women around him. He was afraid that Ye Zhuo would not be able to withstand Sun Shaoqing's flirting.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Uncle, don't worry. I know how to protect myself. Moreover, Sun Shaoqing is a monk. You don't have to worry about problems that won't happen at all. Yi Sun said speechlessly. Have you seen a few monks with hair on their heads? Monks? How many people of noble birth would want to become a monk? Was it the Bird's Nest Abalone, Big Lobster, or the Game World? They were both men, but Yi Sun had long noticed that Sun Shaoqing was looking at Ye Zhuo in a strange way. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Don't worry. I can assure you that Sun Shaoqing is really not that kind of person. Yi Sun glanced at Sun Shaoqing, his eyes filled with vigilance. In short, you have to be careful. Don't let the pig trotter succeed. Yes, I understand.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Yi Sun instructed Ye Zhuo for a while more before letting Ye Zhuo follow Sun Shaoqing. They got into the car. Sun Shaoqing took the initiative to speak. Uncle. Seems to have a misunderstanding about me? Ye Zhuo said. Don't worry. I've already explained it to him. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Not long after, the car arrived at the Xian Group's building. Ye Zhuo followed Sun Shaoqing all the way to the company and entered the CEO's private elevator. Just as the two of them entered the elevator, the company's WeChat group exploded. One had to know that Sun Shaoqing was famous for not getting close to women. His office was on the 23rd floor. From the 20th floor onwards, there were no female employees. Even the secretaries, assistants, and bodyguards around him were all men. After so many years, this was the first time they saw the opposite sex around Sun Shaoqing. I just saw a little girl beside Master 5. I don't know if she's our future CEO's wife, but she's super beautiful. She's perfect for Master 5. CEO's wife? Didn't you say that our Master 5 has already seen through the mortal world? JP, even though he only managed to get a side view, his looks are really too good. His temperament is also very good. If he debuts, he'll definitely dominate the entertainment industry. This photo woke up a group of people. CEO's wife is hammered. CEO's wife is so beautiful. This side view is amazing. Oh my god. Master 5 is finally enlightened. I thought Master 5 would really become a monk. F***CK. These legs are so long and thin. The CEO's wife is super nice. On the other side, Yi Sun drove to the place where he had made an appointment with Lin Zhe. Just as he parked the car, he saw Lin Zhe walking over. Unleye. Aosha. Lin Zhe was very happy to see Yi Senator. He gave him a big hug. It was strange. Lin Zhe was usually a very cold person. Other than his father and grandmother, he did not have a very close relationship with his uncles and aunts. However, he treated Yi Sun differently. When he saw Yi Sun, he could not help but want to get close to him. Yi Sun continued. Zhe, have you heard from your mother? Lindsay shook his head. It was already the 8th day. He would be returning to Beijing in 2 days, but he still had nothing. Ye Zhuo patted him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. We'll find her in a day. Okay.
Lin Zhuo nodded.
Ye Zhuo continued. There's a restaurant over there. Shall we talk while we eat? Okay.
Lin Zhuo nodded.
The two of them walked into the restaurant. Lindsay asked curiously, Uncle Ye, do you have children? No, Ye Zhuo shook his head. Your Uncle Ye is still single. Hearing this, Lindsay looked at him in surprise. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Why? Do you want to introduce a girlfriend to your Uncle Ye? Lindsay quickly shook his head.
No, no.
In a short while the dishes were served. The two of them chatted as they ate. Ye Zhuo continued. Aze, since your grandmother knows about your mother, you have to think of a way to get some information out of her. Otherwise, the sea of people has no information at all. It's really too difficult to find a person.
Lin Zhuo sighed.
My grandmother really hates my mother. Ye Zhuo wanted to help Lindsay. Then what's the situation in your family right now? Does your grandma know that you came to look for your mom this time? And your dad should know more about your mom's situation than your grandma. Why don't you ask your dad? Although he had known Lindsay for some time, Ye Zhuo knew nothing about Lindsay's family. Just a rough idea. Lin Zhuo lost his mother when he was a kid. I have a difficult grandmother at home. And a father that Lindsay never mentioned. The situation in our family is very complicated. Lindsay took a sip of soda. He continued. When I was born, my father had a very serious car accident and lost a leg. Now, whenever the weather is bad, he will have severe phantom limb pain. The car accident also brought him a sequela of memory loss. Occasionally, he will lose control of himself. At this point, Lindsay seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He continued. Around March or April last year, my father's spirit suddenly improved. He should have remembered many things during that time and even came to Yunjing. However, a few days after he returned from Yunjing, his condition suddenly became worse. From then on, he stayed in the sanatorium almost every day. Perhaps he had experienced too much. When Lindsay talked about Lin Jincheng, he did not have much expression on his face. Now that he thought about it, something must have happened to Lin Jincheng when he came to Yunjing last year. Otherwise, his illness would not have suddenly worsened after he returned. Thinking of this, Lindsay frowned. He didn't know what Lin Jincheng had experienced at that time. Ye Zhuo raised his head to look at Lindsay. So, your father also came to Yunjing to look for your mother?
Lin Zhuo nodded.
I think that should be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Yunjing for no reason. Did he see your mother? Ye Zhuo continued. It's been so many years. Your mother might still be alone, but she might have remarried and remarried. Your father couldn't accept this blow, so his illness worsened. Ye Zhuo had thought that Lindsay's father was a jerk. He had ignored his mother for so many years. Now it didn't seem like it was all what he had imagined. Lindsay's father hadn't had an easy life all these years. Ye Zhuo ate a mouthful of peanuts and continued, however, it's also possible that your father couldn't find your mother in Yunjing, and his illness suddenly worsened, so he had no choice but to return to the capital. Hearing this, Lindsay's expression changed. Uncle Ye, which of these two possibilities do you think is more likely? Was it because his mother's remarriage caused his father to suffer a huge blow and return to the capital, or was it because his father's illness suddenly became serious that he returned to the capital? Ye Zhuo raised his cup. I think both possibilities are very high. It's been 19 years, and it's only natural for your mother to remarry. If she's still waiting for your father, that means she's a rare and good woman. Lindsay also took a sip of his drink. But can there really be such a person in the world? Not getting married for 19 years. Why not? Ye Zhuo continued. I have an older sister who was cheated by a scumbag when she was young. She even gave birth to a daughter, my eldest niece. After the scumbag disappeared, she raised the child alone and is still single. It's a pity that my sister didn't meet a good man like your father. At the end, Ye Zhuo sighed. Ye Zhuo's life was really too bitter. In the first half of her life, she met the scumbag, and later, she carried the wrong child in the hospital. Fortunately, Ye Zhuo came back. Mu Yurong was not a good person at all. She urged Ye Zhuo to sell her blood. And then she urged Ye Zhuo to sell her kidney. If it wasn't for Ye Zhuo, who knows what kind of life they would be living now. Lindsay looked at Ye Zhuo in surprise. He didn't expect Ye Zhuo to have a story. Ye Zhuo smiled and patted Lindsay's shoulder. So, Zay, we men must be responsible. We can't do that kind of thing where we abandon our wives and daughters. Otherwise, we shouldn't provoke them. Once we provoke them, we have to be responsible as men. Ye Zhuo was a very responsible man. Unfortunately, he had never met a good man. Yes, Uncle Yi, I know.
Lindsay nodded firmly.
Have you ever tried to ask your mother beside your grandmother? Ye Zhuo continued to ask. Yes.
Lindsay nodded.
But my grandmother doesn't like my mother very much. She even found me a stepmother and stepsister. She likes that auntie very much, but I don't like her, and I don't like that sister either. Ye Zhuo asked, what about your father? Lindsay shook his head. He doesn't like her either.
Ye Zhuo frowned.
It seems that all the problems in your family are your grandmother's fault. From Lindsay's words, it was not difficult to analyze that Lindsay's grandmother was a person with a deep sense of family status. She looked down on Lindsay's mother, so she had been preventing them from recognizing each other. Fortunately, Lindsay was a good child. After so many years, he had never forgotten to look for his mother. Yes.
Lindsay nodded.
Ye Zhuo continued. The person who solved the problem still has to be the one who solved it. So, you still have to look for an answer from your grandmother. Zay, you're a good child. I believe that your mother is definitely a good woman, just like my sister. So don't give up on looking for your mother. And don't let each other's lives leave any regrets. With Ye Zhuo's words, Lindsay was filled with anticipation for his mother. He was looking forward to the day he met his mother. The two of them chatted for a long time. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that Ye Zhuo sent Lindsay back to the hotel. Zay, I have to go to Country P for a business trip tomorrow. I won't be able to send you back to Beijing the day after tomorrow. Remember to send me a message when you arrive in Beijing. All right.
Lindsay nodded. Goodbye. Unleye.
Goodbye. On the other side, at the CN Corporation, Ye Zhuo stood behind the boss's chair while Sun Shaoqing sat on it. He pointed at the computer and said, there's a small problem here, and here. Look, is there any way to fix it? Ye Zhuo leaned slightly and pressed the mouse with her slender and fair fingers. A faint fragrance came from her body and entered his nostrils. It was different from the perfume that was full of chemicals. It was a very natural smell. It was like the fragrance of plants after a rain, making people unconsciously indulge in it. At this moment, a wisp of naughty hair fell from her ear and slid to his ear. The soft end of the hair brushed against his ear, making it feel numb and slightly itchy. It was a wonderful feeling.
Bang, bang, bang.
Sun Shaoqing could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Get up for a while, Ye Zhuo suddenly said. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Sun Shaoqing had returned to normal. He stood up slightly and gave up his seat to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo sat on the chair, his jade-like fingers constantly moving on the keyboard. The data on the screen was constantly changing. Sun Shaoqing was standing beside her. What's going on here? Ye Zhuo turned around to look at Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing leaned over, one hand on the computer desk and the other on the mouse. Looking from behind, he trapped Ye Zhuo between him and the computer. It was hard for him to breathe, and his heartbeat was chaotic. Sun Shaoqing had finally calmed down, but now his heart was in a mess again. He used the fingers holding the Buddha beads to point at the computer screen. There's no problem here. Look here, the real loophole is here. There is no problem here. In Intel format, there is no need to use the remote transfer command, and the remote subcall command operation code. Ye Zhuo looked back at Sun Shaoqing. Ye Zhuo was so focused on solving the problem that he forgot how close the two of them were now. In the instant he looked back, his red lips brushed past his thin lips. It was slightly cold, with a hint of fresh sandalwood fragrance. It was as if he had been electrocuted. In this instant, Ye Zhuo was stunned. Sun Shaoqing was also stunned. 1. The two of them landed in each other's sight. At this moment the air seemed to have stopped breathing. For the first time in his life, Ye Zhuo experienced the feeling of his heart beating like a drum.
Bang bang bang.
He felt as if his entire heart did not belong to him anymore. He could not control it. It was a sin. It was really a sin. She had actually taken advantage of a monk. For the first time, Big Brother Yi, who was always eloquent, did not know to keep quiet. His mouth was dry and his tongue was parched. He felt as if smoke was coming out of his entire throat. There doesn't seem to be any problem here. Sun Shaoqing stood up and coughed lightly. He changed the topic a little unnaturally. Do you want to drink water? Yes. Ye Zhuo nodded along the steps. Sun Shaoqing continued. Can I have some tea? Ye Zhuo said. I'd like some iced Coke. Okay. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly and walked out. Outside was the secretary's office. The secretaries were watching the company's WeChat group chat. The group chat was abuzz with discussions about the president's wife. Sun Shaoqing's sudden appearance gave the secretaries a shock. They quickly closed the WeChat chat window and started working seriously. Secretary Li, I want a glass of ice cola and a glass of ice water. Ice cola? Didn't their fifth master only drink tea? When did he start drinking cola? Could it be for the chief cleaner's wife? Thinking of this, Secretary Li seemed to have discovered some big secret of the day. He was extremely excited. Okay, fifth master. Make the arrangements immediately. The CN Group's welfare benefits were especially good. The company's pantry was serving all kinds of drinks. As soon as Secretary Li sent the message, someone jogged over with ice cola and ice water. Fifth master. Here's the ice cola and ice water you asked for. Sun Shaoqing took it and walked into the office. Seeing Sun Shaoqing turn around, the secretaries immediately opened the WeChat group chat. Fifth master just gave our CEO's wife a Coke. So the president's wife also likes happy, fat otaku water. Master 5 dotes on the president's wife. Not doting at all. Look at our Master 5. Does he look like the kind of person who dotes on his wife? Our Master 5 is so outstanding. Who knows if the president's wife will chase after him? There's no official announcement yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Maybe they're just ordinary friends. I heard that Master 5 doesn't even like Song Chenyu. Why would he like ordinary people? I feel that the president's wife is prettier than Song Chenyu. +1. Oh. Sun Shaoqing walked into the office with a Coke. Ye Zhuo had already recovered her natural state. At this moment, she was sitting in front of her computer, typing furiously on her keyboard. Actually, this was just a superficial phenomenon. Ye Zhuo's heart was already in a state of panic. That was her first kiss just now. It was the first time in her past life and this life. Ye Zhuo. A deep voice sounded above her head. Huh. Ye Zhuo raised his eyes slightly and bumped into those dark and heavy eyes. Here's the ice Coke you wanted. Sun Shaoqing handed the Coke over. Ye Zhuo took the Coke and took a sip. The iced Coke entered his throat and instantly, his restless heart slowly settled down. Ye Zhuo narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Sun Shaoqing drank a mouthful of ice water. It was bland and tasteless. He couldn't help but be a little curious. Was the taste of the ice Coke that good? Sun Shaoqing continued. Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo bit the straw and looked up at Sun Shaoqing. I'm going to Country P tomorrow. Oh. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. It might take a week for you to come back. Sun Shaoqing continued. If you're free during this period of time, you can visit my house more often. My grandmother likes you very much. Okay. Ye Zhuo continued to drink his Coke. Xian Shaoqing continued. My house has recently recruited a new dessert master. He is especially good at making mousse desserts. In the hot summer, a mouthful of ice-cold mousse dessert spread on the tip of the tongue. The taste could not be better. Ye Zhuo had no resistance to desserts. His eyes lit up. Really? Yes. Xian Shaoqing nodded slightly. As expected, she was still a child. A single dessert could satisfy her so much. Xian Shaoqing drank a mouthful of ice water. After drinking the Coke, Ye Zhuo went on with his work. Xian Shaoqing sat at the side and read a document. The air was filled with the sound of typing. Occasionally, Ye Zhuo would raise his head and say a few words to Xian Shaoqing. The two of them got along very well. Soon it was evening. Ye Zhuo stood up and stretched. Everything has been settled. It's time for me to go home. Xian Shaoqing put down the documents in his hands. It's been hard on you. I know a restaurant that tastes really good. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Sure. Ye Zhuo did not stand on ceremony with him. The restaurant Xian Shaoqing mentioned was near the San group. The two of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Soon a waiter came over. Are you two ordering now? Xian Shaoqing handed the tablet to Ye Zhuo. I can eat whatever I want. You can order. Ye Zhuo ordered 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian dishes. He also instructed the waiter not to put scallions and garlic in the vegetarian dishes. Buddhism forbade 5 meat dishes and 5 spices. 5 spices refer to scallions, garlic, leeks, onions, and xingqiu. Xingqiu was an Indian spice that was passed down in the western regions, but it was not available in the country at the moment. The corners of Xian Shaoqing's mouth curled into an unnoticeable arc. Ye Zhuo had actually noticed the scallions and garlic. She was concerned about him, wasn't she? A certain part of his heart seemed to fill up quickly. It was a very strange feeling. Nothing particularly happy had happened, but he was very happy. He was even a little excited. Ye Zhuo looked up at Xian Shaoqing and said, You haven't ordered the staple food yet. How about some mushroom and vegetable porridge? Okay. Xian Shaoqing still looked the same. He nodded slightly and did not have any objections. Ye Zhuo added more vegetables and mushroom porridge and handed the plate to the waiter. These will do. The waiter nodded. Okay. Please wait a moment. Soon the dishes were served. Xian Shaoqing ate at a moderate pace, looking extremely elegant. He was obviously well educated. Ye Zhuo picked up a drumstick and asked curiously, Don't you feel anything when you see me eating a big drumstick? Is there a difference between drumsticks and vegetables? Xian Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Ye Zhuo said, Drumsticks are meat. Aren't you curious at all about the taste of meat? Xian Shaoqing took a sip of the porridge. In my eyes, their only use is to fill the stomach. Ye Zhuo took a bite of the chicken drumstick. You're really a magical person. You say that you earn so much money but you don't eat, drink or enjoy yourself. What do you want? Xian Shaoqing looked up at Ye Zhuo, and his deep eyes were black. In the past I didn't know what I wanted but now I know. Then what do you want? Ye Zhuo was curious. Keep it a secret. Xian Shaoqing put down the spoon and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. He sat casually, but it couldn't hide his natural noble aura. In addition, Ye Zhuo was sitting opposite him. For a time, he attracted many people's attention. After dinner, Xian Shaoqing sent Ye burning back. As soon as the car stopped, Xian Shaoqing saw Ye San standing there. If he wasn't mistaken, Ye San was still holding a steel pipe in his hand. Seeing Ye burning get out of the car, Ye San quickly ran over. Uncle, why are you here? Ye San held the steel pipe in his hand. Zhuo, I recently learned 2 new boxing techniques. Let me show you.
Boxing technique? Ye Zhuo luket at Ye Senin baflement.
Ye San looked at Xian Shaoqing faintly and then said, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere. After saying that, Ye San started to perform military boxing. After performing a set of military boxing, he even bent the steel pipe with a snap. What Ye San meant was, If anyone dared to bully his niece, he would make that person become the steel pipe in his hands. Sun Shaoqing. He suspected that Yi Sun was referring to him, but he had no evidence. Yi Sun raised his chin at Sun Shaoqing. Mr. Tsin, what do you think of my boxing style? It's very good.
Sun Shaoqing complimented.
Yi Sun continued. It's already very late. I won't leave Mr. Tsin at home to drink tea. Take care, Mr. Tsin. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly.
Ye Santuk Ye Zhuo sirist.
Eldest niece, we're going back. Ye Zhuo turned around and waved at Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing did not drive away until the two figures disappeared into the corridor. Ye Zhuo and Yi Sun returned home. Yi Sun leaned the steel pipe against the wall. Ye Zhuo looked at the bent steel pipe and asked, Uncle, when did you become so powerful? I've trained your uncle, okay? Yi Sun rolled up his sleeves and showed Ye Zhuo his biceps. Yi Sun's biceps were very well developed. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. After saying that, Yi Sun continued, I believe that after tonight, that Sun won't dare to have any improper thoughts towards you. Otherwise, I'll make him become that steel pipe. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, You've really misunderstood Sun Shaoqing. Yi Sun opened a can of Coke. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, it's always right to take precautions. Soon it was the next day. In the morning, Ye Zhuo drove Yi Sun to the airport. She had just gotten her driver's license. Yi Sun sat in the front passenger seat and said nervously, Big niece, can you do it? Why don't I take a ride there? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Don't worry, my skills are very good. Really?
Ye Sun asked suspiciously.
He had only gotten his driver's license for less than 3 days. How good could his skills be? Moreover, the female driver also had the title of a road killer. Yi Sun was really a little worried. Of course it's true. Ye Zhuo skillfully started the engine and tilted his head to remind Yi Sun. Uncle, fasten your seatbelt. Yi Sun lowered his head and fastened his seatbelt. Ye Zhuo continued, Uncle, there is serious racial discrimination in Country P. During this period, many people are holding demonstrations. If you cannot go out at night, try not to go out. Also,
Ye Sun noted.
He suddenly had the illusion that Ye Zhuo was the elder. How could an elder go out and the younger generation be busy explaining this and that? However, there was no sense of dissonance. After explaining everything, Ye Zhuo stepped on the accelerator.
Onkel, Sie Zeit?
We are about to set off. Yi Sun gulped and suddenly felt a little nervous. Zhuo, why don't I drive? When you come back, you can find a designated driver. As soon as he said this, the car rushed out. It was extremely fast. It was like an arrow that had left the bow. Even an experienced driver like Yi Sun usually did not dare to be so fierce. Ye Zhuo was indeed a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Yi Sun said, Zhuo, slow down. This speed is too fast. Isn't this slow enough? Ye Zhuo looked back at Yi Sun with a puzzled look in his eyes. Isn't this fast enough? Yi Sun looked at the speedometer, his face pale with fear. It's already 120 yards. Ye Zhuo's tone was indifferent. It's only 120 yards. Only. Yi Sun was stunned. You don't want to live anymore. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Don't worry about me driving. As Ye Zhuo spoke, he sped up. Zhuo, there's a car in front. Slow down. Slow down. Don't worry. Ye Zhuo calmly controlled the steering wheel. With a beautiful tail flick, he steadily passed the car in front. The driver in front thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He immediately rolled down the window and looked ahead. Holy shit. Awesome. The other drivers on the road stared at the car in front with their mouths agape. Amazing. There were even people who took out their cell phones to take videos. Yi Sun was also stunned. He thought that they were going to crash into each other, and he was even prepared for a car accident to happen. He didn't expect that Yi Burning would actually avoid it. As an experienced driver, Yi Sun naturally knew that if he wasn't a professional, he wouldn't be able to operate it at all. Niece, did you really just get your driver's license?
Ye luket at Ye Zhuo.
Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. Ye Zhuo swallowed his throat and suppressed his surprise. On the way, as long as there was no speed limit, the speed was very fast. After a while, they arrived at the airport. Ye Zhuo instructed Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, remember to drive slowly. Uncle's points this year will soon be deducted. I know. Uncle, remember to be careful in country P. Remember to call when you arrive. Okay.
Ye vavet at Ye Zhuo.
After leaving the airport, Ye Zhuo did not go home immediately. Instead, he went to the Sun family. This was not her first time here. The security guards in front of the manor immediately opened the door for her. Old Mrs. Zhen was sitting in the living room watching television. When she heard Ye Zhuo's voice, she thought that she was hallucinating. She looked up. Oh my God! It was really her granddaughter-in-law. Old Mrs. Zhen was so excited that she almost jumped up. Ye.
Grandma Zhen.
Old Mrs. Zhen hurriedly instructed the servants to get some fruits and drinks. Right. Ask the new dessert maker to make more desserts and send them over. Yes, Old Mrs. Zhen. Old Mrs. Zhen held Ye Zhuo's hand. Ye, why didn't you tell me you were coming, so that I could get someone to prepare more delicious food? It's so hot today you must be tired. Hurry and sit down. I'm not tired at all. Ye Zhuo sat on the sofa with Old Mrs. and Grandma Zhen. Are you watching The Female Consort? Old Mrs. Zhen was watching a DVD, and the title of the movie did not appear on the screen. She did not expect Ye Zhuo to know the title of the movie. The Female Consort was a Huangmei opera. It had a very dated feel to it, and very few young people would like it. Not to mention young people, even Zhou Xiang was not very willing to watch Huangmei opera. Old Mrs. Zhen said excitedly, Ye, you've also seen The Female Consort.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
I have. In her previous life, Ye Zhuo had studied these intangible cultural heritage. She had dabbled in both Huangmei opera and Beijing opera kunku. Then do you know how to sing? Old Mrs. Zhen continued to ask. I know how to sing. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, why don't I sing for you? Sure. Old Mrs. Zhen was very excited and immediately turned down the volume of the television. Ye Zhuo was not pretentious. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. The princess grew up in the deep palace, so how would she know the pain of the common women? Third sister Wang has been guarding the cold cave for 18 years, and Lu Tzuaping has been suffering for 16 years. This was the most classic play of the female prince consort. Ye Zhuo's voice was particularly good. The pitch of his voice rose and fell from low to high, with a unique charm. He sang the helplessness and sadness of the heroine, not losing to a professional at all. Old Mrs. Zhen suddenly felt like she had found a soulmate. She immediately took out her phone to record. She had thought that only an old lady like her liked to listen to plays. She did not expect that her granddaughter-in-law could sing. As expected, a family does not enter the same house. Ye, you're really amazing. Old Mrs. Zhen clapped excitedly. Ye Zhuo said modestly, just so third in the world. I think I'm the best in the world. As Old Mrs. Zhen said this, she sent a WeChat message to the group chat. It was a voice message. After sending the voice message, Old Mrs. Zhen looked at Ye Zhuo. Oh right, Ye, I changed my phone and even applied for a WeChat account. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Sure. Ye Zhuo took out his phone. Grandma Zhen, let me scan you. Okay. Grandma Zhen's WeChat profile picture was like a chubby New Year's Eve doll, and her WeChat name was Little Cutie. Ye Zhuo's eyes curved into crescents. He clicked to add Little Cutie as a friend and added a note. Lovely Grandma Zhen. Grandma Zhen put on her reading glasses and secretly gave Ye Zhuo a note. Beautiful granddaughter-in-law. At this moment, a servant brought over desserts and fruits. Old Mrs. Zhen put away her phone. Ye, this mousse dessert is delicious. Try it. Ye Zhuo took the dessert that Old Mrs. Zhen handed over. It was indeed delicious. It was sweet but not greasy. It melted in the mouth and carried a hint of coolness. At this moment, old Mrs. Tsin's phone rang.